then the physical size of your stomach shrinks. And so you have to make sure that the preparation matches what you actually want to accomplish on Thanksgiving Day.
So you've been piling on?
No. There's a little bit. There's a fine line. You have to make sure that you expand the stomach enough to make sure that it's elastic, but you also want to make sure that you build up enough hunger so that. Because you can eat when you're not hungry. We all know that,
sure.
Which I'm very good at that as well.
I love how scientific you're getting with this.
Man.
This is outstanding.
So if Thanksgiving dinner that my wife makes wasn't as delicious, then I wouldn't really care if it was just another meal. Mm-hmm. But this is one where, and leftovers are great. Sometimes leftovers are even better. But this is one where I want to maximize every minute at the table and make sure that feed bag is large enough.
Look, it's a big day. It's going to be a big day for the Lions.
Sounds like a lot of work.
You get ready for Christmas. You put a lot of work into Christmas, right? Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. So I want to maximize that 24-hour period.
Good for you.
Look,
hey, you do you, and I'll be me.
The day's got a lot riding on it, okay? To get us into the show here, we're going to see a little bit of every food group to begin today, right?
Yeah.
You had the Wings last night. You had the Pistons last night. We have a Jahmyr Gibbs topic that we wanted to get to, couldn't get to it yesterday. So we'll hit all of those food groups to start the show today. And if the Tigers sign someone in the next 5 minutes, we can cram them in too.
Oh.
But let's start with the Pistons and a record win streak now tying the franchise record, 13 straight wins last night. John, thoughts?
How sweet would it be for them to get 14 in a row, break the record, with the fact that only 2 years ago, their maximum number through 82 was 14 wins. Mm-hmm. And in that season was a record of 28 losses in a row. Now you have a chance to put together a win streak that would be half of that number, but the entirety of your win total from 2 years ago. I think it would be. This is a game, and it's a mid-year game, right? And there's not a lot riding on the outcome of this game other than the fact that we all have different reasons why we watch games. And I am going to be tuned into this one for the entirety of the game because I want to see them get to 14 in a row. I want to see them I don't know why it matters so much to me, but it does.
Well, I think we appreciate what they're doing so much more now because of how dark things got just 2 years ago. And the other thing I really liked last night is when the final horn sounds and they win that game, there wasn't some big celebration. I mean, some of this is on the road, but I don't think this team wanted to make a big deal about winning 13 games in a row, tying a franchise record. I don't know that it's going to be a parade when they win the next one.
Right.
This team is very workmanlike. This team doesn't take nights off. They play hard every night. They got a deep enough team where when guys have been injured, somebody else steps up. Like, there's a lot to appreciate about what this team has done. And I think the latest gear that they're going to reach is now getting Ivy involved, right? That next level for this team. I think they're scratching the surface, even though they have the best record in the Eastern Conference, because as Ivy gets more acclimated, he had a couple jumpers, 12 points in 12 minutes. Once he gets up to speed and he is part of the top 6-7 guys in minutes, you're going to see another level for this basketball team.
Yeah, and part of it for Wednesday night, too, is that it's in Boston. It just would feel really good. And I know, hey, Jason Tatum's not available. All right, we talk about the fact that they just beat Indiana and they don't have their superstar, but this is an opportunity. And don't think that Boston's not looking at this, too, going, oh, they think they're going to come in here and set a franchise record against us. Yeah. Like, it's not going to be an easy one to get.
It's a 5 o'clock affair tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah. Well, everything gets condensed with the holiday, right?
Yeah.
And an NBA Cup game, which might put them in if they win. I don't know. I know they're tied.
Does anybody know what goes on in the NBA Cup?
I'm not going to pretend.
Does anybody listening even know that they've already played NBA Cup games?
Yes, because the court's different. That's the only reason you'd know.
Well, I'll tell you this. If there's people out there that don't think they're getting credit from national media, this will put them on the spotlight, these NBA Cup, if they get in, and especially if they win a game or two.
So last year, the Pacers won the NBA Cup, right?
Yeah.
And then they went on and played in the NBA Finals.
Correct.
Look, when it turns in the NBA, it turns quick. And I don't want to do the grandiose deal on November 25th. But the idea, like, well, they haven't won a playoff game or playoff series yet. When it turns, it turns. And we're seeing a team turn that corner. By the way, Friday night with the Magic, if you've looked at ticket prices for this game, I got some friends in town. They're going, how did it get so expensive to go to Pistons games? I go, well, they're winning now. And that's a Friday night against Orlando. And I think that's also an NBA Cup game.
The 14th in a row, too, would be, they're 15-2 right now, or 14-2. 14-2, right?
Yeah, they won 14 in a row, but it's
No,
they won 13 in a row.
right. Yeah, they won 13 in a row. Yes.
Yes.
But their record's 14-2, right?
Correct.
The record's 15-2.
Oh, okay. So they've tied the Lions now for last year. That's where I was going.
So this is where they get bounced?
You get a disco?
All that work to get to that punchline. Yeah. I'm so happy we did that.
You want to have a disco?
No. Let's talk Wings real quick. They lost last night. We said we'd hit all the food groups to start the show today. Outshot the Devils, still lost the game, some boneheaded mistakes. I mean, I guess I like that they fought both physically and between the whistles and after the whistles, but I mean, I think they're going to be a very rocky team this season. Everybody's condensed in the standings, so I don't really want to do they're in first place. I mean, they're
Right. If the playoffs started today.
Wait 2 days and wait another 2 days, and it could look very different.
Sure. The task at hand is Boston. And the topic at hand is 14 in a row.
Yeah.
And I don't know that any other franchise is going to look at this and go like, okay, if the Pistons set a franchise record, whatever, good for them. Who cares? Mm-hmm. No one really cares other than the fact that 2 years ago, it was a total of 14 wins for the entirety of the season. The record losing streak, all of those different things. And now 2 years later, and you mentioned, yes, when it turns, it turns. And it has certainly turned, and we got to love and soak in every single minute of it.
And I think that was what most people focused on last night. But with the Wings going head-to-head, the Pistons were the story that you paid most attention to. You keep an eye on the Wings. You see, they're down 3-1 after the first period.
Yeah.
A couple deflection goals. The one that wasn't a deflection felt like Talbot probably should have made the save. It's just the little stuff, man. If you don't take advantage of your chances and you give up a couple cheapies, it's the fastest way to lose in hockey. Last thing we hit on is the Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs.
Man, he's good. Boy, he's fast. Let's state the obvious.
Yep. Is he the next guy to get an extension? Not now. You can't in season, but John, is it a no-brainer that this guy's going to get an extension?
Yeah, I think so. And I think for him, it's even for the Lions and for him, it's even more important that they do it earlier than later. Because you know that eventually running backs have an expiration. And there are some people that think, hey, we don't extend running backs. I would just ask the question. Because of the way that he started his career, very similar. Now, I'm not going to call him Barry Sanders, so everybody don't text and say, oh, Jansen called him Barry Sanders.
Did you hear Jansen in the morning the other day?
He's having a very Barry Sanders-like start to his career. So my question would be, would you not extend Barry?
Of course you'd extend Barry.
All right.
What is that?
So, I mean, it just seems logical that you would extend Jahmyr Gibbs.
So the devil's advocate position, because everybody loves Jahmyr, and sure, I mean, keep him here as long as he's productive. How long will he be productive? Is there a cliff at that position? So you've got him this year. You've got him next year. Mm-hmm. You've got a fifth-year option you'll pick up. You could franchise tag him. We've seen him play 2.5 seasons. Do you want to see how his body looks after another 3 seasons because of the brutality of that position? That's the only other side of this coin, because production is there. Importance to this team, I mean, we just saw it. He carried him to a victory on a day where nothing else was going well. And I think we've also seen a shift to the run game across the league. And you see it in what takes place with guys like Barkley and Derrick Henry a year ago, but even with the Lions and Gibbs. You've seen it reflected in how defenses are playing. More teams are playing 3 linebackers.
Yeah.
More teams are getting out of the nickel coverage that had become so popular. It's a game of cat and mouse. I don't know. Maybe it'll shift back to passing in 3 or 4 years.
Okay, then you throw him the ball. The beauty is he can catch as well.
Yeah.
And so here's where I would ask you the question, is he just simply good because the Detroit Lions offensive line at the start of his career was elite?
No, because the line's gotten worse and his yards per carry have gone up. He's averaging 6.1 yards per carry this season, 5.6 the year before, 5.2 his rookie season. As the line has crumbled, he's gotten more dangerous. He gets stuff that's blocked and some, right?
Yeah.
A lot of running backs will get what's blocked. A lot of running backs, okay, you got to the linebacker level. I can get you 6. I can get you 8. I can get you 10. Gibbs sees that and says, I can get you 50. I can get you 60. Or in the case of a Sunday, I can get you damn near 70.
Yeah. And so I guess the question is, all right, if you've got him, quote unquote, at this time locked up for 5 years, would you like to have him for a total of 8?
I get what you're saying. You start the clock sooner.
Yeah. And then you don't have to go through the drama of, oh, we're going to franchise tag him, he's going to hold out. Or we're going to franchise tag him a second time. No, you don't have to go through that drama. Just lock him up and just, is there a risk? There's a risk in giving anyone a contract.
So think about this. This offseason, he'd have a rookie year and a fifth year that they'd pick up. That's 2. You would apply those 2 to an extension of what, another 2?
Yeah.
Call it a 4-year commitment?
Sure.
Yeah, that seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, get him to 8 years.
All right. 248-539-9797. We got the Tuesday touchdown coming up at 7 o'clock. We've got the 2 Grand Slam, a chance to win $2,000. And Greg Palm coming up at 6:35, a check-in on the top teams in college football. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner. Brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Pistons pick up a win last night. They're 13th in a row, ties a franchise record. The only other Piston teams to win 13 consecutive games, the going-to-work Pistons, the 2004 team that won the championship, and the Bad Boys of 1990. Pretty good company. And they have another chance to extend that tomorrow against Boston. Love that this team didn't make a big deal about it last night, went about their business. Honestly, felt like, why'd we let the Pacers make a run late? More upset about that than the win itself. They've got work to do. They've got another gear, another level to hit. Good times for the NBA here in Detroit. Hockey, they're in the mix. They're fighting, and we have Red Wing tickets to give away this hour. So be listening. This hour, we're giving away a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings on Black Friday against the Tampa Bay Lightning. That's November 28th. For tickets and event info, visit nhl.com/Red Wings. You're going to want to listen for Lightning Bolt. It's going to be a LARPer yelling lightning bolt. When you hear that, call in, win your pair of tickets. It's in the next hour. We have tickets for every Red Wing home game for the Centennial season. John, some of the response on Gibbs. Pay him, right?
Yeah.
Morning, gentlemen. I think comparing him to Barry is the wrong comparison. He's CMC. When you look at the way that CMC is a top 5 offensive player in the league, I think you pay him, JoJo and Macomb.
I think that's okay. Yeah, that's a better comparison. But I just, locally here, when we're talking about, how many touchdowns he scored as a young player, Barry had 47 to this point, and, Gibbs now has 44. He's going to actually surpass health being a given.
Yeah, knock on wood.
Yeah, he's going to surpass him, for amount of touchdowns scored before he clicks over that calendar to 25 years old.
And he's done it without too much tread on the tire, too, because he shared the workload with Monty.
But just imagine if he was the guy.
Well, and he's becoming the guy, like undeniable. As much as I know Dan Campbell loves David Montgomery, you can't take Gibbs off the field. John, it's a question because he's got this year, a 5th year. You could roll those into an extension, and that's what this text says. That would get him to 28 years old based on how long you extend him. That's ideal. You'd hope he'd still be productive at 28. That's usually the last year that isn't guaranteed for a running back.
Well, and then why you do this now is you put it into his court. You make the decision. We're willing to pay you, and we'll extend you for, till your 8th season in the NFL. Do you want that guaranteed money now? Or because there is a risk of injury, we are going to use you, and there's going to be that risk. Like, do you want to roll the dice at that position? And we've heard all about the running backs. Oh, we want these extensions. We want to get paid, blah, blah, blah. So are you willing to do it now? Or do you, Jahmyr Gibbs, do you want to roll the dice until after your 5th year and hit the open market? If that's the case, hey, more power to you. We'll be in the market to pay you at that time, but we'd really like to lock you up now.
The Lions can control the first 7 years of his career with franchise tags. So this is just saying, hey, we want to roll it over to the 8th year. Get you your money now so we don't have to jump through hoops and play games and get the deal done in the offseason. And it would be what they do. They're always ahead on this. And they think, and I think they may be right, it's going to allow them to keep more guys getting the deals done early before the cap jumps.
Yeah, and it's you as a running back, it's that fine line. Do I want to take the risk and bear it all myself, or do I want to have the safety and security of a long-term extension and get paid a bunch of money? Because if the Lions get to where they're going to use the franchise tag on a running back is not crippling to your salary cap.
Nope.
And so it's one of the easier ones to pull the trigger on and say, yep, just franchise him.
Yep. One more year, run him to the ground, see where we're at from there. Right. You avoid that if you get a deal done. And by the way, when they jumped to pay Montgomery early, I think it tells you that they're going to jump to pay Gibbs early too.
Mm-hmm.
This text is to John. Have you looked at the Lions' time of possession this year compared to the last 2? My concern is less Montgomery and more Gibbs leads to the opponent having the ball more. Seems to me that Demo and Gibbs complement each other and allow the Lions to wear down an opponent. More Demo allows teams not to key on Gibbs.
Okay, well, if you would prefer not to have one-play drives and to have to grind it out, right? Instead of having the 69-yard first play in overtime, would we rather take off 6 minutes on the time of possession and grind it? Like, that's the trade-off. And I understand what that texter is saying, but the flip side is, okay, maybe the time of possession is down because he just scores quickly. Are you supposed to tell him, don't score so quickly?
The definition of a first world problem.
Right.
We're scoring too quickly.
Right. And I get, hey, the best defense is a good offense and one that takes time off the clock. And
But
if
what
you're
you're
playing
asking-
against a team where, that team needs rhythm offensively. A quarterback needs to get into a groove. They've got to find it with, it is a combination of their passing game and their running game. Yeah, you want to keep them on the sidelines as long as possible so they never find that groove. That's really old school thinking. And there's a part that is true about that. Still, I'd still rather have a guy that, hey, we're going to hand you the ball and you go score.
John, are you aware, and Jim as well, Wayne Fonts once said, we score too fast.
Yes. But again, that's a different era of football.
Is it,
But you know the
to
flip
me,
side
that's an
is
oxymoron
yeah.
almost. It's like, seriously, stop them.
Right.
You know what you're asking
Right.
yourself to do though if you don't want to score quote too soon or too fast. You're saying I want to try to convert a bunch of gotta have it downs. Like a 12-play drive
Right.
requires you to probably convert a couple third downs
Sure.
where you're walking a tightrope of having to punt the football. I'd
Oh,
rather
and trust
avoid that
me,
altogether.
I those are fun drives to be a part of. I love the tenacity and the energy that brings an offense. There's value to that. But I much prefer blocking for a running back and all of a sudden he pops it and goes 80 yards. The only thing I have to do at that point is turn around and make sure that there's no flag so I don't waste any energy going to celebrate, and then making sure that the field goal team gets on the field fast enough so we don't have to take a timeout.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, some big changes are coming to Detroit transportation. On Monday, DDOT announced what it's called transformational changes to the system, including a $50 million federal grant. And with that money, the city will be purchasing 53 new buses. And on top of all that, mechanics, drivers, they're going to see wage increases. Plus, there's going to be a new state-of-the-art terminal where the new buses will be housed. That's expected to open in April of 2026.
Awesome.
Yeah. The Detroit Zoo is now home to a new baby giraffe. On Sunday, Zara, a 7-year-old giraffe, gave birth to a healthy female calf. A zoo personnel says that the mom and baby are both doing great. The giraffe's dad is 17-year-old Jabari, who's been at the Detroit Zoo since 2008. They say for now, the giraffe building is going to remain temporarily closed so that Zara and the baby can bond. They will have public introductions, but they say it will be based on Zara's comfort, and they say the zoo will announce the name of the baby in the future. So as the holiday shopping season really, ramps up right now, porch pirates are out on the prowl. According to some data, 1 in 7 adults say they've already been a victim of porch piracy this year. So thieves are really after anything, right? You don't know what you're taking.
Right.
You have no idea what's inside of a package. Obviously, if you have a huge appliance or a small box, they're going to take the box that they can grab and go. The appliances, a huge item, probably isn't going to get stolen. But really, they're going to take anything they can get their hands on. And they say the mean value of packages being delivered this season is $300 per adult. So it is a lot of money sitting on your porch. So, of course, there are things you can do. Oh, here's a stat. More than 90,000 packages are reported stolen or lost in transit in each city each day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How many?
Whoa.
It said 90,000.
90,000?
90,000 packages.
day?
That's what this says. Or in each city each day.
In each city?
That's what this says.
So over a month, how many packages get stolen?
It's a ton.
I don't know. Do the math. 90,000 times 31. Let's go with it.
A lot.
Yeah.
A lot. So, of course, carefully track your packages. Use a doorbell cam if you have one. Invest in a delivery box. They say a lot of these are getting stolen in, let's say, an apartment building where there's like a collection spot.
Yeah.
Where all the packages are going, not necessarily right to your door. You can try to arrange for in-garage drop-offs, or you can send deliveries to different pickup locations. So
Wow. Heightened security for your package.
Watch out.
Yes, John.
Keep an eye on it.
After experiencing some above average temperatures, get ready for a cool down for the holiday weekend. So tomorrow, a strong cold front is going to pass through. A lot of gusty winds, still high in the 40s. But Thanksgiving Day, they say lake effect snow showers ramp up Wednesday night through Thanksgiving Day, linger into Friday. Bundle up if you're headed to the parade. Temperatures will be in the upper 20s to low 30s.
So the girls are going to do the turkey trot.
Yikes. Oh, they are. Good for them.
Yeah, normally Jack would too, but he's got football practice. Boom!
It's going to be cold.
Snow might be moving in for Ohio State, Michigan.
Oh,
yes,
1
it's
to
gonna
3
be
inches.
super
Let's
cold.
go, baby.
Flurries possible Friday and Saturday, so just bundle up. Get ready. It's coming.
Beautiful.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the check-in on the top teams in college football. It's 97.1.
Hey, Metro Detroit, listen up. The turkey can wait, but these deals won't. The Black Friday sales event is happening right now at your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers, and they are pulling out all the stops. Here's a couple of options for you. If you need professional-grade power, they've got the 2026 GMC Sierra. Whether you're tailgating downtown or heading up north, get behind the wheel with exceptional offers available right now. This is the truck built for Detroit and built for us. Or you can elevate your drive with the luxury of Buick. The all-new Buick Enclave and the stylish Encore GX are here, and I've been talking about these for a couple of months right now. Experience SUV luxury that is exceptional by design with these lease offers that make upgrading easier than ever. But here's the reality check. The clock stops on December 1st. When the calendar flips, these Black Friday offers vanish. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. Black Friday sales ends December 1st. See dealer for details.
Emphasis on from the mind of Greg Hargrave and a whole bunch of data. So if you don't like this list, it's Greg's fault.
Don't blame you is what you're saying.
Yes.
Because there's going to be some blame going around.
I'm throwing you under the bus
because
because I have seen a sneak peek of this and people are not going to like a couple things.
Well, we've got 17 teams that are 2 or fewer losses remaining. Houston, USC pick up loss number 3. Georgia Tech's down to 2 and would be out of it, but they do have opportunity this week. So we're going to start with the top of the rankings, and our top-rated team is the BYU Cougars. College football's afterthought just keeps winning. They have the most weighted wins in the country after another quality win on the road at Cincinnati. Now, the football part of it, everybody on this team just seems big. LJ Martin is a bruising running back. Bear Bachmeier is a stocky, thick-ankled, 6'2", 220. Jack Kelly, their linebacker leader on defense.
Did I hear Cankles?
Big. One could call them that.
Yes.
The math to it. Arizona over Baylor, Utah over Kansas State, Iowa over Kansas, TCU over Houston, and yes, even Stanford over Cal gives them the final push this weekend to surpass number 2. Now, you don't think they're number 1? Sure, this is just one way to measure teams. That's fine. But just give them a little bit more credit than they have been getting by college football pundits.
So that's what I wanted to do. I can't defend you putting them at number 1. They have a loss. They lost to Texas Tech. They're undefeated teams. But I wanted to point out for people who aren't giving BYU love a little factoid. The SEC loves their strength of schedule. BYU has a better strength of schedule than Ole Miss, Notre Dame, Indiana, and Texas Tech.
Okay.
Now, I think the head-to-head should matter with the Texas Tech deal, but BYU's played a tougher schedule by the numbers than people are giving them credit.
Okay, what are those numbers?
I gave you the SOS.
Okay, the strength of schedule. How are they building the strength of schedule? Because
teams they beat.
the wins that they have over the teams with wins, those are all Big 12 teams with Big 12 wins.
Well, same with the
What
SEC with
is
SEC wins. It's all built on a house of cards. I'm just playing the game they're playing.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing is built. And with the strength of schedule, we talked about the free squares last week. Every conference has got its free square. The Big 12 is Oklahoma State. BYU didn't get to play them.
Right.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. If BYU loses to Texas Tech again in the Big 12 championship, do they completely drop out of it? Is this a one-bid league?
They probably will. I don't think they should. Let's go to number 2, Indiana. Now, they are just narrowly behind BYU. Their big win of the weekend off a bye week was Oregon's win over USC. It added, or you could say affirmed, the value of that win in Autzen. Purdue this week is a Big Ten title game tune-up for them.
And the AP poll finally gave them 7 first-place votes. I think they are the best team in the country because of their wins against Illinois early. And at Oregon, as you already mentioned, they have a better, at least eye test, strength of schedule than when you look at Ohio State. Ohio State really had, I mean, they played Washington, so and I think Washington's a quality team. They started off against number 1 Texas.
But they really haven't played.
But that's a preseason ranking number 1, and we didn't really know that Texas was not going to be really that good. So,
speaking of number 3, Ohio State. Yawn. Number 4, Texas A&M. 4 weeks in a row with the same teams in the top 4. Now, I'm interested to see how these 4 shake out after this week. Could be a jumbled in a bag and spat out in any order. Michigan and Texas, the 2 opponents for 3 and 4, are going to provide a lot of heft for those teams. The order could come down to those second and third degree wins we mentioned with BYU.
So Indiana, Ohio State, A&M are all locks to make the college football playoff. We'll ask that question of the next team, too.
Number 5 is Ole Miss. I think they're a lock for the playoff, but they're still bettable. They're only the 4th shortest odds of a team on the board to make the playoffs. Texas Tech, Notre Dame, and Oregon are ahead of them. Egg Bowl is this weekend. It's one of my favorite under-the-radar rivalry games. Elijah Moore's dog-peeing celebration costing his team the game is the best stumbled-into viewing I've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about Ole Miss. They're a 10-1 football team. Their only loss is at Georgia in a game where they led in the fourth quarter. The damn shame of it all is this Lane Kiffin mess that hangs over their head because this team has a chance to win the national title. And even if they lose the Egg Bowl, a 10-2 team won't play for the conference title. They would be in the playoff.
They would be in, except the College Football Playoff Committee has said, and they've shown before with Florida State in a 4-team format, you lose your quarterback and you lose your backup quarterback, you're down to your third quarterback. We don't think you're good enough. They've also said if you lose your coach, they can factor that in as well. Does the committee, if they lose the Egg Bowl and don't play in the SEC championship game and Lane Kiffin goes somewhere else, are they left out in the cold?
You can't do that to those guys.
Or you couldn't do it to Florida State?
I agree. You shouldn't have.
And we might have a logjam of 2 lost teams coming up. And speaking of one of those 2 lost teams,
important they beat Oklahoma then, because that's a
Yes.
huge feather in their cap.
number 6 is Notre Dame at 9-2. Jeremiah Love was accused of padding his stats yesterday on this
8 runs.
show. 171 yards and 2 touchdowns versus Syracuse. Guys, he had 8 carries.
Right.
If they were padding his stats, he would have had 20 carries in the game decided by 9 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Now, Notre Dame versus Miami is still one of the main talking points in the CFP debate. Notre Dame is arguably playing better than anybody in the country right now. And they're going to do you a little favor. They're going to stretch that 4-day college football weekend as long as they can. They've got a 10:30 p.m. Saturday night kick at Stanford.
Yes, that's not 10:30 Pacific time. That is 10:30 Eastern. So, and here's the thing about Notre Dame. When you look at the 2 losses that they started the season off with, Miami and Texas A&M, what are those teams right now? Texas A&M, one of the teams that's a lock for the college football playoffs. Miami, and yes, head-to-head matters, but they've lost to Louisville and SMU. Not dumpster fires, but not quality teams. So the 2 losses that Notre Dame have are better than the 2 losses Miami has, and they were different times of the year. I think that's why the College Football Committee and everyone else has them ahead of Miami.
Number 7 is Oklahoma. Up and down year for OU at 9-2 now. They got their 5th ranked win in a 17-6 punch fest versus Mizzou. Offense got some grumbling in Norman. And hey, why not go one more time? OU's been kind of the linchpin to this college football season. They have the most decisive win and in, lose and you're out game this weekend against an opponent that isn't as helpless as much as they've really been forgotten. So LSU comes to Norman this week. LSU's 4 losses are to Ole Miss, 1 loss. Vanderbilt, 2 losses. Texas A&M, undefeated. Alabama, 2 losses. And a lot of those were pretty close games outside of A&M. They got blown out.
Yeah, it's clear LSU was overvalued in the preseason with 4 losses. Did you see who they just played last week? Western Kentucky, and they eked out a 13-10 win.
That's all SEC teams last week.
Number 8 is Georgia, one of those SEC teams last week. 10-1. The sportsbooks have them off the board to make the playoff. Makes them seem like a lock. Clean, old-fashioned hate is this week at the Mercedes-Benz Dome in Atlanta. Now, on the heels of last year's 8 OT thriller, Georgia Tech with the win can at the very least get street cred for the ACC. Maybe it'd help out Miami. And then they could ask the question, hey, why not us? Miami and Notre Dame is getting argued head-to-head. So with a win over Georgia Tech, they could have that same argument. This would be game of the week. However, Georgia Tech's loss to Pitt last week really killed that. Would have really amped the complications to this whole thing. And the main impediment to that this week is Texas defense is absolutely hit.
I was really looking forward to watching that Pitt Georgia Tech game until I finally got on the bus after our game and it was 28-0. I'm like, what happened?
9 is Texas Tech at 10-1. Still a couple of 2-loss teams remain hanging around in the Big 12 standings behind BYU and Texas Tech, but I expect them to win at West Virginia, go to the Big 12 title game. The in-depth math and the strength of schedule between them and BYU, there were 2 games this past weekend between teams that BYU beat and Texas Tech didn't play, and vice versa. So it's kind of like a junior varsity BYU versus Texas Tech game. The teams that BYU beat were 2-0 in that game. So that gave them a little bit more heft.
Right. And Texas Tech we know what they did to BYU. We know what they've done to almost everybody except Arizona State. And it's a shame that they have that one blemish on their record because they are annihilating. They went to Utah and won by 24. When they played BYU, it was a home game, they won by 22. They have been annihilating their opponents.
Number 10 is Alabama, the second of our win and in, lose and out scenarios. They are playing the lesser of the 2 teams, but as said repeatedly, They have trouble winning on the Plains. They've won 2 breathers there in the last 11 trips. Number 11 is Oregon. Back in the Palm after procrastinating until November. Biggest jump of the weekend, going from 23 up to 11 after the win against USC. Washington is no slouch to finish the regular season. It's in Seattle, and I love how the Big Ten has put this at the end of the season. Another win boosts their resume, locks them in the playoffs. And of all this talk I've had of their early season resume aside, get in, and I think this team can win the national championship. They're fueled by their running game, defense, and the unfinished business mantra of last year's Rose Bowl dud.
They have some special playmakers. They've got a good quarterback. They are a more physical team than people give them credit for. I agree with you.
Number 12, the Michigan Wolverines at 9-2. Nip and tuck ahead of North Texas and Miami in the undercurrent. Simple for them. Lose to OSU. They'll fall out and they won't be in playoff consideration. I think a lot of pundits are anticipating this. They win unexpectedly. You have a 2-loss blue blood with a marquee win in the playoff mix. And guys, we're going to be running out of spots. We haven't mentioned the ACC champ or the American champ, who one of them would take the spot in this bracket, and they would take 11 for the most part.
So the math on this, you have to get in the top 10 effectively.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Michigan's in with a win against Ohio State, given the climb that they have to do, and they would still need help.
You're right. They might not. I find it hard to believe if they beat the number 1 team in the country, it'll be the best win in college football this year. I don't know how the College Football Playoff Committee keeps them out.
There's also a scenario,
and I'm not saying that they shouldn't be left out.
Right. There's also a scenario where Michigan plays for a Big Ten title still.
There's a scenario where they play Ohio State for the Big Ten title. Let's go, baby!
A rematch the very next week?
Yeah!
This is chaotic in many conferences. We've said all along, if Michigan wins, they're in. I just simply make the point, you could say they should be. I don't know that they would be, which is fascinating given all these 2-loss teams, including Oklahoma, who beat Michigan head-to-head. So there is a lot that still needs to be settled. This is just one man's opinion. Greg Palm, 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all that we're talking about in college football at the pro level is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. That's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Got a Piston win last night, 13 in a row. Jaden Ivey, 12 points off the bench. Getting him going gets them to another level. They're already the best team in the East record-wise. And, John, it feels like this team doesn't take any nights off. Love it.
Yeah.
We have a few ticket texts on the state of college football playoff. And then I had a Michigan State question.
Okay. Are they still playing?
They are still playing. And
Sorry.
my question is
Cheap shot.
anger or apathy? What better describes you as a Spartan fan? Anger or apathy? We'll get into that. Some of the response. Greg, any integrity you had just went away. You put Michigan number 12.
So, in his defense, this is a formula, and these are how the numbers played out.
Yeah, but he has a Michigan degree on the wall, so it's doing him no favors. You deal with this
so
too.
you're saying his math is off?
No, I'm saying perception is doing him no
Right.
favors. I understand how he does it, and they've
Right.
bounced in and out of the rankings, and every time they find their way at the very bottom, it's
They get bounced.
he's a homer. Why are they
Right.
here? Look, it's going to be very simple. If Michigan loses to Ohio State and they're double-digit dogs, they're gone.
Yeah.
If they win is where it gets messy. You would argue they have the best win of anybody in the country beating the number one team. The brand of Michigan, of course, will help them out. But they got to move up into the top 10, not the top 12, because there will be a spot reserved for conference champions beneath them. Mm-hmm. So they got to work all the way up and pass, say, number 10, Alabama, right? They're going to have to pass Miami, BYU. They may get some help.
You're right. They're gonna they may need help.
Yeah, that's my point, is I think they do need help.
Yeah.
Your crazy scenario where they play in the Big Ten title against Ohio State would require an Indiana loss, so probably not happening.
Right. Well, so I think for any path for them to get into the Big Ten championship game, they need an Indiana loss. And so but they also need an Oregon loss paired with an Indiana loss. And I think that's where they get into
The crazy tiebreaker matrix and
play Ohio State.
yeah. I think one of the more comical ways this could go would be Michigan beats Ohio State, right? Just has their number, finds a way.
Yeah.
Did it last year, as unlikely as it was, and gets up to number 12, but does not get in. They'd be the number 12 team, but not in a 12-team college football playoff. I think that would be so funny, and people would be so upset.
Yeah, but I don't know that I would be one of those because of how they played it at USC. Like they had 3 big games, and if they go 1-3 in those big games, and then it was a struggle to beat Northwestern, it was a struggle to beat Purdue. It was, they lost at Oklahoma, they lost at USC. Like I could look at this objectively and talk about all of the other Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Like if there's one of those teams, I mean, especially since that game was televised, I don't know how you put them in over an Oklahoma team.
Yeah, I was telling Jim in the break that the Oklahoma-Michigan game could be the swing game in this entire college football season.
Right.
Like Michigan would be in the playoff already if they had won that game, and Oklahoma would already be out.
And some of it would have to be like if they win like they did last year with less than, 60 yards of total offense, and it's just a complete, loss by Ohio State versus a win by Michigan. I think that plays into it as well. But if Bryce goes out there and the running game is effective and they hit Andrew Marsh for 150 yards, like I think how you win in that game will play a bigger factor into are they going to be able to jump any of these teams? Because we talk about Notre Dame, they're much better right now, and they may be one of the best teams in the country, and not just in the college football playoffs, but a top 3 or 4 team, but they lost early. And we saw Bryce, his first road trip was to Norman. Like it will be how they play in this game versus just is it simply a win?
All right. We got a winner for the Red Wing tickets, Logan in Schwartz Creek. Congratulations. Won a pair of tickets to see the Detroit Red Wings take on the Tampa Bay Lightning on November 28th. For tickets and event info, visit nhl.com/Red Wings. John, my question, and we can collect the texts in the background. Spartan fans, are you angry or is it apathy? What word better describes where you're at with this team? The Iowa game, did it make you angry? Or are you so apathetic you don't care? Just get the season over with. Be done with it. They're giving away free tickets for Maryland to just be done with the season. Does that make you angry, or are you just checked out and you're apathetic?
Well, I think at this time of the year, if I'm speaking for Spartan fans,
It's a fun place to be.
there's got to be a large measure of apathy because anger got you to this point. So I'm kind of cherry picking a little bit, double dipping. Where there's anger because you've lost. You continue to lose Big Ten games, and you came into it with 3 non-conference wins, thinking, "Hey, this will be a better season than last year." And it just hasn't happened. You can have anger at the coach. You can have anger because there's just no emotion or fire from the coaches, not the players.
Right.
You still see them scratching and clawing. But I do think that there is a measure of apathy at this point going, why do we care?
Yeah, there may have been anger when they punted the ball to that elite returner for Iowa. There may have been anger at the end of the game when they didn't just go for it at midfield to play to win. But then that quickly subsides, and I feel apathy when I talk to Spartan fans. I feel people that can't muster up the frustration. Now, maybe that changes if they bring back Jonathan Smith. Maybe the anger gets ratcheted all the way up and they lash out. But I think it's apathy right now. You guys let us know where you stand. Brendan, you're Spartan. Are you angry with them or are you apathetic?
I'm so unbelievably apathetic. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
I just don't. I've gotten to the point where if I'm doing something remotely time or attention consuming, I'm not even watching the games on Saturdays. I didn't watch a single second of the Iowa game because what am I going to spend my time watching the game for?
What does it mean, right?
I've got other things to do. There's other games going on. There's other college football games. We've got Pistons and Red Wings. There's a bunch of other stuff going on. I'm just not going to watch.
Because what would it have meant if they won that game? It would be the best win of Jonathan Smith's tenure.
His first Big Ten win.
Wait, what's not his first Big Ten win, but
Of this year.
Of this year. But they'd beat Maryland, who's lost 7 Big Ten games in a row.
They're begging people to go to that
I don't
game.
think it's his biggest win of his career.
I meant if he beat Iowa, it would have been his biggest win at Iowa.
Yes. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Maryland game.
He's talking about what he was doing last weekend. Yeah, if you honed in, you got your not your mace. You got your green and white on, and you sat down. But what does it actually mean? We got the Tuesday touchdown next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. With the Pistons' 122-117 win over Indiana last night, Detroit has won 13 consecutive games. On this exact day 2 years ago, the Pistons had just lost to the Pacers in Indianapolis for their 13th consecutive loss. They were almost halfway to eventually tying the longest losing streak in NBA history. With yesterday's victory back in Indiana once again, the Pistons have now tied the franchise record for consecutive wins. Asar Thompson spoke about that stark yet pleasing duality after last night's game. The Pistons can break the record Wednesday with a win against the Celtics. The only other times Detroit has ever won this many consecutive games were in 2004 and 1990 before that. They won an NBA championship in each of those seasons. The Red Wings struggled last night, falling 4-3 to the Devils in New Jersey, and Michigan basketball pummeled San Diego State 94-54 in the Players Era Festival in Las Vegas. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Chabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday. CBS, Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's the Tuesday touchdown.
All right, guys. Michigan State is now 0-8 in the Big Ten. Is there a world where the Spartans retain Jonathan Smith?
I'm sure there is a world. I can't imagine what that world would be. And the question is, do they want to enter a coaching market where, you're going to be competing against a lot of other big-time programs? Is J-Bat going to be able to go down and get Brent Key? Is that what would energize this fan base? Because if it's not, you're probably looking at one of the up-and-coming coordinators. And I don't think there is a world. I don't know that that's possible because of the era that we live in, where if you go another year not energizing your program, not doing something, you're losing donors, you're losing NIL dollars, you're just falling further behind. And I just don't know that they can afford to do that.
Oddly, they haven't made the call, right? You've seen schools like Wisconsin and FSU publicly stand by and say the coach is coming back. You've had other schools racing to fire people. Oddly, MSU hasn't done anything. Yeah, I guess it is possible they bring him back, as unbelievable as that would be.
Michigan has beaten Ryan Day 4 consecutive times, but Day has just as many national championships as the Wolverines during that time. Does it matter if Day loses to Michigan again as long as the Buckeyes repeat as national champs?
See, back in olden times, these went hand in hand. You had to do one to get the other. Not the case. National title's the most important. Of course, personally, they want this win, but in terms of, no, national title's more important.
Does he lose his job if he loses to Michigan again and he wins a national championship? No. If he loses to Michigan and doesn't win a national championship, he's not fired either. There's going to be a lot of hate coming from Buckeye fans, and I'm sure his kids will have to have security going to school. They'll have to have security around the house. But no, he just won a national title. Look at what he's done at Ohio State. I don't see a world where that happens at all.
All right, the big story right now in college football is Lane Kiffin. He's been linked to Florida and LSU's head coaching vacancies, leaving playoff-bound Ole Miss in limbo. What do you make of this situation, and what do you think Kiffin will do?
I hate this situation. I hate the fact that in the NFL, other teams are not allowed to even interview you until you get into the playoffs. And the fact that LSU or Florida or anyone else is able to court a sitting head coach at this time of the year is bonkers. There needs to be rules in place. I hate this situation, and I hate it for the Ole Miss players. I hate it for their families. I hate it for their fan base. Ultimately, I think Lane Kiffin leaves, and he is no longer the coach Saturday morning. I don't know if he goes to Florida. I think that's probably the better fit if he leaves. LSU, is he just trying to chase and become the next Saban? Again, he's never going to get there, but I mean, I think with his reputation, he's a wanderer. He's a guy that just continues to try and what's next? What can I do next?
I think LSU has a better ceiling, a higher ceiling than Ole Miss or Florida. I think Lane's going to go chase the almighty dollar and the better job in LSU, and it sucks for all parties. I actually think it sucks for Lane, too. You don't think he wants to finish out this season? It sucks for the players. They don't have their coach.
It sucks for who? Lane Kiffin?
Yeah, he would want to finish this season. It's no different than what
he has he has the ability to make that decision.
John,
he could take more from Ole Miss and
listening.
coach for a national championship.
You're not listening. It sucks for everybody. It sucks for the players. It sucks for the school. Lane should want to finish this, but for his own professional career, there are better jobs. It's Prabula last year at Penn State. You think he would have loved to stick with his team for a national title? Too bad. Professional opportunity. You're going to Mizzou. It's a sham system. It sucks for everybody.
It doesn't suck for Lane Kiffin. He's making a lot of money. He's going to continue to make a lot of money.
He has to leave to take the job.
There's no world where you could say, "Oh, poor Lane Kiffin. Oh, poor Lane Kiffin. He's going to make $13 million a year, and he's going to have a buyout of $90 million."
It's the better career move for him to leave, is it not?
Yeah, but he
so
also
as a
has
result,
to be.
He has to sacrifice chasing a title this year, which sucks. Not as bad as for the players.
I do believe Ole Miss will offer him as much as LSU.
It's just not the same place. It doesn't offer the same resources.
I hear where you're coming from, Jim, but it's sort of like saying, and this sucks for Chauncey Billups right now.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, part of me hates bringing up same old Lions, but the Jameis Winston touchdown catch was a vintage and a SOL moment. Was that the biggest SOL moment of the Dan Campbell era?
No. First of all, an SOL moment would have to happen in a loss to be number one.
I
And
disagree
it's
with
clearly the Justin Tucker kick that you sat through, where it's the record field goal, and it's off. It bounces in and lingers for seemingly forever in agony.
No.
Yes.
No, SOL's dead. This is a new era. It's a new. It's Brad Holmes. It's Dan Campbell. I'm just not even going to say that there's even an SOL moment in this era.
That
No.
was a 3-ring circus play. The fact that the receiver got away from the pass rush and then hit him, and then Derek Barnes couldn't tackle him, that was... I laughed out loud when it happened. I wasn't mad. I laughed, and that reminds me of being SOL. Anyways, all right, at some point, opinions become fact. It's a fact that Barry Sanders is the Lions' greatest offensive player ever. Can you make the argument that Jahmyr Gibbs is the Lions' second greatest offensive player ever?
You can make the argument, yes. There's a great argument to be made. And so who would be second right now? Calvin?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. And so I'm not old enough to talk about anybody that played in the 50s or the 60s or 70s. I don't care.
Since the merger. Okay.
Right. Okay. Since the merger. I think he's on his way. And I know there's a lot of people that say, no, it has to be Calvin Johnson because of how dominant he was at his position. I think you look at how dominant Jahmyr Gibbs is at his position and how many different ways you can get him the ball. He's not just a receiver. He's not just a running back. He is explosive. The amount of touchdowns that he has scored to this point in his career is second to only Barry Sanders.
Calvin had 3 All-Pros. It's still Calvin for now.
Too soon, right?
Too soon.
Yeah.
But the case is starting to be built.
Yeah,
Oh, sure.
You can talk about how Jahmyr changes the game, but teams are putting like vice grips on Calvin in the red zone, like putting punt coverage on him in the red zone. He was changing the game too, and he'd win regularly in double and triple coverage down the field.
The triple coverage in Dallas is one of his greatest plays.
Yeah.
That was an unbelievable catch. All right, Jackson Smith and Jigba is having a breakout season. He currently has 1,313 yards and is on pace for 2029. That would make him the first receiver to pass the 2,000-yard golden barrier that's never been passed in the NFL. Is JSN Offensive Player of the Year, and is there an argument for him to be NFL MVP?
2 things working against him. 1, he doesn't throw the football. And 2, Matthew Stafford's throwing the football as good as anybody in recent years. 30 touchdowns, 2 picks. Offensive Player of the Year, maybe, not MVP.
Ditto. I mean, it's if he was able to throw the ball, and I don't expect him to go out there and start throwing any passes. What he has done for his team. I mean, I think there's an argument. We just talked about Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs, there's an argument that he might be the most valuable player to his team versus even JSN.
Yeah, I mean, this is Matthew Stafford's to lose right now. I mean, I think it would take a Stafford injury to take away the MVP, kind of like Carson Wentz several years ago.
Yeah.
He was going to be the MVP, and then he got hurt and didn't play enough. I think Smith and Jigba is kind of on par with Barkley last year, and Barkley didn't win it. And so it's kind of like what we did yesterday with the Heisman. The NFL MVP has just become a quarterback award.
I know.
Yeah. So they should just say quarterback of the year. All right, finally, Jack White is going to do the halftime show for Lions-Packers Thanksgiving game. Eminem and his manager, Paul Rosenberg, are producers of the show. Do you think Eminem will make an appearance on stage on Thursday?
We'd all love to see it, but I don't think he does. And we know that this partnership is just beginning. It goes through, 27, I believe. Mm-hmm. I think it'll extend it past that. I don't think he wants to set the precedent that I'm going to be a part of this show every single year. And I think that, I don't know that we don't see him in the length of this, but I don't think it happens in year 1.
Yeah, it's on stage, so it's like if they show him on a camera shot, it's not.
Right, that doesn't count. Yeah, no, he's not. I don't think he's going to be performing because I don't think he just wants to set the precedent that I'm going to do this every year, no matter who the artist is.
I don't think he locks himself into it, but I think it builds up to him doing it one of the next 2 years. Yeah, I think he makes an appearance, kick off the partnership right.
How about introducing him?
Sure.
That would count.
Get the crowd on their feet.
I think it would be awesome if they did something.
Okay, I would take introducing him as something different than performing with him.
The other thing is there's only so much time.
Yes.
If he's going to go out there, he's going to have to do one of his, and that cuts into what Jack White's doing.
Are you going to make an appearance on stage?
Just for you, Tom.
You sing it. You know how to.
Yeah.
It's the Tuesday touchdown, 97-1.
Hey, you hear all those ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy, it's a number, and that's good for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what's that do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, of course, but he knows it's not about the headlines, it's about you. That money pays your medical bills, it keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, it's Heather with the news.
Yep, this news is sponsored by Gardner White. Well, 2 Wayne County 15-year-olds have been charged for making threats against Centerline High School. So prosecutors say the teens directed the threats towards the high school and its students on November 21st. However, they haven't really discussed the nature of these alleged threats, but both teens have been charged with intentional threat to commit an act of violence against the school employees, or students, which is a 1-year misdemeanor. A preliminary hearing was held on Saturday. The teens were released on $500 personal bond. They do have some house restrictions. No internet use, only for school. No contact with any of the alleged victims or with each other. A man in West Bloomfield has been taken into custody after reportedly shooting a gun into his neighbor's home during a mental health crisis.
I saw the video of this.
So on Monday morning, the man's wife actually called police and said, hey, my husband is having basically a mental breakdown. He's wearing body armor. He's fired a gun into the neighbor's home. You need to get over here ASAP. First responders found the man behaving erratically in the yard. They had to use a taser to subdue him when he was resisting officers. Obviously, he was taken into custody. But police just say he walked across the street, broke a neighbor's window, and then started firing. And they said there were multiple people inside the home at the time, but thankfully, nobody was struck and nobody was injured. Chauncey Billups pleaded not guilty on Monday to charges he profited from this rigged poker game or poker games, including several mafia figures and at least one other former NBA player. He was arraigned in federal court in New York City on money laundering conspiracy and wire fraud conspiracy charges, both of which carry a maximum punishment of 20 years in prison. At a bond hearing later Monday morning, a judge released him on $5 million bond. He and his attorney declined to make any comments as they left the courthouse. I've got a couple of stories here that are going to make you think twice, possibly, about your bedding habits, your sheets, and how you keep your bed. So if you make your bed as soon as you wake up, you might think, hey, my morning's off to a good start. I'm winning this morning. But experts say you might want to reconsider, because when you sleep, obviously your body is heating up. You're releasing sweat that is, getting onto your sheets. And if you make the bed the second you wake up, you seal all of that grossness right in there. And on top of that, that warm little area, the cocoon you just got out of, becomes prime real estate, they say, for dust mites.
Oh, okay.
Because dust mites love moisture and they love dead skin cells, which you also release as you're sleeping. So
what do they recommend?
So you are now giving every teenager license to, the scientists say I shouldn't make my bed.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what they should do is get out of bed, leave the bedding a kind of open, a mess, go brush their teeth, go wash their face, go brush whatever you got to do. Brush your hair,
let
get
the
ready.
Bed cool off.
Let the bed cool down they even say let the bed breathe for about 30 minutes before you go in and make your bed. They do say making your bed is the right way to start your morning. They're just saying maybe do it a little differently. Now, when it comes to making your bed and it comes to your bedding, chances are you're not washing your sheets enough. So there's one study that found the average American changes their sheets about every 3 weeks. Other surveys suggest that once or twice a month is the norm. However, experts recommend making it a weekly chore. From a scientific standpoint, dirty sheets are just really gross. One we kind of talked about, you're sweating in bed, you're releasing these dead skin cells. They're also collecting dust and these dust mites. If you let your pets up on the bed, they've got the pet dander and pollen that are getting on there, and dirty sheets can cause all sorts of things. Acne, if you have eczema, it can make that worse.
Exacerbate it.
Yeah, they can trigger respiratory problems, especially if you have asthma or allergies. Also, washing your sheets every week on hot. Plus, you should shower before you get into bed every night so that you're washing off all the dirt and the grime of the day. Wash your face so you're not getting any, especially for women, the makeup and the products onto your pillow. And also, they say don't go to bed with wet hair because it's a breeding ground for bacteria on your pillowcase.
Yeah. No one wants moldy hair, right?
No. No, or a gross pillowcase is really
Right. How often do
Yeah.
you guys do your sheets?
probably every 3 weeks, maybe once a month. I mean, I feel like we push it.
Yeah, say once a month.
Okay.
What about
we're
you?
we're about once a week. Yeah.
You are?
Wow, you guys
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, we're about
on
once a
top of
week.
it.
Yeah, and I would say we probably 95 or more percent of the time we are showerers at night.
Yes, I am definitely with this job. I am much more of a shower in the evening, so
Yeah.
I usually always shower at night. Yeah, I hate doing the sheets because I feel like I want to do them immediately. Like I don't like them sitting in the dryer because I don't like wrinkly sheets. Like I like when they're like really nice and smooth and folded. So when you put them on,
You don't press your sheets. No one presses their sheets.
of course not. I could just throw away the iron. I can't remember the last time I've used an iron. And an ironing board just takes up unwanted. Nope, I get it out of there. Anyway, give us a call if you want to win some money and buy yourself a new iron. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, could have got one at Heather's garage sale.
You know what? I should have sold it. I just don't ever use it. I can't remember the last time I've ever used it. Finally, you guys, a driver in North Carolina walked away uninjured after a cat crashed through the passenger side of her windshield as she was driving down the highway. This was near the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. So she called 911, said, "You're never going to believe this, but a bald eagle just dropped a cat
Oh, wow.
onto my car." In the photo of her car,
The windshield?
I mean, a massive hole completely broke her windshield. And surprisingly, she was able to obviously pull over.
Sure.
She was not injured.
So I guess the question, I mean, she wouldn't know this, but how high up was the cat that fell through and how fast was she going?
Well,
That's a
it said-
huge hole.
It said she was on the highway.
So she's probably going 65, 70 miles an hour.
And she said it was the dispatcher was like, "No, I do believe you. Like I've
Yeah.
heard crazy stories." And, the dispatcher did have to ask if the cat was alive. And she said, no, the
Oh,
cat,
spent all nine.
cat's not. I'm guessing it was dead already, unless the eagle caught it when it was alive and then it was struggling with it
That's
and
how it felt, yeah.
dropped it. But anyway,
Anyway,
crazy story.
give away some money.
Let's give away some money. It's
Yeah.
time
Rock
for the
and
2
roll.
Grand Slam. Everyone knows the rules. You're going to get 60 seconds, 10 questions. If you can answer all of them correctly, you walk away a big winner. If not, you're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly.
John in Clinton Township, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Oh, we're doing all right. How are you this morning?
Not bad. On my way to work.
Okay. Great way to start the day.
Hopefully.
Great way.
Yeah.
Have you played before?
Not officially, but every morning on the way to work.
I love this. We've had a lot of first-time callers lately, or players, I should say. All right, John, if there's one you don't know, say pass. If there's enough time, we'll get back to it. So use your time wisely. Here we go. Your timer's going to start right now. Who did the Detroit Pistons play last night?
The Indiana Pacers.
Who was the head football coach of Ohio State before Ryan Day?
Urban Meyer.
Who did the Detroit Lions play on Thanksgiving last season?
Pass.
This band has the current hit Asking for a Friend.
Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Denver Broncos?
Sean Payton.
Newport is located in this Michigan county.
Pass.
Jackson Kohler plays for this college basketball team.
UConn.
Who played Roy Munson in the 1996 movie Kingpin?
Pass.
The main campus for Georgia Tech is located in this city.
Atlanta.
Who won American League Manager of the Year earlier this month?
Oh, God. The Indians. Who the hell was his name? Pass.
Who did the Detroit Lions play on Thanksgiving last season?
Chicago.
This band has the current hit Asking for a Friend.
I got you with 5.
5, yes.
All right. So
Not
was
bad.
yeah, not bad at all. Was the Chicago a guess?
I had a feeling. I just wasn't committed to it. I knew I wanted to just pass it and really think about it.
Well, you
There
got
go.
it.
Well, you got
So-
it. Yeah, on the way back. Nice job. And later on, you got Munson.
Yeah.
but you got 5. It's $125. So congratulations. 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays is brought to you by Femininity Law. Get David, get paid.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Put you on hold, get you paid. John, you want to go through this?
Yeah, he started off pretty good.
Yeah, who'd the Pistons play last night?
Indiana Pacers.
Franchise record, tied it. 13 straight wins for the Pistons. Head coach before Ryan Day.
It would be Urban Meyer. You nailed that one.
Got back to the Lions, played the Bears on Thanksgiving last year.
You would think you'd have to just guess a division opponent.
Yeah, that's a safe bet. The band that has the current hit Asking for a Friend. I didn't know this one.
Yeah, Foo Fighters. I didn't know either.
Head coach of the Denver Broncos.
Sean Payton nailed that one.
John, I didn't know Newport. Which county is it in?
It's in Monroe. I'll have to admit, of the geography questions, this is one that I would not have gotten. It's a tough one.
Jackson Kohler plays for this college basketball team.
What did he say?
said
UConn?
UConn.
Yeah, sorry. It's right here in the state. Michigan State University.
Who played Roy Munson?
Oh, man, it's such a great movie. Woody Harrelson does a great job with that part, too.
Main campus for Georgia Tech is in which city?
Atlanta.
Who won the American League Manager of the Year earlier this month? Was it really earlier this month? Yeah,
I
guess it
believe
would've
so.
been,
Yeah. November's a long month. Yeah, Stephen Vogt.
Of the Cleveland Guardians.
Yes. Well, he said actually Indians. He's like, what, the Indians? Indians.
It had to be that guy.
So we got 5 of them.
Dan Campbell's going to join us this morning at 8 o'clock. We'll hear from the Lions head coach. Coming up next, the Hutch Conversation. It's 97.1.
Hey Detroit, Heather here. Verizon wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, think again. Not only do they let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan, and everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. Plus, when you mention hearing this radio ad, Verizon will give you up to $50 towards the purchase of a qualifying accessory just for bringing in your bill for review. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store today for a better deal. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Excludes taxes, fees, surcharges, additional plan discounts or promotions, and third-party services. Void if any line canceled or moved to an eligible plan. Plan perks, taxes, fees, and surcharges subject to change. Purchase credit limited to 50 redemptions per store, one per person, first come, first served basis. Apple products excluded. Any difference between credit and cost of accessory not redeemable for cash or otherwise. Additional terms apply. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Talk to Lions head coach coming up at 8 o'clock. Get his thoughts as the Lions move on from the Giants game, an OT win, and a quick turnaround with the big showdown Thanksgiving Day against the Green Bay Packers. John, the Hutch conversation.
Yeah, that is.
Got into it a little bit yesterday. Their right tackle came out and said that he didn't do anything all game until the sack at the end. Mm-hmm. Do we need to get more out of Hutch?
I mean, yes. I think there needs to be more impactful pressures. I know he leads the NFL in pressures, and they've talked about the 6 pressures, that he had in that game, and obviously the sack to end the game. But even that one was, he retraced his steps. It was Jameis Winston escaping the pocket. I would like to see more wins for him quicker in the, on an offensive tackle to where, you don't really see him beat a guy around the edge. And I look at him, I'm not saying Jalen Phillips is Aiden Hutchinson, but when you watch on 4th down, got to have it down in that game going against an all-world tackle, what happens? He beats him around the edge instantly, and it changes the course of that game. We need to see more of those got to change the course of the game moments from Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and we got some feedback yesterday even of people disappointed in Aiden Hutchinson. The quote from the Giants right tackle, how do I say this respectfully? He didn't do a damn thing all effing game. He strikes me as the type of guy that would try to celebrate that one play, but for most of the day, I was on an island with him, and he didn't do anything. Obviously, I'm upset about the last play, but at the same time, there's not much you can do. They know what you're going to do. He still tries to give me his best move. I run him by the quarterback, and he manages to run back upfield and get the sack. You can relate to some of that as an offensive lineman.
Oh, sure. I mean, the amount of times where it doesn't have to be the last play of the game, but if you're looking at it and you're like, I own this guy for 75 plays, and there's that one where he gets the sack, and then everybody's celebrating that one play for that one player versus the other 75 where there was absolutely nothing done. And, I mean, he is impactful, and he is one of the top edge defenders in all of the NFL. I love having Aiden Hutchinson on our team. This is not a conversation about that, but we mentioned it yesterday. With a lot of commas comes a lot of expectations, and there's a lot of commas in that paycheck.
Do you feel like he's not living up to the contract? Because I don't want to go that far with people. Like, if you feel that way, let us know. 248-539-9797.
I don't necessarily. I'm not necessarily saying that. I do need more, and I need more wins when it's going to change the course of the game. And you can look at the numbers and say, well, he's right there with Micah Parsons. Well, Micah Parsons has the ability to win at the snap of the ball against really good offensive linemen.
Because the deal with Aiden, I mean, he's one of the 3 to 5 best edge players in football. I don't really think there's a debate. He's clearly one of the 5 best edge players in all of football. So if you're upset, I'd like to maybe understand a little more why. If you want more from your star, cool. I think you could always ask more of your stars. They're stars. But I think he's played very well this season. You start to break it down. He's number 1 in pressures, number 2 in QB hits, number 2 in hurries. And in terms of translating it to sacks, he's pacing for 13. It's not like he's left off the score sheet here. He's right there with Micah Parsons in terms of sacks.
Okay, so let's just take a look at, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but the amount of pressures that he had and the amount of pressures that the Lions defense had on Jameis Winston.
Right.
It was a very large number, like 50% of the time. But the problem is Jameis Winston had the most time of any quarterback to throw the ball. So it wasn't like,
where were those pressures coming? You're saying,
when were they applied? Like,
yeah,
okay,
late.
so if it's 3.5 seconds, that's 3.5 seconds of protection. Eventually, the protection is going to break down.
Right.
It's the same as talking about a defensive back. You can only hold up for so long before the advantage just simply goes away.
I don't know how they scored it, but on the interception that Thomas Harper got, Aiden was the nearest defender pressuring Jameis as he was rolling right. Does he get credit for a pressure there? Again, I don't know their rubric.
Right.
But if he gets credit for a pressure there, that's a pressure that led to an interception. He got the game-sealing sack. Do you wish he won off the line of scrimmage immediately and the play ended in 1.5 seconds? Yeah, me too. But part of the appeal to Hutch has always been he never leaves the field. He plays with relentless effort, and that second rush is what's delivered a lot of the sacks for him. Now, do you want him to be more of a first rush win guy? Okay, I guess I could hear that conversation.
Right, because it's when, if I'm putting together a plan to block Aiden Hutchinson, I'm not necessarily worried about him beating me off the snap. That's not what he does. And some of it, I'm looking at his stance. And I know, I mean, he looks like he's, his head is down, his butt's up in the air, and his first couple of steps are he raises up. And it's not, instead of going out and taking ground, he's raising up. And now all of a sudden, I have time to get into my pass set. And the thing that you know about Aiden Hutchinson is you may get your hands on him. And one of the things that is an advantage to him is he's tall, he's long, he's got the ability to get that reach. And so it's a battle of getting your hands on him first or getting them off of you. It's an all-day sucker. You're going to have to block for 3, 4, 5 seconds because he's just not going to let up. That's his superpower. It's not beating you off the snap of the ball. And yeah, there's a measure of bull rush and the power that he brings. Yeah. But again, I'm not as a tackle. That's not my number one concern for the game that I played.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think in today's game too. Still, you can't get beat right off the ball,
right?
Because you're going to get your quarterback killed. Mm-hmm. If it takes 3 or 4 seconds. A lot of quarterbacks can extend that play.
Or a lot of quarterbacks just get rid of the ball.
Or just get rid of the football. Do you need to see more out of Hutch? Is he doing enough? 248-539-9797. Some of the responses, we'll get to the phones. Brandon in Chesterfield, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how we doing, guys? So my thing is, when I'm watching this is it seems to me like it's more about the defensive backs. It seems more about the linebackers, the secondary. It seems like they're giving the what they're doing is they're stopping the quarterback from being able to make throws. They're keeping the wide receivers in check. It's given Hutchinson a lot more time to get the pressure. So a pressure that's happening because of our defensive backs, our secondary, and our other defensive players. After 3 to 4 seconds of the quarterback having time, I mean, that's not even a pressure that I even care to talk about.
Right.
So I'll coin a phrase. Are they coverage pressures? There's coverage sacks. You've heard of those. Are these coverage pressures?
Some of them are, yeah. Not all of them, but I think a large part of them are. And the fact that he is out there 97% of the snaps, he's going to get, just by default, more pressures.
You're going to accrue, hey, you were around the quarterback.
Yeah.
Right. So you got a guy like Micah Parsons, who it seems like it's not his secondary that's giving him time to get a pressure. He's getting the pressure, helping out the secondary.
Right. And some of this isn't, I need to see more impact throughout the course of the game by Aiden Hutchinson, not just the last snap of the game. It's, you need to see, and we had this argument, and I know Dan has said we're good, need to see more from the other guys. And part of that sack was the fact that Aleem McNeil absolutely blew up the middle of the offensive line, and he's the one that pushed Jamison Winston out, and the beneficiary of that was Aiden Hutchinson.
Right. I mean, the guy getting the majority of the snaps opposite edge of Aiden right now is Lacey.
Mm-hmm.
Lacey was the guy they added at the very end of the camp, right?
Right. And early on in the season, we were talking about the production of Al-Quadin Muhammad. And we were talking about some of the other guys being able to, their numbers were up because they were your double team and triple team in Hutch. And trust me, I know that those are there. And it's really hard to win against 3 guys, especially immediately. Like, it's just, that's not going to happen. If I'm an offensive tackle, knowing that I have outside help, I'm instantly sitting for a bull rush, and I'm sitting on his inside number because I don't have to worry about any speed because I got help.
Let me correct that. It's not Lacey. It's Tyrus Wheat that just played the most snaps at the opposite edge last week against the Giants. Wheat on the season, 1.5 sacks. So that speaks to what you're talking about. It's 97-1.
Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's all about togetherness at this holiday. It's called Pass the Leg, and here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you can each lock in the group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab a crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
10 minutes away from Lions head coach Dan Campbell. We'll take some of your phone calls, read some of your texts. The question on Hutch. Got a lot of this yesterday, inspired by the talk of the Giants' right tackle. Is Hutch doing enough? 248-539-9797. He had the game-ending sack, but as people have pointed out, it was the only sack of the day for the Lions front. Does he need to be more impactful? The numbers tell you he is. I mean, he's number 1 in pressures, number 2 in hits and hurries. Sacks aren't lacking. He's what, up to 8.5 now on the season? Pacing for 13, a career high. But there's this understanding that, well, we need more. And I'm cool with it. Like, hey, star players, you always ask more. But, John, these are some of the responses we're getting. Good player, not a great player. We paid him to be a great player. He gets handled one-on-one too much. Never seems to make a play when we need it most. Do more. Make plays. Put up numbers like you're paid for. You're paid like the best. No excuses, Joe in a truck. People are acting like they need a 20-sack season after a horrific leg injury. Sparty Radio 2 to 6 started this narrative yesterday.
Well, I don't necessarily. Well, I didn't hear what they had to say, but we had some of these calls yesterday, and I kept waiting all game long. I'm like, okay, if they're going to continue to throw the ball downfield. And Jameis Winston, I know that part of this conversation is, okay, he's a third-string quarterback. He's got a couple of 4,000-yard passing seasons. He's got a season where he threw for 5,000 yards. Now, in that season, he threw for 30 interceptions. But he's a guy that can throw the ball downfield. And when he's on and when he gets in a groove, then he could be dangerous. The issue is you got to get him out of that groove. You got to hit him.
You really show your lack of football knowledge if you think Hutch isn't playing well. Maybe stop only looking at sacks on the stat sheet.
Okay, I don't think any of us have said he's not playing well.
No. I'm not as hard on him as I think most fans are, to be clear. I still think he's a top 5 player at his position. And if he's not Myles Garrett, and that's his cross to bear, then I don't know what to tell you. He's not Myles Garrett.
Yeah, Myles Garrett's a freak. There's one.
Yeah.
And do I think that within the course of the next 5 or 6 years, he could have a Myles Garrett season like Myles Garrett is having right now and have 18 sacks through this time of the year? Yeah, I do.
But, John, they're paying him to be Myles Garrett. No, they're paying him because he was the next edge up. We do this at all the key marquee positions. Let's not get stupid about this.
Right, and I'm not going to link this to his contract. I know I said, hey, with a lot of comments come a lot of expectations, and that's not wrong, but I think he's having a hell of a year. I want him to be a difference maker and be more impactful with being able to get to the quarterback.
I liked the nuance that you brought, which was when the pressure happens post-snap. Is the pressure happening 1.5 seconds or 3.5 seconds after the ball is snapped? It counts as a pressure, but not all pressures are created equal. Right? I think he will get pressure or credit for a pressure on the interception that they forced.
Right, and that's
a
part
good
of
pressure.
Yes,
but not all pressures are created equal, and I think that's what requires. What are you supposed to do? Go back through PFF goes back and grades this, but you need like a grade of their grade. You need like even more data on when the pressures occur in the snap. I mean, some of it is you just use your eyes. You watch the game and you go, I don't see him around the quarterback enough.
Well, and part of it is, in that game he wasn't double and triple teamed all day long, but when he is, you need to have wins on the other side. And whether it doesn't matter the player, and I don't care where it comes from. It's got to be Hutch and.
Yeah.
And now that Aleem McNeil, hopefully he's starting to find, we saw what we saw against Tampa Bay. We need to see more of that. If you can get it from Aleem McNeil, if you can get it from Tyleek Williams, DJ Reader, I'm fine with it coming from the inside, but you need to be able to get more pressure other than just the entire offense focused on how do we block Aiden Hutchinson, and we'll just single everybody else up.
Stu in West Bloomfield, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah, like you alluded to before the break, John, the other guys got to step up because if Hutch is getting chipped and double-teamed, we need pressure from someplace else. And like you said, Aleem McNeil blew up that spot that forced Jameis Winston to have to turn and run back into Hutch. We need that on every play if Hutch is getting doubled and triple-teamed. And the other guys, how many sacks do they have together versus Hutch? 8 sacks.
Yeah, so Al-Qadim Muhammad has 6 on the season, but he's playing only situationally. Like, the guys that are logging the majority of the snaps opposite Aiden are Tyrus Wheat, who has 1.5 sacks on the season. They played Aleem a little bit on the edge. You're not going to get a pass rush when you put him out there. That's more early down run stuffing. They aren't playing a majority of the snaps with two edge guys that can put fear into a quarterback.
Right. And you don't need...
So if I can put all my eggs against... Sorry to cut you off, John.
No, that's okay.
All my eggs against Aiden and don't even have to worry about the other guys, yeah, okay. Aiden Hutchinson numbers are not going to be as impressive as if he's getting help. It's like sending the Justice League against Darkseid, but only sending Batman and Robin.
Okay. I guess I get what you're saying. I'm not a superhero aficionado.
Okay, Batman and Robin don't have superpowers like Superman and the rest of the guys, so you send Batman against, the big bad.
Okay. Now it makes sense.
I could connect the dots.
Yeah.
I got where he was going.
Yeah.
Let's get to Dante. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, when I look at Aiden's stats, right before his injury last year, he was 7.5. All right. Most fans look at sacks, right? Sacks, but statistically, you guys, the sports writers, everybody, they look at everybody else. Valenti said something, pretty key yesterday. Pressures, all that stuff don't matter if the quarterback gets the ball off and gets a completed pass. In the scheme of things, in the real game time, right? I agree with most fans. Like it's frustrating, but you got to remember this kid's coming off breaking his femur in half. Okay,
well, wasn't his femur?
Was it? What was it? What did he break?
It was one of the lower bones. Yeah, the tibia, fibula.
Yeah, but I mean, he came back from an injury that takes a while to come back with. Like the guy is 100% gas every play. You ever look at him? He's constantly breathing heavy because he doesn't stop. Do I agree we've missed the opportunity with another edge to take the pressure off? Yeah,
sure.
At the same time, I do. But, I think our fan base, when you're good, we put you on a gold chariot and we walk you around town. When you're bad for one game, we dig a hole like in Step Brothers and we're about to take you out. It doesn't take much for this fan base to turn on you. I just honestly think that it's going to turn on here pretty soon. I think he's getting his rhythm back. I know everybody's like, it's not quick enough. Listen, we have one of the best 5 edge rushers in the league. We should be
Well, and I think that gets lost in all this. Again, I'm always cool saying, hey, fans want more from their stars. That's why they're stars. But when you have a guy who plays damn near 100% of the snaps, is responsible against the run, gets a lot of pressure. Not all pressures are good, but you want to get pressure. I mean, that's undisputed. You want to get pressure on the quarterback. He does get sacks. He just forced a pressure into a pick and a game-ending sack, and the talk is, are we getting enough out of him? The answer is you could always get more, but I don't want this to be twisted into he's not good enough. I think he is good enough.
Oh, there's no question.
I have no issues with the contract. I don't want to revisit any of that.
No, but I do think there are some impactful moments where he could be more of an influence than he has been. It's like saying Amon-Ra St. Brown. No more drops.
Dan Campbell next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Cade Cunningham has praised Detroit and the Pistons franchise numerous times in recent months, and after last night's 122-117 win against Indiana, in which Cade led Detroit with 24 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists, the superstar doubled down on his appreciation for the team. One historic franchise can make history against another tomorrow if the Pistons can defeat the Boston Celtics and break the franchise record with 14 straight victories. Boston is a game above 500 this year and are victorious in 4 of their last 5. The Red Wings lost in New Jersey last night 4-3. They did get goals from Alex DeBrincat, Dylan Larkin, and James Van Riemsdyk. The Devils snapped a 3-game losing skid. Number 7, Michigan, 94-54 victory over San Diego State in the Players Era Championship in Vegas last night. Axel Lendeborg had 15 points and 6 boards. Michigan had had 6 scores in double figures, they can now get revenge against the team that ended their season last year when they take on number 21 Auburn at 8:30. And coming up, Dan Campbell will talk to Costa and Jansen here on 97.1 ahead of the Lions' Thanksgiving Day game against the Packers. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanksgiving week, Packer week. He's the Lions head coach. Dan Campbell. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, we're doing all right. Hey, first of all, congratulations on the win. That was an emotional roller coaster. We had TJ in yesterday, and there was so many ups and downs in that game. How did you come out of it emotionally?
Yeah, I talked to TJ after that game. He looked like he was worn out, man.
He wasn't the only one.
Actually, maybe that was me. Maybe no, it was awesome. Man, it felt good, and you don't always draw them up that way, but there again, man, at critical moments when we needed it most, the defense, special teams, and offense stepped up in a big way, and we made critical plays at critical times to win that game.
I'm glad you mentioned the defense because 90% of the season, the defense has been really good. And, I mean, especially with, injuries in the secondary. Sunday didn't appear to be up to that standard. What were some of the challenges you guys faced against the Giants offense? What was giving you difficulties?
Well, they threw the kitchen sink at us, and, we always prepare for different gadgets, things that'll happen. You can't prepare for all of them, but there's going to be some things thrown your way. And so some of those, look, they happen. You get hit on them. Winston, breaks a tackle there, launches one. And so they got us on a couple of those, and then we had a few pressures there where we're sending quite a few guys and we couldn't quite get there in time, and then you get strung out on the coverage aspect. And a guy like Winston, man, he's going to lay it out there. He's got a massive arm, and this guy is not void of talent. I mean, so I've seen him at his best, and I thought he played one of the best games that he's played the other day, man. He saw the field well. He played strong and launched it out there. And then we had a couple where, just snafus. We run into each other, some of these picks, these rubs that happened. But there again, that's not indicative of who we are defensively. It was just kind of one of those days, man. And I think the most impressive thing is, as bad of a day as it went in spurts for all three phases, we came together and willed ourselves to win that game.
Can you speak to the trade-off, Aleem playing some of the edge and what it does for you versus the run, but maybe the trade-off of not getting enough pressure or sacks in a game like that?
Well, it gets our best personnel on the field is what it does in certain packages, So, because now you get Mack, you get Reeder, you get Tyleek, you get Hutch, certainly, as always, and Barnes and Alex and and Jack. So that's what it does a lot when you're going to play some of these big base looks, and that's why. And then when we go sub, he kicks down as usual and goes to the 3 technique. But that's why.
Is this a week you guys expect to get Marcus Davenport back, or could you give people an update?
Well, we're hopeful. We're hopeful. I mean, he looked really good last week. We're getting him some walkthrough reps. We did yesterday, getting him some today, and then we'll see. It's just a matter of us saying, all right, is he ready for this? Not being in a practice setting this week, getting ready to go. Now, he did last week, and that's ultimately what it would come down to. How does he feel? Does he feel like he can do this and he's ready to go? Does he need one more week, get ready for Dallas? And so we're still talking about all that, but I do like where he's at for sure. It's come a long way, man. He's put in a lot of work to get back. He always does.
You mentioned just a minute ago all 3 phases, and I think Jack Fox was a huge weapon in terms of being able to flip the field, pin him down inside the 20. I think 4 of those punts were down inside the 20. But you've also mentioned that there's a lot of things that still need to be cleaned up. If you could choose one thing that got cleaned up in the final 6 games, what would the most important thing to get cleaned up, what would it be?
Oh, you're saying from this point on?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And are you talking about in all 3 phases? Or
No,
you're
if there
talking
was
about...
just one thing and you could pick from all 3 phases.
Yeah, well, look, I think we got to be a little more efficient in third down, man. You know, we got to stay in manageables, and then we got to convert 1 or 2 more third downs a game at least. You know, 1 or 2 is going to go a long way, and a lot of that's going to come up to, hey, man, what do I select to help these guys get in position, and then we got to make plays.
Dan, one more thing from the Giants game. We've talked about more on your plate as a play caller. At the end of the half, I know you said there was a headset issue. You had to burn the timeout. Should you have used the timeout right after Raymond catches the ball? Then you have more shots to the sideline and end zone as opposed to having just the one play?
Yeah, I should have used it there. But it was like, look, we got one more, so you can still take a shot inbounds, use the timeout, and then if you like where you're at, throw it in the end zone or kick the field goal. But otherwise, yeah, you can. And then if you don't, you use the timeout, and then you still got a clock it situation, and then you're still in the same boat to where you're going to have one play to decide what you're going to do. So, but if you just want to take 3 shots to the end zone, I'm with you, you know.
Is that something
Probably should have done it, probably could have done it, but it's, you know, in the moment I was like, hey, man, let's just go ahead and clock it. We still got one timeout.
Right,
You know?
you still give yourself a chance to at least get some points. I'm just curious, like, is that something you're still trying to juggle, the responsibilities?
You don't want to play for disaster either, but if something happens, at least you still got it in your pocket.
Right. Is that something, though, like you said, well, I probably should have done it differently. Is that something you're still working through, both calling the plays and managing that game situation? Because it is more on your plate.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think some of it, the more I'm back in it and doing both, the better I'll get. And look, I'm always going to want to do things better than I did the week before. I think we're all that way, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
I think you want your show to be better next week than it is this week, right?
We do.
Yeah, we're hoping for tomorrow.
Absolutely. We all do, man. We're all trying to get better.
Totally relate to that.
Your players have talked about the importance of these games, and you mentioned with this stretch of 3 home games, you're 1-0 at this point. Obviously, you got Green Bay coming up on Thursday. Do you view this, or are your players viewing this as a must-win game because of where the division is, where we are in the schedule, and the record?
I mean, I haven't talked in those terms. To me, it's just about, look, here's the plan. Here's what we can't do that happened last week. Here's what we got to do again that really helped us win the last one. And this is what we got to do against Green Bay, man. And we got to play with more energy. We got to play harder. We got to finish plays. And we got to be more detailed. And the rest will take care of itself.
Season's a long season. How are you guys different, and how is Green Bay different than when you met back in week 1?
Well, we're more seasoned, right? We had some... We've got more banked reps with some young guys here than we did when we went into week 1. And look, these guys they're more polished too. I just think they're better versions of where we were in week 1. I mean, this is a good team. It's a dangerous team. This is one of the best defenses in the league right now. I mean, this front is. It's tough, man. They put pressure on you, and they got good backers, good coverage players, and and then offensively they got plenty of weapons, and it starts with Love. So, but I think we're both in a better place than we were week 1, and that's what you want.
The offensive line, especially Coyote Awosika, since he stepped in for Mahogany, how would you evaluate his play? Is he doing enough? And your concern of facing this defensive front that the interior 3 and really the offensive line struggled against Green Bay in week 1?
Yeah, look, Yodi, here's the thing. You're there, and it's like, oh, man, you see a couple of these plays, and it's, it's tough because everybody sees them, and it leads to something bad happening. So, but in the grand scheme of things, you take 2 or 3 plays out of there, and Yodi played pretty dang good, and that's what's hard. So look, just clean a couple of things up. He's been really good in protection for us. He just got beat a couple of times, but look, Yodi's going to be fine. He's played a lot of football for us. He's a steady, reliable guy. And he did a number of things there in the run game the other day that really helped us get what we did over the 200-yard mark. So he'll be good. Those guys work together well, and we'll be good here.
You've talked about trying to get Tesla involved more. Why hasn't it translated, or why haven't we seen more of him?
We try to get him more involved here a little bit. He's playing more, and it's just sometimes the ball doesn't go that way, right? There's only so many plays you have to make somebody a primary, and if you're not the primary at that point, then it goes to the primary, and then it works its way across the board. So, and then look, Leaf's been in there quite a bit because Leaf's been a reliable guy for us. But look, his time's coming. Right now, he's helping us on special teams. He's a fill-in player on offense, and he's continuing to get better. We like him, and it's patience, man. It'll come.
So I want to give you an easy one here, and we asked you this a couple of years ago. I'm still trying to get over the fact that your power rankings, you think ham is superior on Thanksgiving than turkey.
It's the right opinion.
But when you get to the dessert, give us what is it your wife makes or traditional at the Campbell table that your number one dessert is.
Okay, that's a good one. All right. Well, I would probably say pumpkin pecan pie.
Oh. Combining both of it. Is it just a pumpkin, or is it a pumpkin pie with like a pecan topping?
That's correct.
Oh.
It's excellent.
Yeah, I bet it is. It sounds great.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad you said pecan versus pecan. Because
I'm not a pecan talker. I'm a pecan. It's just how I grew up. I don't know.
Hey, speaking of your background, then Texas A&M, Texas, big game this week. You got any thoughts on it?
Well, always root for the Aggies, man. I'm just glad the rivalry's back. Golly, for years. I mean, that was one of the oldest rivalries in college football, and then it just went away, when A&M went to the SEC. So thank goodness it's back, man. I love it, and it's one of those things when you're down south or down in Texas. I mean, there's a lot of jawing going on back and forth. There's a lot of pride in both schools, both teams, but I'll be rooting for the Aggies.
Is this the year for the Aggies?
Yeah, it's a year for the Aggies, of course.
You see the national title in their future?
You go ahead. Say, dumb question.
I've asked dumber, Dan. It's all good. Appreciate your time as always.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving. Yep.
You too.
It's 97.1.
Hey, Metro Detroit, listen up. The turkey, apparently, according to Dan, can wait, but these deals won't. The Black Friday sales event is happening right now at your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers, and they're pulling out all the stops. Need professional-grade power? They've got the 2026 GMC Sierra. Whether you're tailgating downtown or heading up north, get behind the wheel of exceptional offers available right now. This is the truck built for Detroit, or you can elevate your drive with the luxury of Buick. The all-new Buick Enclave and the stylish Encore GX are here. Experience SUV luxury that is exceptional by design with lease offers that make upgrading easier than ever. But here's the reality check. The clock stops on December 1, so get it done now. When the calendar flips, these Black Friday offers vanish. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. Black Friday sale ends December 1st. See dealer for details.
If you're injured in a car accident, you need to call Lawrence KG and KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. So you get someone who cares about you and someone who pays attention to the details, someone who wins for you. That's Lawrence KG. He's won millions for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. You need KG Law. That's 877-KG-CARES, K-A-J-Y, KGCares.com. Well, John, there's one way to find out. You said, I don't understand how this caller is being described on the screener.
Yeah.
Jamie in Grand Rapids, explain yourself.
From what perspective? I guess I need to...
Don't overthink it. Just what's your point?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I love Dan, and he's a classy guy as always, especially saying pecan the right way. I don't understand that. We all know what they need to get better at. They're going into week 12. I'm just not hearing the how. How are you going to get better on third down? Going into week 12, we know it's been a problem pretty much all year. How are you going to do it? How are you going to get better? What's it going to take? I love Dan, but right now we're missing the how of this team. How are they going to do it? Earlier, you were talking about Hutchinson, great player. I think he's going to have a phenomenal career. He deserves the contract he has. Are we going to be able to rely on? Who are we going to be able to rely on? We talk about defense and all that. Well, I don't know what unit of that defense. We're not getting pressure. We get carved up.
Right.
Secondary's played well, but it's thin.
You know, it's Jamie. It's been an inconsistent group, so then you have a hard time hanging your hat on the one thing you can count on in all the big games. Because we had TJ on yesterday. He said, "I think this is a physical team. They're going to run the ball and stop the run." Well, they didn't run it well against Philly, Kansas City, or Green Bay in the first meeting. You know, like they don't really have that answer that we've consistently seen from them. So the how is hard to quantify. Like, how do you answer that? How are they going to get better on third down, John?
Well, I mean, okay. So first thing is you got to protect better.
Yeah.
If it's going to be third and 4 or 5 plus, you're going to have to find a way to give Jared Goff more time. It can't just be, hey, you get overcome at one of the guard positions and then somebody is in Jared Goff's face right away because, Jared Goff can get rid of the ball, may not always go to the right place, and we've seen guys run wide open, but he hasn't had a chance to get to that progression. He didn't even see him, and I'm not going to blame Jared Goff for that, but you got to get better protection. Then the next thing is this is where I do believe, and I think I saw the snap chart in regards to Isaac Tisla. He was right at about 30 or 34 snaps this past week. So, Dan's right where they are getting him more opportunity. But to be able to get to the third option, which no one's going to sit there and say, on 3rd and 5, Isaac Tisla is the number one option.
Right.
He may be the best option, but that's because they've covered Amon-Ra St. Brown. They've covered Brock Wright. J-Mo's not there, and they've got to get to Isaac Tisla. We saw, there was a target to him, and it was just an errant throw because Jared Goff was under pressure at that time. So if you can get enough protection, long enough protection to be able to go through all of the progressions, I think that's where Isaac Tisla can really be effective in converting some of those third downs.
I feel like we're a broken record in a lot of ways that it always comes back to winning up front with the offensive line. Mm-hmm. It's been a story since the day Ragnow officially retired, and it's only continued to be a story. It was a story after week 1 against the Green Bay Packers, and John, it's going to be a huge part of the game this week on Thursday again.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Let's pair these two conversations together about do we need more from Hutch? When Jared Goff is in 3rd and 5, and all of a sudden a defensive tackle is on him right now, like that's the impact that we need from Aiden Hutchinson on a mid-game 3rd and 6. Like, you have to be able to apply a pressure at that point, because then it turns into an interception or even an incompletion, and that's where you get off the field.
Well, and then let's tie it all together. Complementary football is something that Campbell loves to talk about, and he said yesterday he was right after the game at the podium, that they played complementary football when they had to, right? Like, hey, there's no time to give up another score, need a stop. Hey, there's no time, have to at least get it to OT. The complementary football is, okay, if I can't protect Jared Goff enough to score 30 points, if I'm not going to have this lethal offense that just moves and hums on 3rd and 4th down, then it's got to come from the defense. They got to pick one another up, and it may have to be somebody different depending on the opponent every single week, but they got to start solidifying their strength. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So a Michigan veterinarian will be spending 10 days behind bars for refusing to return a dog to a homeless man after she found it tied to a truck. You might remember the story, but it happened last year. Last year, this vet was in Grand Rapids for like a professional conference, right? When she saw this dog, an older dog, 16-year-old dog tied to a truck near a coffee shop. She took the dog, took it to her clinic, which is about 2 hours away. She says she cleared up a severe urinary tract infection, removed a rotten tooth. And then later, she was charged after she refused to bring the dog back to its owner, Chris Hamilton, who is a Grand Rapids man who was homeless at the time, but had owned the dog for 13 years. So she kind of claimed that it was her ethical duty as a veterinarian to take care of the dog. Also noted that the dog wasn't licensed, but a jury did convict her during a 2-day trial. And during that trial, she did say, you know what, she kind of failed to recognize the bigger picture of the situation, to recognize the heartbreak that would follow by her not returning a dog to the person who loved it, who had owned it, who had taken care of it for a long time. She could have faced quite a bit of time, up to 93 days in jail, but instead got the 10 days. Her attorney had asked for community service, but that was denied.
Shot down,
On Monday, a tree from Michigan made its way to Washington, D.C. to become this year's official White House Christmas tree.
How about that?
The 25-foot white fir was cut down last week at Corson's Tree Farm in Sydney Township, and it arrived by horse and carriage, which is pretty cool. So what's neat about this is that Corson's Tree Farm secured the honor of having the White House Christmas tree by winning the National Christmas Tree Association's National Tree Contest earlier this year, and that's kind of what tradition is. The winner of that contest has produced the official White House Christmas tree since 1966.
Cool.
So
Awesome.
pretty darn cool. Yeah. Congrats to them. Chauncey Billups has pleaded not guilty to federal charges, accusing him of profiting from a mafia-backed rigged poker operation that allegedly, stretched from Manhattan to Vegas. He was in federal court on Monday, where prosecutors detailed the allegations linking him to this sophisticated criminal enterprise. They talked about all of the technology, the hidden cameras, the special sunglasses, basically that were used to cheat players out of millions of dollars. He faces charges of money laundering conspiracy and wire fraud conspiracy, which both carry a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. This holiday season, Americans plan to spend less money than they did last year. In fact, data shows that consumers plan to spend 10% less than the $1,778 they intended to spend in 2024. And one expert just says these cutbacks and concerns are about, the concerns over the economy, inflation, rising prices, job market weakness, things as that. So it did find different spending habits, though, between generations. Gen X and baby boomers are intending to spend less. They want to save their money, watch a little bit closer, where Gen Z and millennials plan to kind of
splurge. Or
not
stay the same.
necessarily splurge, but just kind of stay the same. We're not, going crazy, but we're not really trying to watch our wallet, You might have seen this in the news. Tara Reid was spotted leaving a hotel bar in Chicago over the weekend on a stretcher. So TMZ got video of her in this hotel lobby shortly after midnight on Sunday morning, and she was unable to stand. She was barely coherent. In fact, they tried to take her out in a wheelchair, but she couldn't even stay in the wheelchair. She kind of was sliding out of the wheelchair, so they had to use the stretcher. She claims that she was drugged. She told TMZ that she ordered one drink that night, but then went outside to smoke, leaving obviously the drink unattended. She came back and finished it. And she says the next thing she knew, she was in the hospital. And so her reps have filed a police report. And now she is urging everyone to be very careful about your drinks. Don't leave anything unattended. So is that true? Is it not? We don't really know. But
the photo
that's
is
her
wild,
story.
though.
It
Her
is
like on a
wild.
stretcher.
It's crazy. And the photo of her not being able to sit in a wheelchair is crazy.
Yeah.
Of her just literally
Yeah.
yeah. But hopefully,
Scary.
Very scary.
Heather with the news. Hey, Pistons fans that want us to talk more about them. We got a lot to talk about at 8:50. This team has won 13 straight. Greg Palm next, 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping men across Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. He's helped thousands look younger, feel better, and get back the confidence they thought was gone for good. A board-certified facial surgeon, Dr. Berkowitz is a true pioneer in modern hair restoration. He's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft. These advanced, minimally invasive technologies performed entirely by his own in-house medical team. So there's no traveling techs, no assembly line, just precision, safety, and results that look completely natural. And this Thanksgiving, don't be a turkey. Skip the overseas gimmicks and trust your hair to a board-certified surgeon. Celebrate Dr. B's 30-year milestone with the Confidence Package, a free consultation plus $1,000 off when you mention 97.1. The sooner you come in, the more options you'll have, and the sooner you'll see results. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. We all love the holidays, and we all love spending holidays together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so that they can add theirs as well. And when everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played together and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Little Mark Champion for you as the Pistons picked up a win last night on the road against the Pacers. Too close for comfort at the end, but a win's a win, and the Pistons have won 13 in a row. It's a franchise record, tying the going-to-work Pistons and the Bad Boys from 1990.
Doesn't get any better.
How about these Pistons?
It's been a lot of fun, and I hope that everybody is enjoying the run, and I don't expect it's not going to end. I just enjoy every single moment. They're at Boston tomorrow night, going for that 14th in a row, and the irony of that number being the total of the number of wins that they got 2 years ago, it being a record win streak versus the record losing streak that they had of 28 games just 2 years ago. And I mean, quite honestly, it could continue. It really could. And I'm not going to sit here and say that they win 20 in a row or whatever that number might end up being, but they're at Orlando, then they're at Boston, home against Orlando, at Miami, home against Atlanta, at Milwaukee. Is Giannis even going to be back at that point?
Right.
Like, I mean, there's a number of different ways that you could.
It doesn't have to stop.
No.
It can keep going. Let the good times roll. How about this for a little poetry, John? You brought up the number 14 and the fact that, the significance. The last loss of the 28-game losing streak, do you know who it was against? Boston Celtics. The team they would set the record against for franchise wins consecutively would be against the Boston Celtics. I just think this has got to be so gratifying for longtime Pistons fans who have suffered and to see it flip as quickly as it did. Like, I think you appreciate this more given just how dark the franchise had gone. And this is a lesson in the NBA. When it turns quickly. Like, we gave the stat last year about the win total jump, and the only other guys that led those kind of turnarounds were Larry Bird and Tim Duncan. You got one of those guys, one of the superstars in the sport, you're going to make noise in the postseason. And, John, I feel like as well as they're playing right now, they know they can play better, and it's why even in a win yesterday, they didn't make a big deal about it. They were like, we got to play better. And I think they will. Jaden Ivey's just getting his feet under him. I loved what I saw in spurts from him yesterday. Outside shooting, which is always going to help play, especially with some of the guys on this team that are more paint dominant. Jaden Ivey only played 12 minutes. He scored 12 points. I can't wait to see when he gets up to 30 minutes. And whether he's a starter or he's a key reserve, they can figure it out, but he's going to make him better.
So that streak that ended, or the last loss in that 28-game losing streak was against Boston, that was less than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
We were in the middle of the 28-game losing streak this time 2 years ago. Like, that's crazy how quickly they flipped this. And now they've got the 13 in a row. The other two Pistons teams that have done that won NBA titles. I mean,
so you're saying this team's winning a title?
I said those teams won a title. I did not say this team.
It is fun when you see a stat like that, though, because who in the East is dominant? Why can't they make a bunch of noise this year and make a deep postseason run? And we'll just leave it at that. They can. And I think you start to dream about that when your team looks as good as they've looked.
Yeah, they're in a spot right now where the league in general is gettable. Mm-hmm. The Thunder, I would love to see. I want to see them play the Thunder and see how they match up against them. But
I think they play in February.
Yeah.
I actually had a friend text me and says, does either team lose before this game? Like, you're having fun with this. Of course, it's all silly, but it's fun to have these conversations.
Yeah, I mean, so they don't play Cleveland until the beginning of January. I mean, they're going to go on a West Coast trip, over Christmas at Portland, at Sacramento, at Utah, at the Clippers, at the Lakers. And so, I mean, that'll tell you a lot about this team, and just in terms of playing against some teams in the West and going on that West Coast trip. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
And in terms of travel.
Sure. I just know Friday they're back home, right? Mm-hmm. And I got friends from out of town that are coming in, and they're Pistons fans, and they're going, dude, the ticket prices. Gotta go to the game. I wasn't ready for these ticket prices. People are legitimately buying into what we're seeing.
Well, their last loss is October 28th against Cleveland.
Yeah.
I mean, we're close to a month on that right now. A month is, Friday, ironically.
Yeah.
For that game.
Look, I don't know who you give the most credit to in all of this. Ticket Texter says J.B. Bickerstaff deserves Coach of the Year. Could have made the case last year.
Sure.
Is he who you give the most credit to?
Well, I would probably have to defer to JB because it's okay. We talk about the steps that Duren and Cade are taking, but there was a week where they weren't available, and the Pistons are still winning. So, but you're not going to sit there and give it to all those guys that stepped in those moments.
It's
like, who's
Dennis
the guy
Jenkins.
that's pulling all the strings? It's JB. And I think there is something to be said, if he's eventually going to be coach of the year this year, taking that jump. It was a monumental jump from going to 14 wins to what they were last year. Was it 42? And so then you're going, I think it's a tougher jump to go from 42 to
flirt with 60.
Okay. Yes, and I know we had that. Is it going to be in the overreaction?
I just said flirting to take some of the punch out of it.
But to go from 42 to mid-50s?
Sure.
Like that to me, that's a bigger jump and a tougher jump to make than going from being, god-awful to a team that just gets into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, usually 56 plus. That's kind of my number. It means you're a pretty elite team. Like, I never thought there was a chance to get that. I thought they would get to 50 barely, but this is stunning to me. And I mean,
I know the books have moved them. They're a team that the book now expects to win 50 plus games.
I would love to know what they're on the hook for, just because of their preseason odds.
What do you mean, like
how much conference finalist?
Yeah,
conference representative in the NBA finals.
Yeah,
or even winning it. Like, there's people out there that do that stuff. I love King usually goes out to Vegas and makes that long bet every year on the NFL. Mm-hmm. He could have done it on the Pistons.
He could have. Yeah, I think the candidates to give the most credit to are, one, JB Bickerstaff, because they've had injuries and they just keep winning, and there's a total buy-in on defense. I think that's culture. That's head coach. At the same time, in the NBA, you only win with your players, and I think Cade was an all-star last year and is playing like one of the 5 best players in the game this year. You can always credit your best player in the NBA, but he can't do it alone. And I think the guy that's made the biggest leap is Jalen Duren. So I think those are the big 3 you give the most credit to. And then from there, it's, you want to throw a bone to Dennis Jenkins, go for it. You want to throw a bone. I don't want to sleep on what Asar's doing or what Ivy will eventually do. But where they are right now, I think it's your head coach and your 1-2 punch.
We just got this text come in. Come on, guys. Who drafted him?
There we go.
Is that Al Avila guy?
Who gets the most credit? Is it really Troy Weaver? I'm just going to go home if we're going to do that.
He put the pieces there. Somebody could have had to coach him.
Right.
Here we
All they were missing was giving Troy Weaver more time.
It's the same pot. Just stirring it up. The Al Avila pot.
I will say, the Jalen Duren pick, look, you can pick Cade at 1-1, and that's kind of easy. But where they picked Jalen Duren at the back end of the lottery and what they're getting out of him, that is the kind of pick that is reshaping the franchise.
It's also the development of that pick.
Correct.
And you hire the right coach to develop them.
Yeah.
Who hired the right coach?
Yes.
Trajan Langdon. Langdon, by the way, also
solve that problem.
Langdon also, by the way, picking up Schroeder last year. Sneaky little boost down the stretch. This year, who's Dennis Jenkins? Again, Langdon. Sure. Throw him.
All the complimentary pieces he's put there.
Yeah. And by the way, Title Talk, 7-7. Are the Pistons part of 8 for 8? Could they be?
Something to ponder. All right, we got the Tuesday touchdown coming up next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. With the Lions getting ready for their annual Thanksgiving game again, Dan Campbell spoke with Costa and Jansen earlier in the 8 o'clock hour. With the Too Close for Comfort win over the Giants on Sunday and only 6 games remaining this season, John Jansen asked if Campbell views Thursday's game against Green Bay as a must-win. Detroit is 12-9-1 against the Packers on Thanksgiving. They haven't beaten Green Bay on Turkey Day since 2013. Kickoff at 1 o'clock from Ford Field this week will be available right here on 97.1. Michigan and Michigan State basketball will play today. The Wolverines have another late game out in Vegas as they take on number 21 Auburn in a marquee top 25 matchup. That's a tip-off at 8:30. Before that, number 11 Michigan State will face East Carolina at 1 p.m. for their first game in the Fort Myers tip-off down in Florida. Both the Spartans and Wolverines Wolverines remain undefeated early this season and teetering on both being ranked in the top 10 nationally. This, of course, after Michigan State moved up from 17th to 11th in yesterday's AP poll. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
turkey, tailgates, toothaches. Thanksgiving's coming. If you're biting into wings, turkey legs, leftovers, if you crack a tooth, you're going to want someone to take a look at it. Brightside Dental's got you covered. They'll get you in fast, often same day, and you won't miss a single kickoff. If you've been putting off that visit, you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental, always welcoming new patients. $35 new patient special. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Yep. Well, race to 3, as they say, and you got to 3 and 4 before the Wings did. That's what Todd McCullough always says, and it actually is true. The team that scores 3 first often wins, and they had 3 in the opening period. The Devils take down the Red Wings. We have some response, some texts to our Tuesday touchdown. Way to get in even more football in a short week. This one says, it sucks for Lane Kiffin. Sounds like when Scooble says it's out of his hands.
Right. Yeah, I don't buy that at all. You understand when you get into the coaching profession and you take a job at Ole Miss or at Tennessee or at USC, no matter where he's been, you understand this is all part of the job that you are accepting. And I get your point of professionally, you should be able to do all of this stuff. You accept the fact that if you're going for a run in the college football playoffs and a national championship,
yes,
this might not be the year for you to jump ship.
It's ultimately his choice. He would be choosing to forfeit a chance at the national title. It is unfortunate that any coach would have to make that choice, is all I'm saying.
Right, so the rules need to be tweaked.
Yeah.
There's no question about it.
And it does suck most for his players who suddenly lose their leader if he walks at the end of this week.
This reminds me of what Larry Brown did to the Pistons during the last season while they were in the playoffs. It was part of the thing. They can't agree and all this. It's unnecessary drama for the team.
Oh, you don't have to go to the NBA. You can stay in this sport. Brian Kelly left Notre Dame when Notre Dame technically still had a shot to make the playoff in 21.
I remember.
Yep.
Family. It's all about his family.
And for Lane Kiffin, like, after what happened at LSU, especially all the drama that is going on there right now, why would you choose to go there and insert yourself into all that extra drama?
Have you met Lane? He does love it.
It doesn't suck for him. He loves this. Like, I can't. That's where I took issue with. I know John really took issue.
Oh yeah.
I thought you guys were gonna fight, by the way, but
that was just Tuesday. Tomorrow it'll be Wednesday's issues.
You don't have to work with him Friday.
That's why I love the holidays.
Gee.
That sigh of relief is a little too loud for my taste. Few more responses. Stafford a better Lion than Gibbs? ? Tom had the question about top offensive players in Lions history. We didn't count Stafford in there.
No, because Gibbs has been to the postseason and won in the postseason.
So we're making it about the team's success?
Well, it's all part of it.
Well, then Gibbs should be ahead of Calvin based on that, right?
That's part of it. He's
should be ahead of Barry.
Writing that resume.
Oh, Barry went to an NFC title game too.
Yeah.
David Montgomery
he
should
didn't
be
fumble
ahead.
in it.
I was going to say that.
Oh,
That's the first thing I was going to say too. He didn't fumble.
All right, was it Reynolds the fumble? All right.
Jeez. Let's not be too big of prisoners of the moment. Calvin was insane in his prime years and more unstoppable than Gibbs is currently.
That's why we're talking about building the resume.
Biggest SOL moments? Don't you love that Tom put this in here?
Well, it annoyed the hell out of me. When I read that question, that's one I was ready to fight you on.
Like I preface it by saying, I hate to do this, but
I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah. Bless your heart.
That's the Lane Kiffin move. Well,
Right.
I hate that I have to do this to you.
Well, we're going here. I don't think it's dead yet.
Oh, I think it's dead. I think it's done. And I don't think you have to win a Super Bowl for it to be over. You just have to be a competent franchise. And Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, Sheila have put together a competent franchise.
I think we're just about there, but I do think you got to reach a Super Bowl. Because I watched this in the 90s when I'm watching right now.
I don't even like those 3 letters. I don't want to put those in anywhere near each other. And I hate the fact that you put those in there. That's why I said no. It is dead and gone.
So I hate when it comes up because I hate when it comes up because it feels too easy button. Like in what we do, it feels really lazy to just rush to that button as soon as something goes wrong. Like not everything is SOL. Where I stand on it is like, I don't think it's a thing that dies forever. If 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the Lions don't have this regime and can't get out of their own way, SOL will be back.
I felt like
you banish it by making smart decisions, preparing the right way, winning football games, developing a culture. They've done all the things to put the lid on it and put it in the past.
But all I said was just that play reminded me of watching that game. The Lions are trying to fight back. And then you have a receiver elude a pass rush. Usually that play gets blown up when the receiver would go down on his own and sacrifice himself. No, he's scrambling in the pocket, finds Jameis Winston floating out there, and then Winston avoids getting tackled.
I guess the darkest way of putting this is it's kind of like sobriety. Like every day you make good choices, you avoid SOL. Relapse could happen 20 years from now. You got to make good decisions every day.
Sunday was a rough day.
Some of the answers we got.
But they won.
Some of the answers we got. Choking a 17-point lead for the Super Bowl spot was SOL. No, I just think that was them making mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
every mistake is SOL.
Yeah.
DeVell in Madison Heights, the biggest SOL moment of the Dan Campbell era was the loss to Washington last year in the playoffs. Guys, not every loss is SOL.
Hate you.
You did this.
Hate you.
I did hear Mike yesterday. Somebody called in and said SOL, and Mike said it's a very lazy take.
Yeah.
I don't think this is same old Lions this era. I really don't. I thought the play was. It was a 3-ring circus, that play.
Yeah. I mean, there's the layers of it, right? Where Jameis has to break tackles post-catch.
And it's Jameis, of all people.
Yeah, of course it's Jameis.
You sound like a dance.
Our conversation with Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So a Monroe family's night out to a Jonas Brothers concert turned into a complete nightmare when their car was stolen from downtown Detroit. It's a really awful story when I get into all of the details. So on Sunday night, this couple, they parked their car on East Elizabeth Street. This was around 5 p.m. They went and grabbed dinner before they went to the concert at Little Caesars Arena. Then when they returned to their car at 11:30 p.m., it was gone. Not there. Now, the car was the only vehicle this family had to get their 3 children to school, get to and from work. Plus, the man was just diagnosed with cancer, and he needed that car to drive to and from his treatments, right?
Come on.
So then, on top of all that, which is a horrendous story, inside that car in the trunk, a bunch of Christmas presents that they had done some early shopping for their 3 kids. And they described how, you've got to hide these things because the kids are smart. They start sneaking around. So they wanted to make sure the kids couldn't see them. So it was in the trunk. The woman had her purse, her wallet in there, the car seat for one of their children.
Somebody kicked their 3-legged dog while it was down.
I was going to say, how do you make this any worse?
Absolutely awful. The kids had to miss school on Monday because the family's still trying to figure out what they're going to do because, like I said, that was their only means of transportation. Police are investigating, but they say, large crowds obviously are expected for Thanksgiving. So if you do go down and you plan to park, obviously leave all your valuables at home. Make sure you lock the car, which they said it was. They did lock the car. They also say park in a well-lit area or find a parking lot that has somebody monitoring it at all times. So it's just a really devastating story. Hopefully they can find that vehicle in decent shape with everything inside of it, but it doesn't sound that way. No.
I hope other people in their life can help them out and step up.
I hope so
the community
too.
can rally around them because that's awful.
It really is. A Michigan veterinarian was just sentenced to 10 days in jail for refusing to return a dog to a homeless man after she found this sick dog tied to a truck. This was in Grand Rapids a year ago. This vet was actually there for a conference, and she saw the 16-year-old dog tied to a truck near a coffee shop. And she decided to take the dog to her clinic, which was several hours away. She treated the dog for several different things. It had a rotten tooth. It had a urinary tract infection. And then later she was charged because she refused to bring the dog back to its owner, Chris Hamilton, who is a Grand Rapids man who was homeless at the time but had owned the dog for 13 years. She kind of said it was her duty as a veterinarian to take care of this dog and make sure that it lived out the rest of its life well taken care of.
So her objection at the time was that he was homeless, or that she didn't like how he was treating the dog?
I
Because it
think a
doesn't
little
sound
bit
like
of
her.
both.
Doesn't sound like it's her place, though.
I think she says that it was her ethical duties as a veterinarian because the dog was clearly, she could
In
tell,
need
was
of
not
help.
yet,
Yeah.
wasn't being taken care of properly. It needed health care. And she also said the dog wasn't licensed. However, she did say at a trial, which she went to, that she didn't really look at the whole picture at that moment of that dog did belong to somebody who had a special bond with it for so many years. The man had adopted it from an animal shelter in 2011, had cared for it, did have a home at the time when he adopted it, just fell into hard times and had been homeless for about I don't know how long, but a period of time at that moment. So anyway, she was sentenced to the 10 days in jail, has to pay a big fine as well, but she was looking at up to 93 days in jail. Wow. You guys get ready for some cold holiday weather. So tomorrow, strong cold front is going to move through. We're going to see some gusty winds, cooler temperature. Thanksgiving. We're going to see some lake effect snow, wind chills in the teens. Ooh. It's going to feel cold. Colder temps will stay around for the weekend with snow Saturday and the possibility of a wintry mix on Monday. So if you're headed to the Thanksgiving parade, or you're going to
The turkey trot,
or you're going to the Michigan game,
bundle up
because it is going to be cold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Day, bring your gloves.
Yeah, bring it all.
That's a big edge for Michigan, is it not?
What's that?
Big edge for
factor?
Michigan, cold.
Oh, I think yeah.
Wintry mix, physical football, try to bully OSU.
Maybe they all get the flu again.
Who knows?
Yeah. Finally, fish pedicures have gone viral on TikTok. You've probably seen this. It's not anything new, but it's basically where you stick your feet into a fish tank and you let the little fish nibble off all of the dead skin and skin cells and calluses on your feet. Like I said, they've been around for a while, but a lot of people who are traveling overseas are posting the videos on social media and they're taking off. And the videos are quite entertaining, but dermatologists are saying, do not do this. Don't get one, especially if they're done, in unsanitary ways. You can
I've
walk
never
out
heard
of
of
there.
this.
You haven't?
No, I have never heard of this
Really?
until this. I think it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of.
I mean, you can just exfoliate your feet in other ways, but
Yeah, scrub them
But
with
it
a
is a
brush.
thing, but-
or you could wash them daily.
yes. Washing them is different than exfoliating them. But yes, John, you could just wash them daily, but you could still end up with, dry skin and calluses and such.
It's Heather with the news. Look, when you bring up those three letters, you're going to hear from somebody on the station. John, we got a text from Rieger. We'll read that at 9:50. It's 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, as we all do at times, we generally turn to our bank. Mine's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person and my family, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
All right, Lions fans, listen up. We know how expensive going to games has gotten. It's not going the other way. It's only going to get more expensive. The world's most awarded tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. They're coming up with a solution. Go to 971theticket.com for details. You can win tickets. Go to the ticket event page for details. Come out and enjoy tequila and a chance to win tickets to a future Lions game. With how expensive these tickets have gotten, you can't miss your chance. And don't forget, make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. What's the thing where if you say it 3 times in the mirror, they appear? Is that Bloody Mary?
Yeah, sure.
It's kind of,
It's like the voodoo thing?
yeah.
And Beetlejuice.
And Beetlejuice.
Oh, okay.
And Jeff Rieger with SOL. If you say the acronym enough times, he feels obligated to weigh in on it.
Was that once?
Yes.
Okay.
I think if someone whispers it somewhere in Metro Detroit, Jeff Rieger appears.
And he's ready to give you his best SOL moments and anything that happened up to this point, but also a view into the future.
This is the text he sent to you, to me, and to Tom. Little group text. He was listening, and he said, guys, call it lazy, call it trolling. We will.
Okay, check both boxes.
Call it lazy, call it trolling. But if the scenario presents itself where Ben Johnson knocks the Lions out of the playoffs in the last game of the season, it would be SOL's greatest work, SOL's Lifetime Achievement Award. Just because people want it dead doesn't mean it is.
That's his brain. That's what he does.
Right. I mean, it just imagine, it's like all these people that do these, horrific things in regards to stealing identities and all of the different creative ways. Like, could you just put your energy into doing something good and how much it could be done? Just think of how good the good he could do for this station if he put his time and energy into something productive versus always being the biggest troll on the face of the earth.
The utopia that could be Jeff Rieger's life.
So he listened to like 3 minutes of radio and came up with that.
Oh, you don't know. He may have been listening to the whole show.
Yeah, but he's been working on that one since Ben left. And the schedule came out, and he's looking at it going, the Bears are the last game of the year. What if this scenario happens?
So to me, that like none of this winning has given him therapy. That's where I'm different from him. See, I still have a lot of the SOL stuff buried inside me.
You've done enough radio in this city, I get it.
I
Yeah.
used to creatively think like him, how's it going to happen this time? He's still doing it.
I don't think there's enough therapy in this world that could help him.
I never put two.
This is getting deeply personal.
Hold on, but you've done like, what if I'm out around St. Brown tomorrow, he gets hit by a bus, then SOL's back. You've done that.
He's trying to say you're not that different than Jeff Rieger, which is a harsh criticism of any human being.
I did that like a while back though. Like since last season, I've kind of really haven't entertained it much. I haven't tried to come up with how's it going to get ruined this time. I didn't think the Washington loss was SOL at all.
No, I don't. Again, just because they lose a game doesn't automatically make it SOL. Like we had the texter who said 2 years ago's NFC title game or last year's playoff loss. Bad things aren't automatically SOL. And I think too often it becomes the easy way to go. Now, look, historically, has this team found ridiculous and creative ways to lose and be awful? Yes. Those were the same old Lions.
And that play, the Winston touchdown catch, reminded me of that, but they won.
Right, which I think automatically disqualifies it. And I think they've put a lot of those tendencies behind them. Now, to Rieger's point, Week 18.
He has a point.
His attempted point. Week 18. Can the Bears just start losing some games? I don't think they're this good, and the Lions still control the head-to-head. They're 1 game back. They've already beat them once, and we'll play them again. But for everybody's sanity, could they start dropping a game or two?
So can I play into Rieger's? I don't even know what they probably don't even have a term for it.
Yeah.
Schadenfreude in terms of therapy that is needed. What if Lions make it to the NFC Championship game and they play the Rams?
Oh.
There you go, Rieger. 6 to 8. He's got his show planned.
See, it's like addicting. It's like a virus. It spreads. Once they put the idea in your head.
See, I feel it's all dead and buried. It's all gone because you have a competent franchise. If this wasn't a competent franchise, then hey, go for whatever you want.
I thought like one of the key slaying of the Demons was the last time they played the Rams in the playoffs, right? That's your first home playoff win. It's against the guy who used to be here, and they beat him. I think that stuff's in the past.
Well, they still haven't won a road playoff game since 1957. So
okay,
there's dragons to be slayed,
and they
too.
will have to do that this year because I don't think they're getting a 1 seed.
Well, the anti-SOL would be to go to San Francisco in the NFC Championship game and win it and then get to play in their stadium in the Super Bowl.
Yes. Sure. That would be therapeutic. To go to Santa Clara, where the Super Bowl is this year, where they lost the NFC title a couple years ago, where Jared Goff grew up idolizing Joe Montana and wears the 16 because of him, and they win the Super Bowl there. Yeah, that would be incredibly poetic. More of that, please. Not week 18, what if Ben Johnson ruins our season?
Right. Yeah. No, I'm not.
And then when the Lions get there in the Super Bowl, the big one happens.
What do you mean?
Earthquake.
Do
I
they
just
win?
did it.
He's doing it.
He put this stuff in my head.
Do they win the game? That's all I care about. Win the game.
So annoyed. I'm so annoyed.
I know you're fuming over there. Anyway, for people who missed anything on the show, we got the Odyssey Rewind. We had Dan Campbell on today. Good chat with him. We did the Tuesday touchdown. Get a little more football in with the condensed week. Greg Palm with the college football stuff. Playoff rankings will come out tonight. I know on Carson Anderson, they will have Jared Goff on the show today, 11:15.
Cool.
Gators in the studio.
This is true. Both things. We're going to have Goff 11:15, and I am here.
Excited to talk to Jared?
Yeah. Yeah, listen, this is I'm surprised, actually, because short week, I was surprised.
You normally don't get them.
Make people available to us, but they did.
He just loves you guys so much.
I think that's probably it. I have no idea why Campbell comes on with you guys, but I'm
for
sure
John,
that's why Jared comes on with us, though. You know,
The friendly vibes that you guys have now.
Yeah, that's
Your
it.
bros.
That's it. No, I was really interested to see what he has to say about cleaning up the mistakes. You know, it's a common phrase that's being used after every Lions game, whether they win or lose, and it's never really defined. You guys try to get Dan Campbell to kind of define it a little bit. I think maybe we can push Jared a little bit and see what exactly specifically is it that needs to be cleaned up.
Okay.
And
how?
Yeah, because I think right now we're in a little bit of a panic with how they,
Some are
around a little bit and with the Giants. But I mean, the Giants have done that to teams all season long. We shouldn't have been surprised by that.
No, I mean, they beat Philly. They had Denver on the ropes. They just haven't been able to finish any of those
Can't
games.
finish the games, yeah.
Great chance for the Lions to build some confidence on Thursday. So you guys will get after it with Jared. 11:15.
Yep, blitzing at 10:30. Blitzing at 10:30. Jared Goff 11:15.
All right, got that down. It's coming up next. Carson Anderson, stay tuned. It's right here, 97.1.
Got a pleasant surprise today, and we learned that Jared Goff would join us. A lot of these short weeks, we don't get to talk with Jared, but he's carving out time to come on the show and answer many of the questions. I got some people fired at us, and we look forward to speaking to him today at 11:15. Good morning, Scott Anderson. How are you?
I'm fine, Doug.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What a miserable day. Huh? Just a terrible, miserable,
It's all
no
right.
good, horrible day.
They happen.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I think we're all kind of used to this, living here in this state, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Colder than I thought.
So, anything exciting on Monday night?
No, just really flipping between two games.
Dude, the last minute of the Pistons-Pacers game, which was coming down to the wire, and the last minute of the Red Wings-Devils game coming down to the wire, they were going on coincidentally, and I have the multiple TV set up, and I'm sitting there trying to watch them both, and here are the Pacers with a shot to tie the game, and the Red Wings with the goalie pulled, and all this pressure right in the crease, and I'm like, both of these games are coming down to the same moment, and I'm trying to watch them both and give them both ample time, and it was not possible. It was it's a good problem to have that we have two teams playing competitively, one won, one lost, but still.
Yes, no, that was the tough part of deciding which way you were going to watch, and I think I was able to handle it well enough. Wild finish to the Red Wings game. And then that spilled over afterwards. Dylan Larkin had enough and starts going after one of their players. And my takeaway in the game is it's unfortunate they lost, but I really like their style of play in the second half of that game. We've seen that before, and if they could just harness that and keep that going for 60 minutes, it'd be great. And I know it's not easy to do, but it's also, they had so many chances, so many scoring opportunities, particularly in the last flurry in the last 40 seconds was like, oh my God, they had three really good scoring chances, beautifully set up plays, and they just couldn't bury it in the net, which was unfortunate. But my other takeaway is that, and I don't think this happens a ton, but it's happened more than just last night. Teams are taking some liberties with Lucas Raymond, and I want to make sure that Lucas Raymond is protected. That guy is a stud player.
You've had enough.
I've had enough. And I'm hoping that his
Gator's
teammates
putting his foot down, people.
Yeah, I'm hoping his teammates will respond as well. He doesn't need to be the guy that's going back out there throwing the lumber at somebody, and the next thing you know, he's in the penalty box. There was a couple plays last night that I just did not like how that was going down with Lucas Raymond. He's too valuable to this team. But that was the Red Wings. Pistons were fun to watch, too.
Another win, 13 in a row. Now, I don't think they're going to run the table this year. Yeah. I don't think they're going to run the table this year, but we could talk about it.
Yeah. 13 games in a row. That's crazy.
It just, you know what? This happens with really good basketball teams. And there was a weird vibe watching that Piston game last night because I felt like the Pistons were getting a big game effort from the Pacers. I felt like this was a big deal going on in Indiana. Hey, we got a chance to beat the Pistons. I thought the Pacers put out that big game effort. I thought their fans responded. Like, this is a good team coming in, and we got a shot here. And now, look, the Pistons controlled the game, and give Indiana credit. That was a classic fending. The Pistons fended off Indiana at the end of that game, and a game that they controlled that was just sort of another one of these ho-hum Piston wins where they're proving to be, hey, we're better than you. But I enjoyed sort of the idea that this was it felt like a big game for Indiana, and the respect and the newness of being that team is fun.
Well, the second half, there was a lot of pride at stake for Indiana. Mm-hmm. They were getting clowned on a little bit. The game started to get away from them, and they needed to provide some kind of resistance, and they started to, and then they start to believe. And, the Pistons are just getting guys back healthy, so they're starting to figure out this rotation a little bit. Tobias Harris just came back a couple of games ago. Jaden Ivey obviously just came back a couple of games ago. Now that we've got Cade playing 4 or 5 straight games, and Sarah Thompson, same thing. So it's good to have the band all back together, with the exception of, I guess, Marcus Sasser is the one guy that hasn't come back yet. But this team is dangerous. They have so many talented players that can beat you in different ways, and it's great. And the Pistons' style of play is not the style of play of the NBA today, and I love it.
I love that they don't rely and have to knock down all these three-point shots to stay relevant. They take advantage of the high percentage shot. And, yeah, they take their fair share of three-pointers, but it's not the same percentage that other teams do. They took 25 three-pointers last night, and they knocked down 9 of them. You look at Indiana, they're taking 31, and I think the league average is probably around 35 or so at least. And the Pistons are like, we don't need to play that way. We're going to play our way. We're doing it our way.
Yep.
We got a young team that can run, and we've got a couple of key veteran players here as well that are going to add that experience. And I like their style of play. It's fun to watch.
Something cool happened late in that game where I thought, oh, we might have a headline tomorrow. Turned out we didn't, but I wondered if something was about to go down. 248-539-9797. Plenty of Lions talk today. We got the Blitz thingy. The NFL Blitz thingy is getting moved up from Thursday to today because today is our Friday, if that makes any sense. Lions play in 2 days. We usually do the Blitz thingy 3 days out. We didn't do it yesterday. We're going to do it today. So the NFL Blitz thingy today at 10:30. Lions quarterback Jared Goff at 11:15. Phone calls now. Tom and Hamtramck, you're on 97.1. Hi, Tom.
How you doing there, young guys? Listen, I just want to know how much longer can Yzerman sit in that front desk up there, whatever it is, and watch his star players get rocked, cheap shots, and he does nothing about it. And I just can't understand how this could be with that hit yesterday on Raymond. That would not happen 10, 12 years ago. And I know the game's changed, but you still got to have these guys like other teams have to protect these other star players that they have.
So you want them to go out and get somebody who can handle the rough stuff and play on a fourth line.
They have somebody. They have somebody in Grand Rapids that they brought up. And why can't they bring them up just to have them there to make sure that if they do take a cheap shot, they're going to have to pay for it. And as long as they get away with it, they're going to keep doing it.
Who are you talking? Is it Austin Watson? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. Yes, bring the kid up. He scored 1 goal last year when he came up. And as soon as he plays 2 or 3 games, Yzerman sends his ass down.
Well, they might, Tom. They might. They might start playing him more. Okay? I mean, you want a response to last night. We'll see what happens if he decides that it's become an epidemic and needs to protect his guys. I don't know that it's an epidemic yet.
I don't know if it is either, but I mean, there are certain players that you don't want to get messed with, and he is definitely one of those players. And Lucas Raymond likes to stick up for himself too, and that's great. But at some point, you need somebody's got to take their arm and say, "It's okay, you step aside. I got this."
Yeah.
And this team doesn't necessarily have that one guy. They've got gritty players, but they don't have the one guy that would be that guy.
Yeah, I think he's really mad at Yzerman.
Sounds like it.
Really mad at Yzerman. 248-539-9797. This is, I was surprised by a take that Kang had this morning about how big this Green Bay game is. And I said, wait. You said what? And he said, yeah, I believe this. And I said, okay, let's talk about it on the air. And it was dare I say it was a hot take about this Green Bay game. We'll get to that today at 10:16. Let's sing at 10:30. Golf at 11:15. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, a law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms, while they focus on everything, they are specialists when it comes to auto and truck accidents. On top of that, they choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do that on purpose. Means they have more time for your case, a formula that leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. They also have white glove customer service. You call them, they'll call you back. They communicate with you. They're the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Like to welcome those of you listening on the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can stream the show anywhere in the United States. And we get lots of calls and feedback from around the country because right now, you know, what's funny? I was thinking about last night what we had to endure, which was last minute Piston game and last minute Red Wing game, two competitive teams, huge possession in the Piston game. Red Wings goalie pulled, peppering the net with chance after chance, both happening at the same time, like the exact same time. What we have now is first world sports problems.
Right.
We have first world sports problems. We have good competitive teams, and damn it, whatever will I do in this conundrum?
Right. I was like, could one of these games have started at 8?
Yeah, but you know,
7?
it's a great problem to have, and so given where we have been. Anyway, so we're sitting around the office today, and Kang hits me up with a hot take, and I didn't want to hear his reasoning until we got on the air. I said, all right, save it for the air. You know, we're trying to quantify how big this Green Bay game is, and out of the blue, Kang says,
yeah, I think this game is the biggest game, bigger than last year's Vikings game at the end of the year. I think this game is bigger than that, Gator. I don't know if that's a hot take, but that's how important this Thanksgiving game this year against the Packers is in my mind.
Okay, I'll play along. I'm leaning towards agreeing with you because the Vikings game last year, the Lions were in the playoffs. That was we got it. It was for the division and, you know, a high seed and the whole bit.
Yeah, the 1 seed.
Yeah. This game, I mean, right now they're on the outside looking in on the playoffs.
Exactly.
They
have
to win this game.
They're third place in their own division. They're not currently in the playoffs. That's the obvious, you know, why it's big as well. You're going to lose the tiebreaker to the Packers, right? If you lose this game.
Yeah.
Perception changes immediately if you lose this game. I think we can all agree we don't apologize for wins. The Giants win, as ugly as it was, whatever, they won the game. That was the most important thing. But was that a precursor because they're not as good as we thought they were? Or was that just one of those games that happens to every team in the league? I think the Packers game kind of determines where our mindset's going to be moving forward. I think this game's huge, man.
I agree with the last, what you just said there. This is absolutely huge. The difference is that this team will still have, 5 weeks to make up for it. If they lost last year's game, the division was gone and they were on the road. And, you know, the stakes are a little different in that this is a try to avoid a disaster scenario, like being behind Green Bay record-wise and tiebreaker-wise is going to be hard to make up. But it can be made up.
It can be, but the thing is, you're talking about keeping pace and making sure that you get into the playoffs as opposed to last year's situation when you're already there. And after the Packers, you've got Dallas, who's playing as well as anybody in football right now. After that, you've got the Rams, who are playing better than everybody else in football. And it's just a real tough 3-game stretch here. And I understand what you're saying. You got time to make it up, but you don't want to have to make it up. The time is now. You got to get back. You got to get in the playoffs.
It is tough, but the toughest strength of schedule remaining belongs to Green Bay in the entire NFL. They play the toughest schedule as it stands right now, the rest of the way. So that's their climb. But Detroit, I mean, you don't want to lose this game. This is a massive, massive game. If you lose it, okay, and if this is a game that the Lions lose, it will be impactful. It will have people very, very concerned, and understandably so. But it will remind me a little bit of when the Tigers lost all those games to Cleveland, blew the division, and ended up beating them in the playoffs. Like, they won when it mattered. The Lions will have a lot more work, heavy lifting to do to even make the playoffs, though. Now, the good news is a bunch of these teams in the NFC that they'll be going up against, the NFC teams are littered amongst the toughest schedules, and specifically the NFC North. Green Bay, I mean, think about this. Green Bay has the toughest strength of schedule remaining, then Chicago, then Detroit. I think the whole world would love to have New England's schedule, which has been the easiest in the NFL by far, and their remaining strength of schedule, their opponent winning percentage is 37.5%, the third easiest. But yeah, this is I don't know that this game could be much bigger, but I thought that was an interesting take by King. bigger than last year's Minnesota game.
Well, I go back to the fact that we knew they're in the playoffs, Gator. You know, right? I mean, we were just fighting for. We couldn't believe we're at 14-2 and fighting for a freaking home game.
It was just strange. Like, how on earth is this really happening? It's the first time in NFL history that 2 14-win teams are facing off the last week of the regular season.
How could this matter?
So I mean, it's huge. You get the bye. That's basically like a playoff win and home field. I get that, but the fallback was always you're still in the playoffs and you still have something to play for, which is the Super Bowl. This year, the fallback is there is no guarantee. You lose the tiebreaker, you fall even further behind in the division.
Wait.
There's just
you get to the point where you almost have to go 5.
And I don't want to do that. I don't want to get to that point.
Understood. We talked about it last week going into the stretch of games, starting with the Giants game. It felt like 5-2 was very much in play and would set them up really well. So, they've got a shot here to get a huge one, to put a huge win in the bank on Thursday. But there's no denying that this is a huge game. Is it that big? Well, I mean, I guess that's subject to debate. But 248-539-9797. You make a good argument. Let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys? Calling out of Missouri. So I'm leaning. I'm agreeing with Kang. I do think this is a very big game, and I might even go as far as to say must win. Not must win for the postseason, because I do think they'll still go to the postseason, but must win for the division, because they're 1 or 1.5 games back already in the division. So if they lose this, they'll be even farther back. So I do think
they're one game back in the division.
They're one game back. Okay, yep. So to me, this is just me. I think it's a must-win for the division to clinch, on the road to clinch the 1 seed. That way you have a week off. You play all your playoff games at home.
Well,
that's just how I feel.
You got the Bears playing at Philly this weekend. Is that the Black Friday game? Chicago, Philly Friday. I think it is. Yeah, and so that's a massive game for the Lions. If the Lions can bank this win and kick back and watch Philly take care of Chicago on Friday, the Lions will be back in first place because they'll hold the tiebreaker over the Bears.
And then next month, they have I think it's the last week in December, where they play on Thursday and then they play right again on Sunday. So they play, 2 games in a 3-day period.
Who does?
Yeah, go look.
No.
The Lions.
No, they don't.
I'm telling you, go look at the schedule. They
do not play a Thursday game and then a Sunday game.
Okay, then it might be Monday.
They have another.
I know they
have another Sunday to Thursday game when they play the Steelers on the 21st and the Vikings on Christmas Day, which 4 days later.
Yeah, that one. That's the one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's another short week.
Yes. Look, somebody pointed out that because they go Thursday, and then they have that quick turnaround, that they will play. I think they will play the most games in a 29-day period that any team has played. But I don't quote me. There's some stat about that because they have twice they have to do the Sunday Thursday thing. Ken is in Detroit. Hi, Ken.
Oh.
248-539-9797.
You ever done that when you're driving in the car and phone call comes in and you've got the option to put the call on hold? And I imagine that's what happens when you put them on hold.
I have no idea how to even do what that is.
I thought about doing it today. I got a call coming in.
Did you?
And I'm like, should I just put this scam caller on hold?
Well, and did you?
No, I just declined the call.
Okay. If you put them on hold, do you get the same music?
That's what I wonder. I think you do.
To choose the music. Gator going to throw some Maroon 5 at him or something?
I don't think Gator's a Maroon 5 guy.
You know me too well.
I don't think you are, Gator.
Oh, Adam Levine all the time.
So you speak of like first world sports problem with the Pistons and Wings last night.
Yeah.
Remember there was a time when the Lions were just background noise while you're getting ready for, your Thanksgiving feast with your family. Now it's like you got to plan around this. I got to be able to sit.
Turn this into the biggest regular season game of their history.
I'm saying.
We were talking about how the Viking game last year was the biggest regular season game they've ever played.
Yep.
And now 1 year later, you say this game's bigger. This Thursday, Screw the family and dinner and all that stuff. It's the biggest game the Lions have ever played.
What time do you have reservations at Boston Market? Are you going to be able to watch the game, Doug?
I think it's 5:30.
Okay.
So unless it's,
right.
yeah.
I know that's where you guys are going. This year you guys are in a restaurant,
I
right?
wish that we were going to Boston Market.
Dude,
I
another
love
Qdoba.
and miss Boston Market.
It's Qdoba.
Yeah, Qdoba's doomed because I love Qdoba. Everything I love goes away.
Well, you already
So
did
if- would
Qdoba
you-
because got rid of your special sauce.
The
There.
ancho barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
What else do you love from Qdoba? You're a mush.
Dude, you know what I saw? Something else I love that has also seemed to have disappeared. And I get that there's some around, but the two near me are gone. Quiznos. I love
Quiznos
Quiznos.
have been dying for forever.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
this is the best fast food sub I can get. And it's gone. If I love it, it's doomed.
I feel like it's Quiznos is kind of underrated. It's
It
the
is,
whole
but
toasted thing, but now there are so many other companies that will toast
But
their-
now is if you see a Quiznos, get the hell out of Dodge. Where are you? That's
I
what
was
I would
in
say.
Chicago.
Yeah, probably a bad part of Chicago.
It's right there in Old Town. But all right, the NFL Blitz thingy straight ahead, and Jared Goff at 11:15. Carson Anderson, 97.1. It is the Carson Anderson radio program, getting you set for a huge game. The biggest game in the history of the Detroit Lions, regular season game in the history of the Detroit Lions. At least Kang thinks so. And you know what it is? The consequences of losing are arguably worse than the consequences of losing last year's Minnesota game. That's what your case is built on.
Yeah, and there's no definitive. Obviously, they can still make the playoffs if they were to lose, but it feels very
yeah,
a lot at stake here.
Sure feels like it. You ready for the blitz thingy?
You know it.
Heads or tails, my friend?
Heads.
He calls heads. Heads it is.
I will receive.
Oh,
first.
Thought about that.
Ish.
Yeah, right? All right, here we go. Question number 1. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy. He's been placed in concussion protocol following a very poor outing. Overall, he hasn't been very good. When he eventually is cleared, though, should the Vikings bench him anyways because he's been so bad so far?
No, they should play him the rest of the season. They need to find out what they have there. They've invested in him as a first-round pick. He's got talent for sure, but I just think he needs to learn, and he's got to learn on the job, and this is the season to do it. They're 4-7. They basically have to win out to make the playoffs, and that's not going to happen. So you need to find out what you have going into the offseason if you have to pivot already or not. I think it's ridiculous you would be pivoting after one season when you see a guy who has some talent. I don't know if he's going to be a great NFL quarterback. I highly doubt that. I'm not a big J.J. McCarthy fan, but I give him the benefit of the doubt, and you got to run it the rest of the year.
So it kind of depends what happens it happens this weekend because they're playing Seattle and they're probably going to lose. But if they win with Max Brosmer at quarterback, then you keep trying to win. They're 3 games out of a playoff spot right now, and if they lose this weekend, they very well could be 4. So if they lose this weekend with Brosmer, as soon as McCarthy's back, put him in there because, as I like to say, once you're out of it, everything becomes a preseason game for the following season. So give him more reps. So it depends on the outcome this weekend. I expect they'll lose, and then in which case I put McCarthy right back in there as soon as he's back.
I would bench him if Carson Wentz weren't out for the year. They need a reliable veteran backup so he can watch and learn from. But since he's not there and it's the rookie Mac Brosmer, like you said, Doug, then he's not going to learn anything from that guy. That guy's probably learning from JJ at this point. This is not a good situation for the Vikings. So with that being said, they got to play JJ when he's healthy because now the only way for him to learn is get reps. But I just don't want that to do more damage than good because to pick up bad habits, that can go a long way. That's why I would want him to sit, but they don't really have any other choice, so it's play JJ. All right, Jamar Chase released a statement apologizing for his actions last week versus the Steelers. He apologized to a lot of people, but he never mentioned Jalen Ramsey's name in the statement at all. Does that make this apology worthless?
Well, it's worthless to Jalen Ramsey. Obviously, he shows little to no remorse towards the victim. But the apology isn't going to change the punishment. So is the apology worthless? No. He is sorry that he hurt his team, and he's sorry that he let people down that root for him. And quite frankly, moving forward, that's what probably matters most in his world is the people that his actions have impacted. I would not say that this is a great apology, but I don't think it's worthless. I think it has worth to Bengals fans and his teammates.
Let me start by saying I like Jamar Chase as a player. I think he's fun to watch. I think the relationship he has with Joe Burrow, the two on the field when they play together, are outstanding. That being said, this is totally worthless, and he's a lying sack of crap because you were presented the opportunity after that game when reporters asked you specifically about spitting on Jalen Ramsey, and you denied it. You denied it. You flat out lied to everybody, and then, wait a minute. I'm being told there's video evidence, and then you wait a full week before you come out with another apology or an apology. I'm sorry. It's completely worthless. It's ridiculous the way that he worded it. And then you don't even mention his name. What? Completely worthless.
I love it, Gator. But I am going to kind of side more with Doug on this one. I think it's only worthless to Ramsey. I mean, I think he truly does feel sorry for, his own team, his organization, his coaches, his teammates, the fans, even the Steelers organization, except for Jalen Ramsey. That's where the worthless part does come in. What did Jalen Ramsey do or say to make this where so bad where Jamar Chase refuses to apologize to him? He basically says, no, I'm not apologizing for doing that to him. Everything else around it that came after, I'm sorry that happened. But, yeah, this is – I got to know what happened, man. He will not apologize to Jalen Ramsey. It's worthless to Jalen Ramsey. All right, both Myles Garrett and Jackson Smith-Njigba are on pace to break single-season records this year in the NFL. Garrett for sacks, JSN for receiving yards. Which would be more impressive if broken?
I mean, obviously, both are really impressive records. Calvin Johnson's got the receiving record with like 1,960 yards or something like that, and Smith-Njigba already has 1,300. And then the sack record is J.J. Watts with 22.5, and Myles Garrett's at 18. Myles Garrett could break the record this week. But Smith-Njigba has been incredibly inconsistent. He's got consistent. 8 games, he's got 100 yards or more. 10 of the 11 games he's playing, he's got 90 yards or more. It's really impressive for both. It's kind of splitting hairs, but I think because what Myles Garrett is capable of doing, he could break the record this weekend, if not next week. He's going to smash the record. And then that to me is more impressive. But until you do it, you haven't done it.
It's Myles Garrett. He's going to get MVP votes on a 3-win team. Think about this, too. He has 18.5 sacks. And, of course, you can only get a quarterback sack when the other team drops back to pass. And in part because the Browns are always losing, opponents don't have to pass as much because they're winning and just running out the clock. Browns opponents have thrown 304 passes this year. That is the second least in the NFL. So he has less chances to accrue those sacks. 18.5 sacks against a collective fewer dropbacks than all teams but one makes this more impressive in my book.
So to me, whoever does it in lesser games is more impressive, especially if it's 16 games or less, because those are the records they're beating. The games that those guys only got to play 16 games this year. Now we all know it's a 17-game regular season, but Garrett is on pace to do it in less than 16 games. And overall, if they were to break it in the same amount of games, I would agree with you, Doug. It's Myles Garrett. I think it's harder to get sacks than receiving yards overall. You bring up the point that hey, they're a bad team, and other teams are probably running more against them than actually throwing the ball. So Myles Garrett, a beast. I hope he does it. And it smashes it within 16 games. And everything in the 17th game is just icing on the cake. All right, Chip Kelly was fired this week. Is he just destined to be a college head coach again?
Well, I first have to start to wonder why he's been at 3 different places in 3 years. As he got to that point in his career where maybe there's something else going on. But he's been at UCLA, Ohio State, and the Raiders. His last 3 seasons at UCLA were all winning seasons. And you know, UCLA would give anything right now for a stretch like that. He went 46-7 at Oregon. So he called plays for the national champion last year as the offensive coordinator in Columbus. He had a terrible game against Michigan. But I think the bottom line is you look at his success, it's in college. I think it makes sense. Go back to the college game.
Yeah, I think it would make sense at some small school if he wants it. I mean, Briles was just hired, the former Baylor coach was just hired at Eastern New Mexico University. So it screams to be some sort of direction in front of the school name where perhaps Chip Kelly goes. But as Doug points out, I mean, this guy was a head coach just a few years ago at UCLA and brought them to a winning record. I think he's kind of like this weird eccentric type genius guy that is hard to really understand and relate to. But he clearly knows football, but it just hasn't been a lasting impression he's left lately.
Yeah, I think Chip Kelly's style is just more suited for the college game. I think he's done with the pros. I think Pete Carroll, old buddies, gave him a shot. Obviously, it did not work out. I think he ends up at some directional tech school, like you said. Yeah. It's going to be like the hairstylist for mimes in northern Colorado. I have no idea. But that's where he ends up. And I think it'll be good for both of them. With less pressure, he can run his crazy offense. But yeah, college is where Chip Kelly should be.
And the mimes be.
What are they, the Fighting Yaks?
Well, yeah, and they don't have to talk back.
No.
All right, refs in the Cowboys-Eagles game. They admitted they blew a roughing the punter call this past week. The story here, though, is they actually admitted that they just didn't have the advanced video in time from the broadcast partner, Fox, and they kind of blamed Fox for not having it, so they couldn't use replay assist to step in. Your thoughts on this, guys?
I mean, come on, really? Is that what you're going to say, NFL? You're going to throw one of your partners under the bus? Why don't you just do the simple thing, all right? If that's really the excuse, okay, let's say that's legitimate, that we just couldn't get the video in time. Do you have the ability to buzz down to the official? Oh, you do? Okay. How about you just buzz down and you communicate with them? Hang on, just give us a second. We're still trying to figure this out. I haven't had the video up yet. Can you wait 5 seconds? Okay, hang on 5 seconds. Yeah, that's a roughing. Do that. All it takes a few more seconds of time. Just buzz down and let them know that you're still waiting for the video. Don't blame your partner that, we didn't have video in time.
If only the NFL had the resources and the finance to fund their own video enhancement technology. Honestly, there's no excuse for this billion-dollar industry to not have up-to-date tech on that they can run on their own.
Yeah, this is 2025. They print money. How do they not have some company giving them enhanced video replay instantly? Instantly. This is completely unacceptable. We're not asking for your Netflix passcode to share. Are they sharing Netflix, you think? The NFL is that cheap? Are they sharing Hulu accounts? What are they doing? This is unacceptable. All right, last one here, guys. Matthew Stafford. He's currently the favorite to win the NFL MVP. That's right. He's 37 years old. But Sean McVay said that he could play 10 more years if he wanted to. But seriously, how many more years do you think Stafford's going to play?
So there have been 20 40-year-old quarterbacks who've played in the history of the NFL, 20 of them. George Blanda threw 3 passes for the Raiders at 48 years old. With that as a backdrop, the unpredictable variable is his health. I would bet he doesn't play more than 3 more seasons because what he has is elite arm strength, and when that starts to go, you get late career Peyton Manning vibes, who noticeably lost his fastball his last year at the age of 39. So I'll say 3 years at most.
It's tricky with him because, yes, there's without question, he's got an injured past, and it can be, he's one hit away as everybody else is from retiring. But I think he's really enjoying his run right now. I'm going to go a little bit longer. I'm going to say it's 5 years, and I'm tying that directly to what Puka Nakua's future is with the Rams as well. He's only 24, Stafford's 37, but I think he likes, working with Puka Nakua. And as long as the Rams are a key contender in the NFC, there's no reason for him not to play unless it's just family and he wants to step aside, which is the other big factor, I guess, that could come calling and saying, all right, Matthew, you've had enough, whatever Kelly's going to say. But as far as being a competitor, I think he's in great shape. I think he can be competitive for at least another 5 years.
So I'm thinking 2 more years. I mean, yeah, he's in great shape now, and he said he feels good now. But if you remember, he started the year, he was hurt. They're talking about maybe cutting him, seeking a trade, whatever it was. He's gone through a lot. You saw how tough he was here. He got hit a lot here. He's getting hit a lot more over with the Rams as well. So after 2 years, I think he calls it quits. And then after 3 months of home with Kelly, I think he announces a comeback immediately. And then he will play 3 or 4 more years after that because, let's be honest, he don't want to go back home.
There it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around the League Blitz thingy. We'll talk with the quarterback, Jared Goff, today at 11:15. Hey, sports fans, like to talk to you for a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game, Twin Peaks. With restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service missing the mark, Twin Peaks is up their game. It starts with their culture, employees that believe in the brand and just flat out produce a better product. Cooks come in at 7 a.m. every day. Start working on those dynamite dishes you crave. There's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. It takes extensive training to get on the floor in the first place, and once they're there, they do deliver an experience no guest can live without. And from the food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up if you've had a bad day. No one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TV, some as big as 98 inches to bring you all the action you crave. Don't be afraid to stop by if you're not all about sports, as they've got parties every day, like their Black Friday costume party going on right now. Awesome drink specials and your favorite Twin Peaks girls decked in their finest black lingerie. The party runs now through Friday, so make sure you pop in to take advantage. They also have awesome weekend planned for everyone with some great college and pro football action. I mean, it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You got it all leading into the greatest rivalry in all of sports Saturday. Get in early to catch all the action. It's Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. each day we move closer to Saturday, the forecast looks worse. As now there's an 82% chance of snow in the afternoon. And the winds, which were listed as 5 to 10 miles per hour, is now saying 11 miles per hour. So,
I think it's better, isn't it? For
yes.
Michigan? Yeah.
Yes, the worse the better.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Bring it on. Gale
gonna be
force.
cold.
Gale force. Sideways snow coming down.
Who's Gail, and why did she get such a bad rap?
We're talking, bring it. For Mother Nature, bring all you got. Let's go.
Just make smart clothing decisions.
Yeah, well, it's right. It's easy for me to say. I did 17 years as a sideline reporter. I know what it's like. Bundle up. And
you did your time.
And yeah, I did my time. Deal with it. And I'd go back. Like being down on the field was fun, man. It was fun, like the current gig. But anyway, so we threw this out there at the beginning of the show regarding this game being bigger than last year's Minnesota game. Kang's case is built around the consequences of losing are far worse. The upside to winning isn't as definitive, but the consequences to losing are far worse. And I like the argument. I mean, you can make the case. And after spending pretty much the end of last season discussing how the Minnesota game was the biggest regular season game in Detroit Lions history, playing for a 1 seed, does that mean that this game Thursday, the Lions are about to play the biggest regular season game in their history? If this game's bigger than the previously classified biggest game in their history, I guess that's what it means.
It's big. I think it's a big. I kind of like Kang's take on it. I don't think it's necessarily this scalding hot take. I think it's a good take. I think there's more to it than that. You have to think about this one. It's not reactionary. It's the truth. This team right now, they are literally on the outside looking in the playoff picture. They need this win. Last year was nice to get the win. It's nice to repeat as division champions. It was nice to be, a 1 seed and have home field advantage. It was nice. This is necessary to get to where you want to be.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Let's go with this one from an unnamed texter. The Lions are going to steamroll on Thursday because the Packers are one of the worst teams in the league and have a dead man walking a coach. I'm tired of you guys pretending like Thanksgiving this year is going to be anything other than a cakewalk. You guys will win by 50 because this Packer team is probably a bottom 5 team in the NFL, and this is coming from a lifelong Packer fan. This team has zero shot to keep it close with the Lions.
All right. Thanks. Peddle that crap in Green Bay. Not taking the bait. That team is the Green Bay Packers are a good football team. Sorry.
That is disgruntled Packer guy if I've ever heard it.
That's
Bruno and Dearborn. I tend to agree with Kang on this hot take about the Green Bay game. This is the next opportunity for the Lions to prove themselves, not just to Green Bay, but to the division and for a playoff spot. They need to win this game. Let's go to Ken in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Ken.
Doug, man, you kill me, man.
What'd I do?
Every time I listen to this show every day, and you spin everything to the positive. It is so aggravating, bro.
What did I do today? What I do? Wait. What I do today?
It's how you change is right. This is a big game. If they don't win this game, it changes the complexion of everything. They ain't winning the division. And now they're going to be struggling for a playoff spot. They got the Rams coming up. They've been off Green Bay twice. Chicago's already ahead of them. Yes, I'm not saying you don't have a point, that it's not doomsday. But, man, it's something to be concerned with, and it's something to worry about. And will you stop spinning everything to the positive, Douglas, brother?
Ken, I don't think I disagreed with anything you just said. I literally don't disagree with anything you just said.
But do you know how aggravating it is, though?
No, why is it aggravating?
You know, I didn't disagree with any of that.
I've been listening to y'all for years, and I'm telling you, Doug, you do this almost every time a person have a concern. That's aggravating.
Well, I guess
it's aggravating to talk people off a ledge. I mean, what was it exactly? Where was Doug so positive on this in this state?
I literally, like everything you said, Ken, I agree with. Of course, this is a massive game.
What Kane said wasn't jumping off the ledge.
Ken, I don't know if you're talking into your phone. You got to talk back into your phone. We're having problems hearing you.
Okay. All right, here you go.
All right, that much better.
Okay, I'm saying that King is right, but it's not. We're not jumping off the ledge like Gator said. I'm not talking about that. That's extreme. I'm saying that on a regular basis, no one want to keep hearing that every single time. Sometimes people call in, they have concerns. They have worries. They have things. I understand.
Well, hold on. Ken, what I take issue when people see short-term results and draw long-term conclusions. And that's the only, like, that's the thing that I try to guard against is not see, just what your eyes showed you last, and that is the way it is. But look, that's fine. I have concerns myself. I think they're very valid concerns about this team. I think, you know what I struggled with? I struggled mightily yesterday, Ken, when people chumped Brad Holmes. The champ of the weekend is Jahmyr Gibbs. Ran away with it.
Yes.
The chump of the weekend was Brad Holmes. Ran away with it. Brad Holmes took Jahmyr Gibbs in one of the more controversial first-round picks ever. And Jahmyr Gibbs actually was probably the biggest reason they won the game, and people chumped Brad Holmes. So I got frustrated yesterday because I thought that was wildly unfair. There are reasons to be disappointed with Brad Holmes, but I thought chumping him was a bit extreme. But Ken, I appreciate the phone call, and I'm going to warn you about something, Ken. I'm not going to change. Just a heads up.
I just wish we weren't so dishonest.
It's and this topic, I don't quite know. Maybe this call was just an overall statement of it had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because Ken, I literally don't disagree with anything. This is a huge game.
They are triggered by the topic that Kang brought up doesn't make any sense, and I think it's a valid question. I mean, if you want to ask yourself about the big games in time, this is right here and right now, and it feels like this because of what's coming up on the schedule immediately after. This is an important one. This might be the easiest of the games of the next three, because Dallas is playing awfully well, and the Rams are playing the best football in the NFL right now.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. More feedback coming in. I 100% agree with Kang. We lose this game, it's over. See, that I would disagree with. Do you think it's over if they lose to the Packers?
No.
Lose this game, we're over. We won't win the division. We won't get a wild card. I'm not convinced two teams from the North make the playoffs. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. And arguably the biggest Lions regular season game in history, Detroit is getting ready to host the Packers this week on Thanksgiving. The last time the Lions faced the Packers, they were embarrassed at Lambeau Field in Week 1 as Green Bay pulled out a 27-13 win that was never really close. Ahead of this Thursday's matchup, Dan Campbell detailed Green Bay's strengths with Costa and Jansen this morning. Lions kick off at Ford Field Thursday at 1 o'clock here on 97.1. Speaking of the Lions, former offensive tackle and current Lions Radio Network color commentator Lomas Brown is a Pro Football Hall of Fame semifinalist today. This is the first time in Lomas's candidacy that he has made it to the semifinal stage of Hall of Fame voting. Both Michigan and Michigan State basketball in action today. The Spartans are down in Fort Myers, Florida to take on East Carolina, a 1 p.m. tip today. Michigan State's 5-0 with a couple ranked wins over Arkansas and Kentucky. They also have number 16 UNC tomorrow, and Michigan has their first ranked game of the season. They will take on number 21 Auburn, who ended their year last year in the Sweet 16. That's out in Vegas for the Players Era Championship coming up at 8:30 p.m. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Jared Goff's going to join us in about 15 minutes, the Detroit Lions quarterback. And look, one of the questions we got over and over again was more use of Tesla. People concerned about the O-line and the drops. Some of the things that we will bring up with the quarterback today at 11:15. Hear what he has to say. In the meantime, question for you. Our guy Ken had just called. It really takes issue with me. Do you think he likes me or not? He does listen to the show every day, but he used the word aggravating. And I will say, Ken, there's probably a good place for you on this station. I think other time slots might fit the style you're looking for.
Listen to us. I think Kang and I should be pretty good about ourselves right now.
Yeah, I stopped listening when he said I agree with Kang. After that, I was like, I'm good.
I mean, we don't need to.
That's all you needed.
Like,
Yeah. I do appreciate Ken listening every day. But sorry, man. More feedback coming in. This Lion game, listen to this take. This Lion game is just as big as the NFC Championship game from 2 years ago. If not for record alone, for a belief and proof to us and the players that the Lions are real. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That the Lions are? Say it again. How do you phrase that?
He said this game is just as big as the NFC Championship game from 2 years ago.
No.
I mean, there's that you win that game, you go to the Super Bowl.
That's where I will put. I'll take your stance on it. They got time to make up on this, and there is no time to make up. No, it's not that big. It's a big game. I think this is a very big game, and it can because going to 8-4 as opposed to 7-5, it just feels like there's a canyonous gap. They
could be in first place or a couple games back. And they could have losing a tiebreaker to one of the teams. I guess the tiebreaker isn't going to matter with Green Bay because Green Bay has a tie. So there's no way that they're going to end up with the same record.
You say that now. Here we go.
Unless the Lions get the comical NFL tie on their record. But the losing the tiebreaker or holding the tiebreaker over Green Bay is probably going to be rendered irrelevant because of Green Bay's tie. Tied. Kyle in Ann Arbor says, I agree with Kang. I said this in my group chat that the loser of this game misses the playoffs. From an unnamed texter, I am no longer happy being on the graphic for In the Hunt. No, it's a very uncomfortable place. Like, they threw the playoff field up on the TV this morning on ESPN. It did not look good because they didn't show In the Hunt. They just showed the playoff field. I'm like, that looks terrible.
Yeah, when you see that, you get nervous, or when I don't know if it's Pat McAfee, somebody else says the word lurking, and you see the Lions in that category. I'm like, I don't like that term either. I want the Lions firmly there. Like, where's the Lions helmet under division leaders? This is what I've become accustomed to as a Lions fan, Doug, over the last couple of years.
Well, they'll go from out of the. I mean, what? Well, they'll go if a win here and a Chicago loss to Philadelphia. And they will go from out of the playoffs to the 3 seed. Yeah, they'll go from out of the playoffs to the 3 seed. They'll be behind the Rams and Philly, assuming the Rams win, because Philly will hold the tiebreaker over Detroit. So it's a massive.
It's a big game.
There's a ton of premium on this game.
It's a big game, Doug.
I know.
Stop ignoring the fact this is a big game.
Why do you think this is like a preseason
Yeah,
game?
what
Explain
is up
yourself.
with this? Why are you talking about playing Kyle Allen? I don't understand what's happening here.
Someone just sent Chip Kelly to MSU. Would you take Chip Kelly if he goes back to college?
No.
I think he's going to get a bigger job than a directional. What did you say? Northern Colorado School for
Directional
hairdressers for mimes.
Oh, you think? Oh, fine, whatever you think.
Yeah.
You don't even think this is a big game Thursday.
This guy.
Hysterical. Brian says this Thanksgiving game is huge, but I can't say it's the biggest regular season game in Lions history. It's only week 13, and there are still too many variables ahead. Believe if the Lions lose Thursday, they will lose 3 in a row and be eliminated from the playoffs. This is a huge game. And if they win, will they win 3 in a row? Why would, I don't know. I guess he believes then they lose to the Cowboys and they lose to the Rams. At the beginning of the streak, after the Eagles game, I said they're going to win the next 3. Giants, Packers, Cowboys. Giants, check. And I think they win Thursday.
It's a big game.
Screwing your family over to watch the Lions game on Thursday is not treating your family with respect, Doug. That's from Roy. Yeah, I mean,
they understand.
I think so.
They know the drill.
But we dealt with this when the Lions got announced on Christmas Day. People had angst. Like, wait a sec, I don't want the Lions to play on Christmas. We lose Thanksgiving to football. We shouldn't lose Christmas to football. Lose is maybe not the term, but so now it turns out to be just a massive, massive game. It's pretty funny because it wasn't that long ago nobody wanted the Lions on Thanksgiving outside of Detroit.
You're right. Remember when they were always complaining about the NFL should get rid of the Lions and they're an embarrassment and all this, and why do they always get the break? And now the NFL is like, how many games can we schedule them in prime time?
I know, right? Can we put them on Netflix on a Monday at noon? Like they're just trying to put the Lions in time slots to get people to watch.
How late, Doug, would you stay back if the Lions were still playing and you guys had to make that dinner reservation? Like, no matter how long the game takes, you're watching it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If somehow, some way because we for people who missed it, we're doing something different this year. We are actually going out to eat on Thanksgiving. It's a bit of an experiment. We'll see how it goes, but if I have to be late for dinner, I'll be late for dinner. There's almost no chance, though, the game's still going on by.
This one's fine. This game is, you've done the right, your reservation is at a fine time, even if it goes to overtime. Okay, then Doug might be a little bit late, but who cares, right?
Yep.
Keep the gravy warm. Although Doug was not a gravy guy, so
no. But I mean, who cares? It's easy for us to say. Other people don't agree with that.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, this is nothing new in Detroit. We deal with Thanksgiving football every single year.
Dude, I just know. Maybe you don't know anybody. I know plenty of people that don't give a crap about the Lions and football.
There may be, right? But for those that do,
what are their lives like?
I know, right? I don't understand.
What is your empty world? But for everybody else, we obviously been dealing with this all of our lives. We know there's different things and concessions and accommodations you make on Thanksgiving, and it is what it is. The tougher one is going to be Christmas. That game's at 4:30. It's not like it's the early game and like this Thanksgiving one is. We can prepare for it and all that. That game's at 4:30. Mm-hmm. That's going to throw a monkey wrench in a lot of plans. Dinner, when you're preparing a Christmas dinner like somebody does, it takes up a lot of time. Mm-hmm. And that time, if you want to, what time do you want to eat dinner? Well, let's eat at 7. Well, the game's not over yet. We can't eat at 7. What are you talking about? We're going to eat at 8:30. I'm nervous about that game.
You're nervous about the game?
What it does to me?
Because it affects Gator, Doug.
Because it's going to affect me. Christmas is a bigger problem than Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, I feel like
Thanksgiving
we should
we've
have
grown
this.
accustomed to, yes.
Yeah. I don't like the Christmas Day game.
There you go. All right, we'll talk with Jared Goff coming up. Ask him about the O-line, the drop passes, Tesla's role moving forward. how ridiculous Jahmyr Gibbs is. He said something I found fascinating in the postgame as it pertains to Gibbs. All that's coming up today at 11:15 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door making some really strange noises, or maybe it's just not going up and down as quickly as you would like? Do the right thing. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR and get it fixed. I know firsthand what these guys do. They come right out. They got technicians that are really well trained. They've got all the equipment they need in their trucks, and they'll fix the problem right there in the spot. I saw this like 8 years ago. I had problems, and they solved them. And then they even told me, hey, you know what? Years down the line, you're going to need to get new garage doors. Keep us in mind. And I did. I called them, and now I've got great new garage doors, and I couldn't be happier. On weekends, they're available at no extra charge. All calls are answered 24/7 by a live person, and they offer the industry's leading warranty. They call it the Precision Promise. Best part is you can set up an appointment online at a time that's going to work for your schedule. That's right, your convenience. Go ahead and schedule that appointment at precisiondoormi.com or give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, and the quarterback, Jared Goff, joins us for our weekly conversation. Jared, as always, thank you very much for being with us. And a huge game coming up, but let's put a bow on the last one. How ridiculously good is Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, he's pretty dang good. It was fun to watch him get loose there and have the type of game he had. And I'm happy we got him on our team. That's for sure.
You said something after the game, not kind of paraphrasing here, that you can see fear in defenses. What does that look like from your perspective?
Yeah. When he gets the ball, you can just see the way that they try to rally and tackle him. You can tell it's a coaching point all week for them. And to be honest, it's no different with St. Brown and JMO, but I think in that game you could see it show up a lot with Jahmyr, where like those guys get in space and you can tell that the defenses are really breaking down to try to stay in front of them. And it's hard to tackle those guys, and he's one that we're glad to have on our side.
Every week you guys will mention that whether it's a win or a loss, that there are things that need to get cleaned up. After this game specifically, what needs to get cleaned up for the offense to be successful against Green Bay?
Yeah, I think just continuing to get better on third down. That'll keep us on the field and lead to more red zone drives and then more points. And I think we are slowly improving, but we are finding more ways to convert, getting more guys involved and that whole thing. I think on first and second down, we actually were pretty good this past week and certainly ran the ball well and sometimes and threw it well on first and second down. But the third down stuff still needs to continue to improve.
You also mentioned that you wish you had a couple of plays back. Which was the one specifically that you're like, oh man, that's the one that really?
There's a few. We threw it 42 times. There's going to be a couple when you throw it that many times, and I don't know. I mean, just some of the decision. I think I got it to Gibbs in the flat maybe too many times, but he breaks one of those tackles and goes to the house. We're saying great job. So it's just the game you play, trying to decide where to go with it. But in hindsight, you always want a couple back.
The last drive of regulation, you guys are losing to the Giants, and it feels like a loss here, and there might be panic setting in, at least with the fans, and you guys are in a must-have-it drive, and you're able to run 13 plays in 2 minutes and 26 seconds and get into field goal range. Take us in the huddle, what you said and what was going through your mind before that drive.
Yeah, nothing was said. We knew we needed to go down there and at least get 3. We really wanted to score a touchdown and just end it right there and put our defense back on the field to end it, but just came up a little short. Got in a good spot for Batesy there. He made the long field goal, massive clutch field goal for us, and put us into overtime. And I think we had a pretty good feeling once we got to overtime that we had a good chance to win. We felt like the momentum was kind of shifting that whole second half towards us. Just had to kind of push it over the top.
You said earlier about things slowly improving. We took a bunch of calls yesterday, fans concerned about the protection for Jared Goff and the drop passes. Are those things that can get better moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's kind of been a little bit of an anomaly there. I don't believe that's a trend that is anything that's indicative of who we are, what we want to be. The O-line's battling. They're banged up a little bit. They're doing what they can, and I thought they did a lot of really good things throughout that game and really did protect pretty well for the whole game. I know they'll want some of those back, but they're doing a damn good job right now. And I think the drop passes thing too. It's going to happen 1 or 2 here and there. And I don't see that being a trend for us.
Well, one more thing, because you mentioned Bates' field goal. Have you ever seen a field goal bend both ways? Did you notice that in real time when you watched it?
Yeah, it looked just like the one in Houston last year, and I'm glad he made it. Yeah, I mean, he's a great kicker, and it was a big one for us.
Did I get their hockey nickname in there? Did you call him Batesy?
That's what I call him. Yeah, I don't know if that's his official nickname. That's what I like to call him.
Fair enough. First time around, the Packers did their best to stop the run, keep players in front of them. They did a great job, really kind of limiting Jahmyr. I think he had 10 receptions in the game, but just for 31 yards. What did you see from that game, what the Packers did that you're like locked in on this time around, that you're ready to go?
Yeah, well, we won't divulge all the secrets, right?
Right.
I mean, they do a lot of good things, and we'll have ways to attack it. I think we're such a different team than we were then. I think they are too. They've evolved and changed, and things have changed up on their side, and as well as us. It's 10 games later into the season, and we certainly got ways we want to attack them, and they'll have ways they want to stop us.
We learned a lot talking with you and with players over the years that when I'm going to ask this question, the kind of the default answer is all games are big. But how big does this one feel on Thursday with the Packers?
Yeah, I'm going to give you the same answer. They're all big. They all count the same, right? Like this one counts the same as last week, and the difference is it's a division game. Certainly that makes it count a little bit more. And it's there's no secret there. It is a division game. We do want to win this one to improve our division standings and then hurt their division standings. That's all part of it. So they probably feel the same way, and that's all we think about.
Kind of piggybacking off of that and your response to that, understanding it, the division games obviously do mean more because it's the division at stake here. But is there anything else just subconsciously about Green Bay that makes it different? Like, is there a different feel to a Green Bay game than there is to a Bears game or a Vikings game?
Yeah, I think the only difference, I guess, maybe that they've been good for a long time, and I think you're aware of the history of their franchise and the standard of their franchise for so long, and certainly that's carried through since my time here with the Lions, and for the last 5 years they've always been a tough team to beat, and so you're always aware of that. But yeah, again, dude, our division's as good as any division in football. It has been for the last 2 years, and every team in our division is good and tough, and these guys are no different.
Laporta's down. Khalif is banged up. Tell us a little bit about Isaac Tesla and his development behind the scenes, where he's made strides that you see in practice that it could manifest themselves on the field moving forward.
Sure, yeah, he's starting to become more of a complete receiver and develop, and as all rookies do, get better at certain things that he wasn't as good at in training camp, and work on things and understand the offense more, line up correctly, the whole thing. So yeah, he's getting better every day and improving, and he's starting to fill out his route tree a little bit where we can ask him to do a few more things. And so yeah, that could lead to him getting the ball a little bit more, but we'll see.
I've always been curious about this. When the ball is snapped, from your perspective as the quarterback, are you more cognizant of your own personnel that's on the field, or more aware of what the route trees and progressions are supposed to be? Like, are there nameless and faceless players out there, or are you firmly aware that who is supposed to be where you're targeting?
Yeah, it's a good question. Typically, I mean, you know who's on the field, but like I'm looking at space, so I'm feeling voids in the defense, and yeah, like if Saint's supposed to be number one on the route, I probably know that because he's who he is, and I want to get him the ball. But it sometimes, the spacing gets messed up, and a guy will end up not where he's supposed to be, and you throw it to him, and it's kind of funny because he, isn't where he's supposed to be, but he gets the ball because he's in the open area, and so that can happen sometimes. But I guess to answer your question, yeah, I mean, I know who's on the field for sure, but you are feeling space to some extent.
You said something earlier about not wanting to give away secrets, and maybe this goes into that category. But given that Gibbs, is what he is, how do you strategically get a ball to a guy that you know that the defense is going to directly try and take away? I suspect that Green Bay will give him extra attention on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the first running back that they've played that's a good player, so they'll probably treat him the same way that they've treated other guys, and yeah, we'll see if they can stop it. We'll get him out. We'll get him out and get him the ball in certain different ways, and see what we can do.
Micah Parsons, Rashawn Gary, they can be a problem. Decker and Sewell on the offensive line, that can be a problem. How should we as fans appreciate these battles? And do you sometimes just kind of wish that you could sit back and just really enjoy it?
Yeah, it is 5-star matchups, right? Like this is what you sign up for, and we got two guys on the edge that can play with anybody, and they got two great rushers on the edge that can play with anybody too. So it's a great matchup. Our guys will be ready to go, and it'll be fun.
I've got a trio of Cal questions for you, if you don't mind.
Cal Berkeley, sure.
Yes. First, they fired their coach. As an alum, how do you feel about that?
I'm a big fan of Justin and what he did with Cal, and I think he was doing as best he could. And I know they had to make some tough decisions, but I was always a fan of him. And but with that being said, I mean, I'm so supportive of the program, and we'll support where they move forward with and whoever they move forward with. And I hope it's a great coach who brings a lot of energy and fun and excitement to the team. But we'll miss Justin for sure.
A year ago, Fernando Mendoza was the quarterback. Now he's at IU. Have you kept in touch with him and followed his career as he's moved on to the Big Ten?
I wouldn't say I've kept in touch with him, but I have followed it, and he's having a hell of a year, and looks like he could win the Heisman, and happy for him, man. It's awesome.
And lastly, before the season began, we were at training camp, and you welcomed a daughter into this world. Doug and I, and as the show, we got your daughter Romy a Cal onesie. We're wondering if she's grown out of that yet.
She probably has. She's growing fast, man. She really is. Yeah, but I don't know if we've even put her in it yet, to be honest. So I'm sorry, but she's been growing fast, and if we get a chance to get her in there, I'll get you guys a photo of it. But I always talk about that dog toy, that gator dog toy. It's still alive. It's still Quincy's favorite.
Awesome.
And he's slowly tearing it apart. But it's great.
Final thing, any chance we'll see you at Michigan, Ohio State on Saturday?
No.
Enjoy your Thanksgiving. Good luck against Green Bay, and hopefully we get to talk again next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
Jared Goff joins us every week here on 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797.
Well, I'm excited about the game on Thursday. We've already determined, yes, it is. We've double-checked and triple-checked. It is, in fact, a big game. It's a massive game to see what the Lions are going to do against the Packers. And I can respect that Jared's like, I don't want to give away any secrets. But, I mean, if we're just talking, guys just talking, and we all love to be the person who's calling plays, how do you devise a game plan against the Packers offensively after what happened the first time around when they really limited what the Lions were able to do?
He seemed pretty steadfast. We're not the same team. There was some interesting stuff in there. Anything stand out to you? 248-539-9797. Did Jared say anything there that stood out to you other than there's no chance he's going to Michigan, Ohio State on Saturday? Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everybody's done, you lock in your group parlay with your own funds. You can bet 5 cents, you can bet $1, you can bet whatever you want, because football's better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. I'm not a parlay guy, but if you are, this might be fun to do with your family and friends. So grab your crew and start your build and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Carson Anderson just spoke with Lions quarterback Jared Goff. Interesting stuff there. He did not reject the premise that the pass protection and the receivers, he called it an anomaly. But, I thought that was pretty interesting. And he also, actually, I think he sounded confident and like they can't wait to play this Green Bay game. They can't wait to play this Green Bay game. It's hard to he doesn't always like acknowledge, like, we want to talk about this as just being a massive game and he's going to give us they're all big, and he did again. But what stood out to you? 248-539-9797. Gator, anything in particular stand out to you?
I'm not sure everything necessarily stood out, but I think they are very, very aware of how important division games are. And maybe that's the thing, and that they put a lot of emphasis on those games. And I think that, in hindsight, and I'm sure at the time it was the same thing, but then as we're all going to look back at it, that game against the Vikings is one that really hurts. Because the Vikings, they're not playing good football.
No, that was probably the best game they've played in this stretch.
Yeah. And they played awfully well against the Lions on that day, and the Lions weren't up to the task. They just didn't make enough plays to come away with a win, and to lose that game sucks because it's a division game. And they'll have a chance to make up for it on Christmas Day. But that is literally what makes this game on Thursday so much more important. It is a division game. It is the Packers. And he was even willing to admit that, the Packers it is a different feel because of the historical significance of that franchise.
Scott writes in the Gibbs answer, from the way he answered that question, I think we're going to see Gibbs running a route or two downfield. He's perfectly capable of it. He is a weapon that they want to get the football to and look for mismatches,
I would imagine that Jameson Williams is going to have a big role on
so?
Thursday. Yeah, and I think for a couple of reasons. I think, one, because if I'm the Packers, I'm 100% trying to take away Jahmyr Gibbs. And while I'm paying attention to that, you might have safeties creeping up a little bit or linebackers creeping up a little bit to watch out to see what Zero is going to do. In the meantime, that could free up J-Mo. If we don't see Khalif Raymond on the field, that just means a little bit more. Brock Wright is banged up as well. We'll see where he is, if he's going to play on Thursday, because that could change things dramatically in the game. I'm not sure how excited you're going to be about having, Dwelly as an option as a receiver. And maybe he's not. Maybe that's where other things, you just start to shuffle things around and rearrange the play calling to exclude these tight end plays if Brock Wright's not going to be available, because you're already down Sam Laporta. So we'll see if Brock's going to be healthy. I hope he's healthy enough to play. But I do think that there are going to be some real opportunities for Jameson Williams to step up. And, going 0 for 3 targeted plays to him, I don't think that's going to sit well with anybody.
Mike on Twitch says Gibbs could really be wide receiver 3 when needed, but it should really be Tesla. Well, the Tesla question was intentional because of how many people ask us about him.
Yeah.
And look, when you go to football practice and you get a chance to see, and you ask, when you walk into a practice and go, why isn't that guy playing? And then you walk away from the practice going, oh, that's why. Like, it's usually pretty obvious when you watch him practice, but I wanted to know what he looked like behind the scenes. And Goff talked about his rapid development and getting more on his plate. What I hear all the time about players when they level up from high school to college or college to the NFL, believe it or not, one of the biggest challenges is knowing where to line up and what route to run. Because you have to line up based in part what is the defense doing. So where exactly should I line up? Now the route is dependent upon, is this man or zone? Because if you run the wrong route, you can blow an entire play up. Like, there's so much, even if you're the third option.
Yeah, it's not just the offensive line and the quarterback that are trying to figure out what the defense is. The players out there on the island, they got to figure it out too, because it will. You're 100% right. It changes. If they're in zone coverage, I'm running a route. Maybe it's a different route altogether than if it's man-to-man.
248-539-9797. D is next here on 97.1. Hello, D.
What's good, fellas? DK, Gator, Kang, my man Hatch on the line. Happy Thanksgiving, fellas.
You too.
Hey, one more thing. Hey, Gator, I know you're going to put on between 8 and 10 pounds. 8 and 10 good pounds by Saturday night.
I doubt that. But
What?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, I'm trying to keep it in check when it comes to the turkey and whatnot. I try to keep it.
Now, I know after DK eat good, I know he's doing a workout for about an hour. So I know he's not going to gain no weight.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about a workout. I just said that I'm trying to keep it in check in terms of what I'm shoveling into my system here. Yeah, I don't overdo it. I don't
the only gain. I expect DK to only gain 5 because I know he's working out as soon as he get done eating. I know you, DK.
Well, it's the next morning before I come in.
That windmill.
It'll be
Hey, bro.
before I come in.
Okay. Hey, check this out. Why people in Michigan refuse to give Chicago Bears any credit? I mean, I'm not jumping on their bandwagon. I'm not saying they're a team to be feared, but damn, bro, you got to respect the record. You got to respect what they're doing. I don't care how they doing it. And big shout out to my man over there.
He doesn't need it.
Coach. What's the coach?
Why? He doesn't need it. Why you got to bring him up? And why are you bringing up the Bears right now? What's up with the Bear love right now? What's going on?
Hold on. It's no love. I'm just saying. I'm working with clowns that's saying they're a fluke, they're a joke. But I'm just saying, bro.
Let's do this. No, D, let's do this. Let's out the clowns.
Yeah, who are the
Who
clowns?
are the clowns? Tell us exactly who the clowns are.
Steve, Jay, and Mike.
Steve, Jay,
They
and
all
Mike.
saying the record. They all saying the record is a joke. How can you say that?
Well-
and Gator, I'm not giving them all the love. I'm just saying we got.
I know. It's
them, bro.
just kind of interesting at 11:38 on a random Tuesday during the season that you're going to bring up a call about the Bears, and that's fine. I'm just giving you a hard time about it. I
Keep
think
in mind, D. Sorry, go ahead, Gator.
I was
I
just going to say,
apologize.
I think the Bears are. I think they're a good team. I think that the record looks better because of who they've played, but. You got to win games. It's not easy to win in the NFL, and they're doing a fine job of that, and they're developing their players, and they've had to deal with some injury adversity as well. I think this is potentially down the road a really dangerous team.
D, reflective of it not being a Detroit problem is the fact that in Vegas, the Bears are still the third favorite to win the division. Nobody is giving them credit.
Wow. Hey, one more thing before I go, fellas. All-time Lions dominant defensive tackles. Would you have to say the top 3? Number 1, got to be Ndamukong Suh. Number 2, Big Baby Sean Rogers. And coming in at number 3, the forgotten man, undersized, 285-pound Jerry Ball. Can you agree with me?
That's a pretty
on
good
that,
trio
brother?
right there. That's a pretty good trio. Ali McNeil is probably in the
McNeil
mix.
not there yet.
I just say he's in the mix, but I mean, you bring up Sean Rogers, a pretty good one. I mean, did you forget Ndamukong Suh?
No, he said number 1.
Oh, Sue. I'm sorry. So you get.
What about Doug English?
Was
Like,
Doug
if
a
you really-
defensive tackle or a defensive end?
I just looked it up. He was a defensive tackle. But D, for a question I've given exactly 0 time of my life thinking about, I think you came up with a pretty good list.
It's a good list.
Dan sorry, Kang, you got something to add?
No, I just thought we were going to do left guards next, so I'm not sure where we're going.
Hey, just a reminder, today's football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Dan is in Westland, and he's next. Hi, Dan.
Hi, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I was wondering, you probably would have blew it off, but I was hoping you would ask Jared about the kick in the head that he took. And I was wondering if you think the NFL is going to see that and do anything about it. That guy should be suspended for a game.
It'd be interesting to see if he shows up on that NFL's game day accountability list that they put out every week. That Brian Branch seems to be on every week, and J-Mo was on for the hug of the goalpost.
Branch will be on again.
Branch
this
will be
week.
on it again this week and get his $11,599
That'll
fine
be
or
more
whatever it
than that,
is.
probably, yeah.
I will see it. Yeah, there was a lot to go off. We run out of time with, but that kick in the head, I swear, if it were Patrick Mahomes, that guy would have been kicked out of the NFL.
Yeah. And what? I forgot what I was going to say now, but yeah, he's got to go in there. He's got to do something about that, man, because that's unbelievable.
Who's got to do something about it? The NFL?
The NFL. I would think the NFL. I can't even remember the guy's
It looked
name
like
that did
it looked like an accident, but
yeah, I've
again,
only seen the one angle on it where it really slowed down and all that, and it looks terrible. But you're also only seeing from the waist down of the player. I'd like to see the play over again, and because I don't think it was intentional.
I don't think so either. But
and I think that does play a role. And I have no idea if the player said anything to Jared afterwards. In hindsight, I wish we had asked him.
Goff, no flag. Mahomes, federal offense.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode this month, so gobble up the savings on your new Silverado. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. It's $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Costco, and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends December 1st. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Spoke with Jared Goff earlier this hour, and look, a lot of people called yesterday and expressed their concerns about offensive line play and the wide receivers dropping the football. We brought it up with him. Here's what he said. So that's what the quarterback had to say about that. And look, there's almost no chance he's going to bury a teammate anyway. But we thought we'd ask, and it's an interesting perspective. And I think that there's room for improvement, and these are legitimate concerns, and especially the offensive line, because you just don't want that guy, Jared Goff, to take any more hits than necessary. And the more vulnerable he becomes, if you're not protecting as well as they did last year, then he's just simply going to have to take more hits. And that's like playing a game of Russian roulette.
Yeah.
And nobody wants that. That's like the worst case scenario of all of what is going on, what might be going on with any kind of protection issues. Then there's the fact that it hurts the offense. It's still, in regulation, in spite of struggles, they put up 27 points, which in the NFL, 27 points would rank you, I believe, 6th in points per game. So it's not as if it's reached a crisis. Like Green Bay went through a stretch where they scored, I think it was 20 points in 2 games. So the Green Bay team that's coming in, we took the Packer guy text earlier. Yeah, Green Bay in their loss to the Panthers and Eagles back-to-back scored 20 points. Last week against the Vikings, yes, they won 23-6. But Jordan Love threw for 139 yards, and they ran for 146 yards on 3.5 yards per carry.
Jordan Love hasn't thrown for over 200 yards in the last 3 games.
So we're talking about a team that's trying to find itself here a little bit offensively, and the Lions defense is coming off. Call it what it was. It was a bad performance for them. And they're better than that. Defensively, given where Green Bay's at right now and what Detroit is capable of defensively, this feels like it should be a much better game defensively. Now, we've seen these same Packers come in on Thanksgiving and really take it to the Lions.
Yeah,
that was a couple years ago, and that was scary. How good they looked that day.
First play of the game, right?
Yep.
It was a 43-yard, a 47-yard pass.
I'm going to look it up because that would be pretty impressive if you're specific with how long that play was.
I think it was a 47-yard pass to Watson.
Is that what you're going with? First play of the game. It was a 53-yard pass to Christian Watson. Yeah, and that was indicative of what the whole day was like.
Yeah, that was the game where oh, great. Green Bay's got their quarterback again.
Yep.
Yeah. And Jordan Love's been good. Not
great. I'm still respect
had moments.
him.
He's a very careful quarterback. He's only thrown 3 interceptions this year with 15 touchdowns. He's careful with the football. They're getting some more weapons back in the next few weeks. It's a good football team, but really when you look at that defense, it starts up front. And when they acquired Micah Parsons, it takes this team to a different level. He is so good. And with Rashawn Gary on the other side, it's a really good 1-2 tandem that should scare a lot of teams. But the Lions saw it in the first week. They didn't react to it very well. In the game, Goff had thrown a bunch of passes, like 39 passes, and he completed over 30 of them, right? But they were all 5-yard plays. Not a whole lot downfield because of what Green Bay's game plan was, which was to take away Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs caught 10 passes for 31, but he only ran for 19 yards. 50 yards total in the game isn't huge. And then you add the totals from Montgomery, and you're talking it's like 80 yards between the 2 running backs in total yards. That's what they did. They stopped anything short. They weren't going to give it to you. So that's another reason I think that Jamison Williams can have a big game, because if that's going to be the game plan to try to stop what's going short, then go intermediate or deep. And JMO is going to be a guy who gets open.
So I saw something on your show sheet. You can help me out here a little bit because the Lions didn't update an injury report, but you said you saw one where almost everybody was limited. What was?
Yeah, well, they just had it was an estimated injury report yesterday that had, I don't know what, there were 15 names on it. There were a ton of names on there. Most of them were limited. They had a few that were non-participants, and then they had 3 of them, I think, that were would have been full participants. So today is the one that really you look at a little bit longer because it's just a couple days before the game. I want to see where Brock Wright is on that one and Khalif Raymond. I get the feeling that Khalif's just not going to play. I mean, with the fact that he was downgraded to the game on Sunday as out during that game tells me it might be a significant ankle injury. Brock Wright got rolled up towards the end of the game on a play that went out of bounds. I think it was a pass to Jameer. I think that he took it to the sideline, and Brock Wright got rolled up. Hopefully he's okay, because I think that could be a big blow to this team. Already without Sam Laporta, if you're down to your third string tight end, that could be problematic. Not that these guys, Dwelly or whomever, can't do something. Ferkser, they can't block. Hopefully they can block, because I think that's going to be most important. Not them running routes. I don't need them to run routes. I need them to be up to snuff when it comes to the blocking schemes.
Do you remember where Terrion Arnold, Kirby Joseph, Pascal, or Davenport were?
Terrion Arnold was, I believe, did not practice.
Okay.
Pascal, I believe, was a full participant. And who was the third one you asked?
Davenport. Kirby.
Davenport was a full participant as well.
Kirby, you said did not.
Kirby, I think I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll find it.
Okay, good. Because this is like, we keep talking about getting guys back. Now is sort of the time where it feels like there should be a bunch of guys coming back. I'm going to be intrigued to see 3 guys in particular, that if any of them can develop and contribute, it could be massive. One is Davenport. And being out there during training camp, watching him when we got a chance to watch practice, I feel like Davenport can be a problem if he can stay on the damn field. And at some point, it's either going to be, look, you just can't play in this league anymore. You're hurt all the time. Or he's going to get some good luck and get to log some games here. The other one is Ahmed Hassanin. Is he going to be a contributor at any time moving forward? And the third one's Miles Frazier, who's coming back from injury, and sounds like he is getting somewhat close.
So the report from yesterday had Glasgow, Kirby Joseph, Khalif Raymond, and Brock Wright as non-participants. And full participants were Davenport, Miles Frazier, and Josh Pascal. Anybody else on that list would have been limited practice. And that includes Terrion Arnold, was limited with a concussion.
Gotcha. All right, lots more to do here as we get you set for Thursday. A massive, massive game. If you missed Kang's hot take, we will get to that again next hour. Also, ESPN just had printed an unbelievable stat about one of our teams, an amazing coincidence. We will get to that straight ahead, so keep it locked in. That's at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Jared Goff just finished speaking with Carson Anderson earlier in the 11 o'clock hour here on 97.1. When asked what Detroit needs to do to improve moving forward, he echoed his head coach's comments from this morning. Also in Lions news today, the team will not raise ticket prices next year. Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press reports that the franchise is preparing to keep prices the same for the 2026 season after raising ticket prices substantially in the last 3 years. Although the Lions get 9 home games next year, Detroit also is slated to play one of those games overseas. Speaking of the Lions, Lomas Brown is a Pro Football Hall of Fame semifinalist. It's the furthest he's ever been in the induction process. And both Michigan and Michigan State basketball in action today. The Spartans tip off pretty soon, coming up at 1 o'clock down in Florida, and Michigan takes on number 21 Auburn out in Las Vegas in the Players Era Championship. That's at 8:30 as one of 2 ranked matchups in college basketball tonight. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
People have no idea how badly I just choked last segment.
You are 100% right. And it's all right. We've all been there.
Look, we're running a dry run here at the station, trying to sort some things out from an engineering perspective. And I had to break right at a specific time, and I completely choked.
And say a certain thing.
And say a certain thing I'm not allowed to say anymore because there's some rebranding stuff that has to go on. So I choked, and then I doubled down and made it worse and looked behind the glass, and everybody burst out laughing because this is supposed to be my strength. I completely gagged. Like 3 seconds early, saying the wrong thing.
Listen, man, it's like St. Brown dropping a pass. You just don't expect
I did, yeah, but I'm not. Blue tent. I need the blue tent.
Yeah, you might need
We
the
need a
blue
blue
tent.
tent here at work. Carson needs to go in the blue tent.
Blue tent's got like hot tea. Just a 5-hour energy drink.
Oh, good Lord.
And some emergency kale.
And the best part was I looked behind the glass and just the look of sheer disappointment on everyone's face. Like, what the hell was that? And I'm like, I don't know. It's a tightrope I fell off.
It's okay.
All right. Before the break, I mentioned an unbelievable coincidence stat observation about one of our teams here in Detroit from ESPN Insights on the Twitter. They have a graphic up. Pistons lose their 13th straight game, 11-24-2023 at Indiana. And underneath the picture, it's Cade Cunningham in the white Piston jersey with his head down. Underneath, there's a picture of Cade Cunningham in the jerseys they wore last night, which should be their permanent jerseys, with his fist in the air. Pistons won franchise-tying 13th straight, 11-24-2025. That's right. 2 years ago yesterday, the Pistons lost their 13th straight game at Indiana. 2 years later, to the day, the Pistons won their 13th straight game at Indiana.
How long did that losing streak? It wasn't just 13. Didn't that one go on longer than that?
How much? What was it? It was like 32 games?
Well, they didn't lose that many.
Something like that. It was ridiculous.
Is it that bad?
Yeah. Pistons losing streak in 2023 was 28 games.
Oh, that's
They
it?
weren't even halfway there.
Oh, my God. That's how bad they were. Just 2 years ago.
Yeah, think about that. First of all, just a coincidence that both games were at Indiana. But on 11-24-2023, they lost their 13th straight on their way to 28 in a row. And last night, they won their 13th straight at Indiana 2 years to the day later. So the obvious conclusion is we got 15 more wins coming in this streak, right?
Sure. That's obvious.
Kang, what do you think of that coincidence?
I think it's amazing. Truly amazing.
That's better than stat of the day, although I think it still deserves perhaps that.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank
Stat of the day.
Good call, Gator.
Yep. Yeah, that is stat of the day. Worthy, to say the least.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, a great win. One of my favorite moments last night, about 6.5 to go, and that McConnell spaz. I think you would call him a spaz in your world. Indiana makes a basket. He then steals the inbounds pass, lays it up and in, turns to JB Bickerstaff and says, "Get a timeout, coach," which JB called and then walked onto the floor, mean mugging McConnell as he walked past. I was like, JB is stepping. JB isn't messing around. Is he about to regulate? I was excited for the moment. I'm glad he didn't, because that would have been a problem.
Well,
but TJ McConnell got under his skin, got a little bit cocky, and I thought JP might take a swing.
I think that's great, because I didn't see that part. I was watching a hockey game, and I think around the same moment, Todd McClellan, at the end of that game, had a glare at the official.
Yeah.
And it was like the same thing. He was staring him down like I'm going to come out of you and I'm going to knock the snot out of you right now. And he didn't. Obviously, he just had that stare for about 6 seconds and then turned away and walked in the tunnel with the rest of the team. But both coaches gave some mean mugs last night.
Yeah. And JB started yelling at McConnell and pointing at McConnell. And on the replay, I'm going to see if I can find it somewhere on Twitter so we can retweet it and everybody can see it. The replay was really, really good, because JB was given a look that I felt like it was the kind of look that if, as a player, he was giving you that look on his team, you'd know you were in trouble. Kang, did you see that moment last night?
Yeah, I did. Bickerstaff is a solid 6'6".
Yeah,
he's not one of these. He's not Jeff Van Gundy. Remember back in the day, he was like holding on to someone's leg during a fight, couldn't break it up, right?
Was, yeah.
No, Bickerstaff don't need help. He's not. You don't want to turn to him and taunt that coach.
He's deceptively big.
Yeah, remember when we sat down
when
and
we were
with
at the training facility and a practice facility and did our show from there this year and last year too, for that matter. But it was, I'm like, he is bigger than I thought he was.
The replay I found isn't great, but it's the only thing I could find on Twitter, because you can't see TJ McConnell signal timeout to the Pistons bench, and then you really can't see the close-up of the mean mug that JB Bickerstaff was giving TJ McConnell. But you can get a sense for it, how it went down, if you follow us on Twitter at DunganGator971. Pistons 13 in a row, and again, I will say it until the cows come home. I don't know why I use that, but I will say it until the cows do indeed come home. Those City Connect uniforms should be their permanent uniform.
They've been away so long.
What, the cows? Yeah, you missed the cows. Classic fending last night. And on top of that, not only did they fend, they were like in the second block of SportsCenter, their highlights.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's important to you, Doug.
Well, no, it's not, but I do think it is indicative. SportsCenter's going to put on what they think is going to get ratings. Ratings come with people's outside of your town having interest in your team when you have a superstar, and then perhaps you get the superstar whistle. So I think it's a very tangible thing that, when your team starts showing up in B block on SportsCenter, hey, maybe you start getting more calls.
Well, I mean, when you have the second best record in the NBA behind, I mean, they've lost twice, and they're behind Oklahoma City, who's lost once. Teams should take notice. And the fact that this team is now basically fully healthy, with the exception of Sasser.
Yeah.
It's exciting to see that this is where this team is right now. Now they've got a legitimate rotation of players they can bring in and out. You can do full hockey line swaps and be ready for it. I love where they're at. And they're still going to have to go through some things to figure out then fine-tune what that mix is going to be. Obviously, Jaden Ivey, as time is going to go on, he's going to get more than 15 minutes a night or 10 minutes a night or whatever it is he's got in the last couple games. And that's going to change, and they'll be able to adapt and grow with it. But I really like this team. They've and I like the situation they're in the Eastern Conference, because the big teams have suffered some massive losses. And the Pistons, by the way, had suffered some massive losses too. Pistons are the ones that are in front of it right now. So take advantage while you can.
We were wondering, and we did the topic, and we did it right quick and in a hurry, because we thought, all right, we've got this Dennis Jenkins thing going on right now where nobody can stop him. Jaden Ivey's coming back, so let's talk about Dennis Jenkins' role, what it might be, because whatever the Dennis phenomenon is might be over. Maybe last night we got a sense for what his role might be. On a night where Jaden Ivey only played 12 minutes, Dennis Jenkins played 8. And in those 8 minutes, he had 5 points. But, if he is just simply an emergency break glass, instant offense, change of pace, I'm quicker than everybody and I can get the ball into the lane kind of guard that you go to when you need a spark, that's fine. That means that everybody else is playing better than Dennis Jenkins was. And Dennis Jenkins was a problem there for 10 days.
Yeah, it was like 4 games. I actually got so used to it. It was weird last night not seeing those guys play more. Jenkins and Green.
Did Paul
and
Reed
Chaz
even get? He
Lanier.
didn't even get in the game,
Reed.
did he?
Yeah, a.k.a. Kevin Garnett, 1998. But yeah, now that Ivy's back, it's making me really. I'm torn because I want them to make a big trade for like Lauri Markkanen, right?
Yep.
But now they're healthy. Ivy looked pretty good in the 2 games he's been back. Limited minutes. I do want to see this team kind of play it out. I don't think Trajan Langdon, it's in his DNA to make a move like that, because that's a big move. You got to move a lot of young players and a lot of draft capital, right? But they have something here, and I wouldn't be mad at them if they stayed put. This team is fun to watch, and they're young, and they're under. It's just watching them grow is fun,
They're only going to get better. Like last night watching Ivy, and he missed at least 2. I think there were 3 layups that he had missed, but he just got back. I feel confident he'll be able to make those shots on regularity and with regularity in the coming games.
Dan Campbell joined the morning show. The best of what he had to say is straight ahead. You'll hear what that was at 12:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, do you have hard water stains, plumbing problems, or concerns about the air you breathe? CGC Home Services has the solution. They specialize in reliable plumbing repairs, whole home Connecticut water systems, which we have, and the advanced air purification technology. We also have that. Serving our local community with honesty and care is at the heart of what CGC Home Services does. Call my friends at CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242. Experience 4242, that is, to experience the service your neighbors already trust. 855-339-4242. Visit them on the web, cgchomeservices.com, and tell them Karsh sent you. trade in Major League Baseball of some significance. I guess, if you wanted Sonny Gray, he is being traded from St. Louis to the Boston Red Sox. Did I see Detroit's name involved with Sonny Gray? I feel like Detroit's name is involved with Sonny Gray every other year.
I think it used to be, like 8 years ago.
Yeah.
But not this time around.
And this is the players in return, according to MLB.com's Mark Feinsand, the number 5 Red Sox prospect Brandon Clark and right-hander Richard Fitz. Now, the only reason I mentioned that is because I believe in one of Jim Bowden's proposed deals for Tarek Skubal, Boston was giving up Richard Fitz along with a bunch of prospects. This is a weird question, and the answer is probably no. If you have these, if Boston had Skubal aspirations, would they have made this trade?
I mean, Sonny Gray's not what he was.
No.
So I don't think this has anything to do with that.
Probably not, right?
No.
And just because Richard Fitz was included in Jim Bowden's proposal doesn't mean necessarily that the Tigers had any interest in him whatsoever, but there we go. All right, so Dan Campbell joined the morning show and had a bunch of stuff to say. The Lions get set for this big game in Green Bay. The term must win gets used a lot, and we talked about how big this game is. Has Dan Campbell called it a must win inside that locker room? Here's what the head coach had to say. This is how teams operate. They just focus on the process. I think everybody does it. Sometimes, stakes don't get talked about in there as much as they get talked about out here because they have more important things to do, like hand placement. They're working on techniques and stuff.
I think there's just stuff they keep inside they will never let the outside world know about, and maybe and probably with good reason. And I think this might be one of those things. When they talk about how important games are, I think the number one thing that Dan Campbell does is preach about how important this next game in front of us is, period, whether it's game 1 or game 17. They're all important.
It's kind of a dangerous game, though, if you're a coach to say this, tell your team this is a must win in week, whatever we are, 12. Because in case you lose it, if everybody believes in your coach, you can't play that card. If you play that card and lose the game, what happens after that? And you can never play that card ever again, or you lose some credibility with your team. I think as a coach, you have to be careful. Can you emphasize how blanking huge this is? Maybe, and maybe that's an emphasis that you use to help dictate how your team approaches the mundane monotony of practice. Hey guys, this is the week in particular to be extra focused on the P's and Q's and the minute details and to put in that extra time watching film.
I wonder if this is like a bittersweet week for the coaching staff. Like, they love the fact that I think everybody is on point and attention to detail and everything, like, because everybody knows it's a short week. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, you hate having a short week. You don't want to be shorthanded in practices. You want as much time to prep as possible, but at least you know that you would expect that the attention to detail is going to be there this week as you prepare for the Packers, particularly after you got beaten badly the first week against that team.
Okay, how different is this Lions team as opposed to the one that Green Bay kind of hammered in week 1? Here's what the head coach had to say. So when he says young players with banked reps, is that Coyote Owashika and
Tate Ratledge?
And Tate Ratledge. If you think in those terms, if you basically say he's talking about the two guards, Owashika didn't play much in. I don't know if he even played in week one.
I don't think he did in week one. Yeah.
But he was he's still a relatively young player, and he's got more experience now. But obviously Ratledge as well, who we've seen some promise for sure.
Yeah, I think without question. I mean, Tate Ratledge, that was the worst game he's played in his life. And the next week, you talk about a get-right game. I mean, the Lions threw 52 points up against the Bears in week 2, coming off a 13-point performance against Green Bay. I do think it's a wildly different team, the Lions are, at this point compared to what they were in week 1. I'm not sure how different Green Bay is. I still think Green Bay is formidable, although they were in week 1, and I think they are now. I don't know if they've grown a ton, because I think that growth happened from the moment they added Micah Parsons. Like, good team, but wow, they just added Micah Parsons. Now look out. And I don't know if they've done anything differently. They're still very good. But the Lions have made big strides. They've also had a couple of setbacks along the way, but it looks like right now this is a way different team than we saw in week 1.
All right, what about Yodi and how he's come along? Here's what Dan Campbell had to say. I mean, look, this is the area that's generating most of the focus. Honestly, it was borderline disastrous up at Green Bay, the way the interior of the offensive line played. They talked at great length about the communication issues they had at Green Bay. They won't have those here in Detroit. Obviously, the crowd will be on their side, and they'll have a chance to communicate anything. But it's another challenge, of course, and with that challenge comes expected growth and expected improvement, and it'll be real easy to see if it's better than it was against Green Bay in game 1, right?
Yeah, they're going to have to be, and I think there's no question that they will be. But how much better are they going to be? I do think it's going to be tough to run the football against the Packers, but Jared Goff was able to get off 39 passes, and he was sacked 4 times in addition to those 39 passes. Getting sacked 4 times is not ideal, but it's not backbreaking. The problem is that he was rushed and pressured so much in those 39 attempts. Everything was a check down. He had 10 passes that he completed to Jahmyr Gibbs. If they can find a way just to give him an extra tick of time to throw the football, it could be game-changing for the Lions on Thursday to get Jamison Williams to streak across the field on a slant or just coming straight across the middle anyway. And if he gets that extra second and you hit him in stride, look out. St. Brown made some explosive plays in the game against the Giants. Yeah, he had some drops, but he's also making some explosive plays again.
It truly is one of the more unbelievable stats that you will see. Jahmyr Gibbs, 10 catches for 31 yards.
Yeah.
What?
They were pinning the ears back to make sure that guy wasn't going to change the game. So you get a pass and a screen pass, and we're paying attention to it. We're expecting a screen pass. You're getting nothing out of it. That's what happened.
All right. Isaac Tesla. What can his role be? And the challenges of calling plays as the head coach. 2 other things Dan Campbell addressed that we want to play for you. You will hear them coming up starting at 12:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, Metro Detroit, looking for a great deal on a brand new Chevy? Well, you've got to check out what's happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. For a limited time, you can drive home in a brand new Chevy Blazer or Chevy Equinox for just $269 a month. That's right, two of Chevy's most popular SUVs loaded with style, comfort, and performance, all for only $269 a month. And if you've been dreaming about a truck that can handle anything Michigan throws your way, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has you covered with the Chevy Silverado 4x4, just $189 a month. Tough, dependable, and ready to roll wherever the road takes you. Plus, the team at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield makes it easy. Friendly people, fast financing, and deals that really move. So don't wait. Head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield right off of Telegraph Road or visit sarahchevrolet.com today. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they will make a deal. Together, let's drive.
Look, Harsh, that's Scott Anderson, 97.1. Well, Michigan-Ohio State update a little bit later on this hour. So we're playing the best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show, 248-539-9797. A couple of questions that get asked all the time and things that get brought up. We'll play these and then get back to your phone calls and feedback. One is Isaac TeSlaa. How close is he? Can he help make up for the loss of Sam Laporta? And now with Leaf banged up, who knows what his status will be? Here's what Dan Campbell said. Look, with guys down, it means more reps. More reps in practice means you get better. There's a reason why you do the same thing over and over and over again and can expect different results, which is why I hate that quote. Football is all about repetitions, and you do the same thing over and over again until you get it right. And that's why you practice. And so Isaac TeSlaa, more opportunities in practice. I bet he sets a career high on Thursday.
You think so, huh?
That's not the boldest of takes. Doesn't he only have, what, three catches?
Three catches all year. I think 1 in 3 different games.
Yeah. Not exactly putting him out there.
Well, I mean, it's a guy who's gotten more snaps the last few weeks, too. So on the offense, not just with special teams, but on offense, he's gotten more snaps. And I think with the injuries, we could see more of him. And I think that you're right, Doug. It's not a very bold take. But
he's got 4 catches in 4 different games.
But I'll take it.
Final thing, and this was an interesting answer. I mean, he didn't shy away from it. Does calling plays take away from your head coaching duties, or is it make it more difficult? Here's what Dan Campbell said. He then proceeded to ask the guys if they want their show to be better week to week.
Week to week, yeah. Put it right back on Costa. And
to which I would have responded, really, Coach, the bar's low over here. Anyway, so there you go.
Well, I thought the question was interesting because I kind of feel like he was leading him down the road of, because Jim asked the question about, are you, is this just something more, you're taking more on your plate? And is this one of those things that maybe slips by the between the cracks because you're taking more on or not? I don't think that Campbell was having any of that. I think it's a situation he admitted he'd like to have back, which I think is refreshing. You don't normally hear that from a coach that said, I wish I had done that differently. And
I
it's not
thought
just because
about
of the result.
Yeah.
It's and at the time, I know myself, I was sitting next to Stoney in the press box, and we both looked at ourselves and why not? Where's the timeout here at this point? So I'm glad it was asked. I'm glad there was a reason given as well.
Hey, today's football coverage is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Brandon in Shelby Township, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Brandon.
How you guys doing?
We're good, Brandon. How are you?
I'm doing great. So
awesome.
I know there's sides of so we want our offense to do good, defense to do good, but Green Bay has no offense. They lost Kraft, they lost Golden, they lost Jacobs. They won with a skeleton crew last weekend.
Well, Golden is his status right now is questionable.
Okay.
But you're right about Josh Jacobs, right? He's the one that's out, and Tucker Kraft is out, and it does hurt them. And it's not like Green Bay has been explosive this season offensively. I think they've only had 1 or 2 games they've scored more than 30 points.
But we've been talking about how our offensive line has been questionable, and we lost to Micah Parsons and them back in the first week, whatever. But that's all they have. I feel like if we can put up at least 17 points, we want to see our offense come back to life and put up the 27 or whatever. but I know it's going to be a defensive game. But I feel like Green Bay's offense can't hold up because, I mean, they have a skeleton crew.
Well, in theory, that's what you hope. I think we all would have said the same thing about the Giants game, is they're not facing Jackson Dart. They're not facing Cam Scatterbo. And what happened? They gave up like 500 yards offense.
Right, and I mean Emmanuel Wilson's, who's now the running back there because Josh Jacobs is hurt. He just went for 100 yards last week. They still have Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs, and they may get Jaden Reed back. And Matthew Golden may actually play. They've got wide receivers.
And Brandon, to be fair, your point is valid. Like, it's very valid. It's just not a given. I hope you're right. I hope that, because this Lions defense was trending in a good direction before last Sunday. And, you know, are there anomalies that happen? Or are there things that are just out of character? You know, that game was it was not a defensive work of art. But, yeah, you're right. This should be a get-right game for the defense, in theory.
And I know it's a prove our offense and prove that their defense can't beat our offense game. But when I was waiting to go on the phone, I had to look up Green Bay's offense because they're so injured right now.
Yeah.
And I know that's not like the whole thing, and I know we have to like beat a good defensive line, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, there's what I love about, you know, the fact that they're taking on Green Bay again is tangible signs of progress. The Lions offense struggled mightily in that Green Bay game.
Yeah, and the defense didn't get to Jordan Love. He was not. There was no quarterback sack in the game for the Lions defense. Lions didn't come up with an interception in that game either. So the defense has a lot to prove this time around. And when I think the Packers scored 10 points in the fourth quarter, I think, in that game, they were working with short fields because the Lions had to. They had to go for it. They punted from their 1 yard line. I mean, the Packers had the ball in plus territory. I mean, these were things that were. It was just a bad game all around for the Detroit Lions in that first week of the season. They are different now.
Now, the latest on Josh Jacobs, Matt LaFleur said he was day-to-day. That was a few days ago, and, of course, he didn't play on Sunday. They got the short week. They put out an estimated practice report, and Josh Jacobs was listed as limited. So, you know, we'll see what his status is. But, you know, like I said, it should be a get-right game. But, you know, if Emmanuel Wilson or Chris Brooks goes off, then we'll be like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
So, Lions taking on Green Bay in what is a massive, massive game. In fact, Kang, our producer, said he thinks it is bigger than last year's Minnesota game to end the regular season. His reasoning is one that I think has validity in that a loss in the Minnesota game, they were still going to the playoffs. A loss to the Packers, they will be further out of the playoffs. The Lions are currently out of the playoffs. And a loss on Thursday, you don't want to be 2 steps out of the playoffs, but they could be, and that would be disturbing. It really would be. And yet if they win it, and Chicago, who travels to take on Philly this weekend, the Lions win it, and Chicago loses to Philadelphia, guess what? The Lions are back not only atop the division, but they'd be the 3 seed in the NFL, in the NFC rather, which would be a very, very comfortable place to be. That Chicago game is, that's the Black Friday game against Philadelphia, which be kind of cool. They have a huge game played on Friday afternoon. That's a prime game at 3 p.m. for people who are interested. All right, straight ahead, update on Michigan-Ohio State injury reports starting to leak out here a little bit, and rumors and insider reports. We will get to that coming up today at 12:48. The Blitz thingy at 1 o'clock, it is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. But because they specialize, Steve and his crew, on record, they have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan ever. They can do the same for you. If you've been in an accident, call the specialist. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Back to your phone calls in a minute. As promised, a couple things. Michigan, Ohio State. The latest on Jordan Marshall, running back who sat out the Maryland game. The quote from Sharon Moore last night on the Inside Michigan Football radio show with John Jansen. Jordan could have played last game. He was in a good place. He got the last medicine and felt like, Coach, I can play. And I was like, we'll hold you back to get you ready for this one. Max Bredesen, Sharon Moore said, Max is doing good. We'll see. X-rays showed a little bit of an issue in there, but if anybody can play, it's Max Bredesen, so we'll see how the week goes. I remember Blake Corum got hurt and tried to go in the Ohio State game down there 3 years ago and was really ineffective, but they gave it a shot, and Michigan went on to win the game with basically leaning on Donovan Edwards. This time with the top 2 running backs out, Bryson Cusdall, who is there were 13 running backs that carried the football in his time at Michigan. He was number 14. It doesn't mean he was 14 string because some of the guys have left. But you start thinking about, Corum and Edwards and Kalel Mullings and obviously the 2 starters this year. But then you get into the C.J. Stokes and the Tavier Dunlaps and the Ben Halls of the world. The list goes on. And now could be RB1 in this game. It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like Jordan Marshall will be ready to go. In the meantime, down in Columbus, I got to make a correction from yesterday. It was not Sonny Styles who was hurt. It was Lorenzo Styles, the defensive back, who's still a big player for them. I mean, he's
not the linebacker. It was
his brother, the defensive back. That would probably mean that the true freshman, the 5-star, can't think of his name, but anyway, he would be the guy. I got a few days here to get his name.
You got to get it together.
Yeah, he is he will be likely their nickel back if he can't go. Insiders down there, and I listen to stuff whatever I can in the week leading up to games. There seems to be a feeling in Columbus that Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate are going to play. So we shall see. They are 2 incredibly dangerous receivers, and it's a perfect day to throw the ball with 11-mile-an-hour winds and snow. Less than 30 degrees. And their quarterback is ready for it, being a San Diego native. He grew up his whole life dealing with terrible weather.
Look at this, John.
I just hope the Wolverines can stay within 3 touchdowns. That's what I'm hoping. Juggernaut down in Columbus. Their running back, though, the Bo Jackson kid. Do you know what his real name is?
I used to. I remember hearing it.
It's so funny. His nickname is Bo Jackson.
Right.
After, like the running back of the... His real name's Lamar Jackson, like the quarterback.
Right. But his name is Bo.
Yep.
They'll go by Bo.
They could have called him Michael Jackson. Jermaine Jackson.
Oh, here we go. Tito, where else you want to go?
Anyway.
Don't stop.
Steven Jackson.
Till you get enough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Did not expect that from Kang.
For those that don't know, that is the name of a Michael Jackson song.
I love Michael Jackson, man. Come on.
That's great. Off the wall Michael Jackson, right?
That is.
Yep.
Did you guys have the jackets, or did you guys know people that wore the jackets?
I knew people that had the jacket. Yeah, and no. But
so I saw the movie The Wedding Singer, older movie, 90s, I think movie, late 90s, early 2000s, but they think the movie's based in the 80s. And one of the characters wore a Michael Jackson because everyone loved Michael Jackson so much. Was that that really happened?
That happened. There were people that wore that jacket. Yeah.
It's awesome.
From the videos.
I haven't answered the question. Do you think I own the jacket?
Do I think you had the hair, the Jerry curl hair? That Michael Jackson version? Is that the one?
Yes.
I think you had the jacket? No. Gator?
I don't think you had the jacket.
Of course I didn't have the jacket. I would have been the worst looking person in the jacket. My big Coke bottle glasses when I was a kid.
I tell you what, we're walking up to the bus stop as a
feathered
kid
hair.
And seeing some kid. Did you have feathered hair? Nice. And seeing some kid walk up to the bus stop with that jacket was hysterical.
Yeah.
Even then, you knew. Come on, man. Who are you? What are you doing?
Let's go to Connor here on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Connor?
How's it going? I just wanted to say, I feel like every time the Lions are doing bad, the fans just instantly just start talking about how bad they are and all this stuff, and about Brad Holmes being so bad. But then as soon as they're winning, everything's back to normal. Nothing's wrong with the team. But I also want to talk about, too, how the Giants are a way better team than the record shows. And we all knew that Jameis Winston was going to go off.
Did we? You knew that Jameis Winston was going to go off?
I mean, yeah, every time he plays, he goes for at least 300, 400 yards. Everyone knows that. And then, yes, he has his games where he throws 3 picks, but he's always good for one game with at least 300 yards.
Well, that was his first one this year.
Well, that's a big difference between at least one game.
I'm talking
and
about
every
last
game.
year as well.
Well, last year he had 2 300-yard games, 1 400-yard game in what looked like 8 starts. I mean, he's capable, and he does make mistakes.
It was damn near a 500-yard game, by the way.
Yeah, that one was pretty big. He's capable. Look, the one thing about the Giants, and I get that game was disturbing, but others in the Lions peer group had very similar games against the Giants. What's important, the Lions don't have to look like the best team ever. Because right now, one of the goals, one of the big steps is to get out of the NFC. Like, let's get to the Super Bowl. Let's check a box that's never been checked. And while we get there, we may as well win the damn thing. But the Lions peer group, Green Bay, Chicago, and Philly, not all of them, but they all, like the Rams are in that group, Seattle's in that group, but those three, Green Bay, Chicago, and Philly, have all played extraordinarily similar games against the Giants. And while you'd love to roll 48-0, for some reason they have created massive problems for these contending teams. And so the Lions are just trying to be better than the Green Bays, the Phillies, and the Chicagos, and the Rams and the Seattles of the world. But, it's it's a little bit of perspective doesn't hurt. And so it's why we brought it up yesterday, why it's not all doom and gloom. The fact that the Lions had to scratch and claw and find a way to win a game, an ugly game, when a 52-28 win would have felt a lot better.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what it's like to be a sports fan of any team.
Sure.
It's the roller coaster. I mean, unless you're the Lakers, the one team that won 72 games or whatever it is, you're not. It's going to be a roller coaster.
Yep.
It's fun. It's also painful sometimes when you go through the loss and you don't think you're ever going to win again, but then once you win, you don't think you're going to lose again. It is how it is. But this game against Green Bay, you're looking at a team that it's not a yardstick game, because I think we all can understand. We think that the Packers and the Lions are very similar. Obviously they are record-wise, but what they are as teams overall, they have different strengths and different weaknesses. But these are two pretty good teams that were going to be evenly matched because they are pretty good teams. And it's going to be this way for a while. Like the rest of the season, it's going to be this way.
From an unnamed texter, you guys thought the Minnesota game was a get-right game, especially with the Lions coming off a bye week. Then you thought the Giants was a get-right game. Let's face it, they are done. Okay, so there's two things about that. We never said Minnesota was a get-right game because they had won the previous game.
Correct.
Impressively over Tampa, who was a first-place team. So I don't think we probably use the term get-right game, which we use after losses. The games they played after losses, okay? Packers, they lose. They beat the Bears 52-21 in their get-right game. They lose to the Chiefs. They beat the first-place Buccaneers 24-9 the next week. They lose to the Vikings. They beat the Commanders 44-22 the next week. Then they lose to the Eagles, and they did not play a get-right game against the Giants. That I will acknowledge.
Yes.
However,
they did win it.
Forgive us, please, because not only had they won 13 in a row after losses, they had covered. They were like blowing people out 13 in a row. This time they didn't. If this Giants game indicates to you that they're done, far be it for me to stop you from jumping off the ledge. But, yeah, I did think they'd roll the Giants. They didn't. But at least they won the damn game.
Yeah, I went on record. I thought they would smoke the Giants. I thought the Lions were going to score somewhere in the high 30s, and I thought the Giants would score somewhere in the 10-10 range.
We were wrong.
Was wrong.
Yep, and we'll be wrong again.
Yes.
Get used to it. Jordan Love has a bad non-throwing shoulder and is handing it off only with his right hand. Fumbled handoffs are about to happen. That's from an unnamed texter.
Don't count on it.
I hope one day we'll find out exactly what clean things up means when they're going to start doing so. It's the same thing or different things that need to be cleaned up. I hate that phrase. That's from Glenn and Troy.
It's a phrase that it's a go-to phrase for both the coach and the players.
What do you prefer that they say? Well, we're giving up.
Well, I think it's interesting that the question was asked both, as you and I pointed out during the commercial break, independently of both Dan Campbell and Jared Goff, and they both kind of gave the same answer, that the one thing that needs to be cleaned up for sure is third down offense. The Lions ranked 25th in the National Football League with third down percentage. The Packers, by the way, are first.
Yeah, that's quite a discrepancy. But as both Dan Campbell and Jared Goff asked what has got to get better, they both independently today on this radio station said third downs. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
In the Lions news today, season ticket holders can expect prices to remain the same in 2026. The Detroit Free Press and Dave Burkett reported today that the franchise will not raise prices next year, despite cost hikes in each of the last 3 seasons. While the unbalanced schedule does net the Lions an extra home game next year, one of those games will be played overseas, as every NFL team is due to go across the pond once every 8 years, and the Lions haven't played out there since 2015 because their scheduled game in 2020 was canceled due to COVID. In other Lions news, for the first time since his retirement, Lions legend Lomas Brown has made it to the semifinal stage of the Pro Football Hall of Fame induction process. Also, plenty of college basketball tonight and this week. Both Michigan and Michigan State are in multi-team events this week, but a sneaky enemy is set to bring down college basketball teams all across the country this weekend. That is, of course, unless you're Dan Hurley and the UConn Huskies. Don't let that tryptophan get you this weekend. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, I know you see in the red, white, and blue trucks, they are everywhere. So do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. Check out the A+ rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Kang asked you a question during the commercial break. I said, stop. Let's talk about it on the air. The question was?
Gator, are you going to go to the Red Wing games tomorrow?
Thinking about it. And they're playing Nashville. But it's the biggest bar night of the year, right? That's tomorrow night.
Thanksgiving Eve?
Yeah. Friday night, I'm going to be at 24 Seconds because Bob and 24 Seconds are celebrating their 20th anniversary.
Nice.
So there's going to be some local sports people that'll be there. kind of bartending and just hanging out and talking to people, really, is really kind of what it is, and celebrating 20 years at 24. I don't know about tomorrow night. Maybe I haven't made my mind up. Take on what Nashville is tomorrow night.
But what else is tomorrow night, Ken?
Yeah, the real reason I was asking because the first 7,500 get that new gravy boat.
Oh, the Zamboni gravy boat?
That's right.
Oh,
it looks fantastic. I think there's 4. It looks like there might be 4 different kinds of these Zamboni gravy boats.
And who amongst us can resist? Kenny? Kenny, are you going to go tomorrow night to get your Zamboni gravy boat?
I might end up there, but I don't care about the gravy. I always thought that was a little bit overhyped.
Wait,
That's
hold
just
on,
me.
Hold on. If you get a gravy boat, can I have it if you don't want it?
Sure. You can. If I end up with a gravy boat, it's all yours. You get first dibs.
Really? You don't want the Zamboni gravy boat?
Yes.
You think it's overhyped? I think it sounds like the coolest gravy boat ever made.
I also use gravy so infrequently that I don't think I would really need it.
Yeah, but rank gravy boats. Where does this
it's
one
at the
rank?
top of the gravy boat?
Who gives
totem pole.
away the number 1 ranked gravy boat?
That's pretty
Kenny
great.
Cott. That's
I'm
who.
shocked that Kenny, that's his opinion. By the way, you can put anything in you want in this. It doesn't have to be gravy.
You can put lemonade in there. You can
Yes.
put ketchup. You can
Whatever.
put ketchup to pour on your hot dog.
The video,
shots of Captain in there.
the video of the Red Wings I have out has mashed potatoes in one of the boats, and then you pour in gravy with the other boat into it.
I'm watching it. I'm watching it right
salivating.
now. Yeah.
Wow.
Mashed potatoes and gravy.
How much kale could you put in there, Doug?
How much kale? I don't know how big the gravy boat is.
It's not that big.
No.
No, not a lot of kale. My answer is not a lot.
Well, doesn't kale shrink when you cook it?
Yeah, it does.
These things
It does,
shrink
yeah.
when they get colder, but
Something else.
All right. So we were just talking in the Blitz thingy about the spitting incident with Jamar Chase and Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
Last night in the Monday Night Football game, Juwan Jennings got schnutted by Trayvon Merrick of the Carolina Panthers during the game. So after the game, he went up to him and punched him, which I'm sure Louis Riddick is reading the script right now for the NFL Turning Point on the rough night for Juwan Jennings. But what is worse? Somebody punching you down there or spitting on you?
I mean, nobody wants either, man. Getting punched in the junk, that to me is like, what on earth are you doing? The spit is like something personal. Like that person really despises you and they spit on you. A punch to the junk is like, that's just kind of spur of the moment.
Yeah.
Like you're upset, you do, and you don't do either.
No, it's an incredibly low blow.
Yeah. There's no pain associated with getting spit on. There's pain associated with getting punched in the junk. However, the intent behind the spit,
dude,
is what leads to big time confrontation.
You know how it's like you're standing with someone and they're just talking and spit flies out of their mouth and lands on you?
Yeah.
I want to throw away the clothes that they landed on. Like, I just find it to be so disgusting. If somebody spit in my face,
yeah,
I don't know that there's anything worse than that. So I would say getting spit on is worse than getting punched down there.
Because that's an intentional spit, and the intent behind it is it's a big FU.
Oh yeah,
to you.
It's disgusting, and it is next level disrespectful.
Now at the same time, I don't know what on earth possesses somebody to punch somebody else in the junk. What's that about?
I don't know. I didn't see any follow up on that, whether what Merrick had to say, but Juwan Jennings wasn't having it, and he waited till after the game, and I suspect he'll get suspended now. Right, NFL?
Well, it's what you do at the end of the games.
No, maybe not, because he's not chief. He didn't punch a chief. He punched a non-chief, so the rules might be different.
Well, but he's also not a chief.
Well, yeah.
So they wouldn't be lenient on him because he's not a chief. They still might throw the book at him.
Yeah, but if you punch a non-chief, it's not nearly as big a crime as punching a chief.
Given.
Yeah.
But
it's going to be interesting to see that head into that conundrum.
He'll get I think he'll get, let's see, suspended though? I mean, it's a punch.
Ryan Branch got suspended.
It's a flat out punch. He should get suspended. Yeah.
Kang, which one's worse? What Merrick did to Juwan Jennings or what Jamar Chase did to Jalen Ramsey?
Whew, man. The more disrespectful one is the spitting.
Yeah.
That's just complete
That's just
disrespect.
disrespect,
But
yeah.
no one wants to get hit down there like that. That's just pain.
Yep.
I'd rather get hit down there.
Would you?
Yeah. I mean, the other one's gross and disrespectful.
Yeah.
I feel like if the officials see it happen, if they know what happened, I kind of feel like after the game, if you're going to handle your business, the officials should turn around and just go ahead, take your shot. You get one shot.
It's like prison rules here.
I mean,
Wait,
kind of.
are you
guards
talking
will turn
about
around?
in either of those cases, a spitting
I
or a
think they're
schnutting?
both so bad. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And the fact that the player that's going to retaliate from that is the one that gets potentially suspended, and the other guy doesn't. The other guy just gets a fine. I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen the video of the incident. If they got video of the guy punching him in the
they do.
junk,
Yep, they
then he should be. Why? How about he get suspended? He's ringing the bell.
Mike Tomlin had the greatest response for the Jalen Ramsey, Jamar Chase thing.
What'd he say?
They asked him about it, and he said he has no message. Someone spits in your face, you do what comes natural.
It comes
That's
back.
absolutely the perfect response, if you ask me.
Yeah,
And that's
like,
his
I'm
head-
not going to be
that's his head
upset
coach.
if somebody does it to you.
Yep.
Hey,
Do what comes natural.
Well,
yeah, but I mean, the guy, if he punched him in the junk, was he watching Dumb and Dumber and reenacting the montage fight scene that he gets into?
I feel like he was Doug. I mean, when you watch it, you feel like he was trying to get away with one. Like, I was trying to block or tackle him. You know what I mean? But
You always try
was
to
it
make it look
an
like you're...
Ndamukong Suh response?
yeah, because it wasn't like he just they didn't like square up and he just hit him there. It
No,
was
it
like
was in that kind of in a bit of a
Yeah.
scrum, and I
Mhm.
was like,
Just
get this in
extending
right
my
there.
foot.
Power ranking updates.
Oh.
Power ranking updates. Pro Football Talk. The Lions have dropped down to number 9. The consequences of Ben Johnson's departure are starting to surface. Dun dun dun.
I'm hating this narrative all season long.
I know.
I just hate this narrative.
Look, Ben Johnson was lost. Got it. Yep. Would rather have him than not have him.
I don't know if it'd look too much different. Here's the thing. Frank Ragnow retired.
Mm-hmm.
That's the news.
Sports Illustrated has the Lions at number 6, moving up from number 8. I love the line. The Lions were briefly trapped in the Jameis Winston vortex. That's
It
such
can
a great
happen.
line. And Sports Illustrated, ESPN.com has the Lions holding steady at number 8. So there you go. Those are the latest power ranking updates. Let's go to Don. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, boys, long time. Hey, to me, forever, I've always said the worst insult, the worst thing you can do to a person is spit in their face. I mean, you're asking for mayhem after that, no matter what. To blow downstairs, we've all caught it once or twice in your life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awful. Not everybody's been spit on, and there's a reason for that.
But not everybody's been punched in the junk intentionally either. I mean,
No,
yes,
but we've all
experienced the pain.
Sure, we've all experienced it. But normally, it's like, oh, hey man, I'm sorry. Like it was an accidental grazing of the jewels. What
I'm
happened
also-
in the game last night was a sheer punch.
Sure, it definitely was. It definitely was. But I'm telling you, it's still, to me, worse to spit in a
You're
person's
in the
face.
Mike Tomlin camp.
I mean, you're passing. Well, please, I'm a Steelers guy. Don't. Oh, you just insulted me just notch below that. I'm joking. But it's just the worst thing. I mean, it just is, guys.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks,
Hey,
Renegade.
Jared Goff, the O-line, the drops. Can it get better? Will Tesla be more involved? What are some keys to beating Green Bay? Hear what the quarterback has to say next on 97.1. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. You start a group build, you add your pick, and then you pass it on to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played together. So you can bet $1, you can bet 50 cents, you can bet 5 cents, or you can go bigger. But they're offering this bonus. Everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. I'm not a parlay guy, but if you are, here's one thing you could do with your crew or your family. Start a build and get in on this Thanksgiving action with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Have you ever had a problem with the garage doors and you're not sure what to do? I'm here to help you out. Pick up the phone and call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. If you need new garage doors, even better. These guys have a warehouse chock full of brand new garage doors that are just waiting to be installed. In fact, in some cases, your brand new garage doors from Precision Garage Door Service can be installed in as little as 24 hours. I got new garage doors with Precision a few years ago. It was amazing. John and Jeff, the crew that came out, they walked me through the entire process, all the different options I had to choose from, and I couldn't be happier with the end result. It's amazing. Their technicians are highly trained, deep knowledge of garage door repair and installation. They offer same-day services. Emergency repairs are available, and the weekends are available at no extra charge. Pick up the phone and call them today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Okay. Ryan Day met with the media today, the Ohio State head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say something. I watched a lot of his press conferences, and I watched last year's press conference prior to the Michigan game. And after watching last year's press conference, it actually made me think, Michigan might have a chance here. After watching Ryan Day talk to the media last year prior to Michigan, Ohio State, it made me think Michigan might have a chance here. After watching Ryan Day today meet with the media, head coach at Ohio State, I will say I think he's in a much better headspace. I mean, that's what winning a national championship will do.
Should.
But I think he's in a much better headspace than he was a year ago in terms of this week and the preparation for this team. And, in this game, one area that the last 2 years Michigan has really had the upper hand, special teams. Michigan kickers 5 for 5 against the Buckeyes, field goals. Ohio State's Jaden Fielding 2 for 5. Fielding's back. Zavada is still here. Zavada has not had the same kind of year. Michigan's dominated in the punt game, exchange of punts, the last couple of years. Ohio State botched a kickoff and took over once inside their 6 last year. So we're talking about something that, if you ask Michigan fans how they feel about the special teams, they don't feel great. Those are things that they've counted on and relied on the last couple of years. We'll see how they translate. But my outsider's opinion, and I'm not around Ryan Day, so you can throw this opinion out, but I think he appears to be in a much, much better headspace. Going into Michigan week, we shall see. I know Sharon is. I've been around Sharon, and I've seen what he's like this week, and I think he plays the right buttons to get the best out of his team. But we'll see.
Well, they're definitely in Ohio State's head. The question is Ohio State going to be able to deal with it this year or not?
Mm-hmm.
Curious if these wide receivers at that tandem, if they play, but they played without them last week and they didn't have much of an issue. Their defense is so good this year. Yep. That's the star of the show.
Statistically, they are off the charts. And they have really dominated who's on their schedule. And we'll, Ryan Day said today, take away what they do best. Well, that probably means take away the run game. See if Bryce can beat him.
I will make a comment about the game that I think that, and you tell me if I'm wrong because you know better than I would. I think if Ohio State's able to run the football appreciably better than Michigan runs the football, I think Ohio State wins this game.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't even matter that you've got star receivers. If they're not able to play, if they can run it, they don't care about throwing the football.
I think what you just said would apply both teams. If you can appreciably run the ball better, because it's going to be 28 degrees with double-digit winds and snow coming down. Now, that doesn't mean you can't throw the ball. Michigan had a huge throw in the snow in the 2021 game to Cornelius Johnson on the goal line, and he slid through the back of the end zone on the ground on the snow. That was a a deep ball. So 248-539-9797, Sam in Shelby Township. Hi, Sam.
Hey, guys. So I don't care how Ryan Day sounds and everything, his little sound bites of we're going to drop 100 on him and this and that. Let him keep talking the way he was. When's the last time he's beat us?
Yeah, but he's not talking like that, as Doug
No,
pointed.
he's not. He sounds
It's all
different.
right. It's okay. Let him sound different. It all comes down to how you're going to coach when the day comes. And to me, he cannot beat Michigan. He did it 1 year, was a fluke. After that, we exposed the way that he is with that team.
How many points did they throw up on him when they won that game?
I think
a
he got
bunch.
exposed.
Like 56 or something like that?
But I don't care about his wins. How many times have you won the big game?
Well,
you could win that
he's
national
won it.
championship last year. They won their national championship last year, but without beating us.
Who cares?
That
They won a
means I
national
don't care how.
Well, they actually, some people down there
but
care.
when we did it, we beat them and went undefeated. So it just shows you who's a better team and who's a better coach.
Well, Sam, I'll tell you this: it certainly would be more gratifying to beat that rival when you win it all. But I will just give you my honest assessment. Last year, I thought Day sounded really tight on game week, and I don't know that his football team didn't reflect that on that Saturday. I think last year was one of the more stunning results I've ever seen in that game, but there have been massive upsets that have taken place. If the team reflects the demeanor of the head coach, and I think Michigan has reflected the demeanor of Sherrone Moore in this rivalry, who's 2-0 coaching against Ohio State, I think, and last year with a very flawed team, still managed to win. I think Day's demeanor is better. I'm just making the observation. You obviously don't care, Sam. I'm just making the observation. But I also call him like I see him, and so I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel and say anything different than the way I feel about it. Also, rivalry game is the Lions and Packers. Do you expect a lot of Packer fans?
Normally we see Packer fans all over the place, but it is Thanksgiving, so it might be less, but I still think you're going to see a Packer presence. I think I think you're going to see lots of green and yellow out there.
Yeah. I mean, I always find it interesting if your team's on a Thanksgiving road trip. If the Lions, this is obviously never happening, but if the Lions on Thanksgiving were playing somewhere close by, I wouldn't uproot my family and go on Thanksgiving. The Lions were playing like Christmas Day in Chicago, I wouldn't uproot my family and go. I'm always pseudo impressed that people do these road trips on holidays for the NFL.
Yeah,
It's a commitment.
It is a commitment, and I would imagine that the majority of those people to make that commitment, there's a reason for them coming in town other than the game. Like they know somebody in town, they've got friends, they've got family. That it makes sense.
Yeah, but the Packers. I mean, the cool thing about the NFC North is fans do travel, and you can have some good back and forth and interaction. I don't know that anybody travels as well as Lions fans right now, who've been incredible at stadium takeovers. Nobody's taking over Ford Field these days, that's for sure. But be intrigued to see what the numbers are like, because part of that is a willingness of the hometown fans to move their tickets in the first place, and I don't know how many of those are up for grabs for this one, but we shall see. Rico Beard has sauntered into the studio and joins us now. Rico, how are you?
I'm good, man. I was very entertained. With the new speakers, we can really hear what's going on, and I was listening to your last caller, and
he's convinced. I mean, look, when it's going well, going great, and I think things are headed shading a good place, I agree. But I thought Ryan Day looked like he was.
No.
Better
It was just like, they won a national title, but they didn't beat us. Like,
it is a feather in the cap for Michigan fans. I will also tell you, it is a major point of angst from the Columbus people I've talked to. That might not be everybody.
I understand, but if given the choice, that's what I would do. So.
All right, so these guys are on deck. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Was Lomas at a nightclub there? What the hell was that? Was that a turkey giveaway or was he down in South Beach? Oh, my goodness.
He was just happy, man. He was throwing that party already.
All right. David Hull back with us. Kenny livid about the Red Wings. We may get to it later. But, people, we have rearranged the entire show sheet today because Rico has something to present. And I have not allowed a space in my heart for this to be a possibility. But Rico's going to bring something up for Monday Night Football. All I can ask you to do, grant this man the time to communicate what he is saying before judgment.
Yeah, just listen. If you watched the Monday Night Football game last night, at one point there was a graphic, and they were talking about the NFC teams, and it was a Thanksgiving Day theme, and they had the 4 division leaders all sitting at the heads of the table. And then you had the wild card teams, and they were at the little kids' table. And then the graphic kind of panned outside the house, and out in the cold, it was Bryce Young pounding on the door, Dak Prescott looking through the window like, please let me in, and sitting on a bench was Jared Goff. And at that point last night, it really hit me. The Lions are not in the playoffs as of right now. And I just wonder, for you Lion fans out there, have you allowed yourself to think that they could possibly miss the playoffs? Have you even let it into your mindset? Because it's been a foregone conclusion. This team's in the playoffs. It's going to be a wild card. It's going to be a division. As of now, they're not. And as we keep getting closer and closer to the end of the season, you're starting to lose some runway. As we get closer and closer to the end of the season, you're going to get to the point where you're going to need to not only win your games, you may need other teams to lose games to get one of those final spots in the playoffs. That's why this game Thursday is so important. But just for you Lions fans out there, have you entertained the thought that this team could possibly miss the playoffs? After going 15-2 and being the best team in the NFC, to being on the outside looking in, because that graphic right there, I'm like, wait, so Jared Goff along with Bryce Young and Dak Prescott, those are the 3 teams that are closest to making the playoffs. You're lumped in with those teams. 248-539-9797.
Well, Rico left out the best part. Here's your historical context. We just saw it last year. A team that went 10-7 got left at home. That's Seattle. It happened last year. Now, obviously, had they lost to the Giants, this conversation, it's funny how people are going to be chesty today, but where would they be if they lost? I personally have not allowed myself to think this. That doesn't mean it's not a good topic. In fact, it's a great one. Because when you look at the NFC, here's what you're dealing with. Let's just take Philly as a playoff team, a divisional winner. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you go, whoever wins the welfare South, they're in. Okay. So you are left in a weird space. The Dallas Cowboys now sit at 5-5-1. They play you. You play them. You have the Bears at 8-3 that we don't believe are real. What's funny, I thought I overheard it. I was at my desk working on the podcast. I think a guy called in and said that me and Cookies were clowns because we don't respect the Bears because we brought up that, congrats, you finally beat a quarterback or a team with a winning record. Right. The point is, Bears, Packers, Lions, 3 teams in the mix. Add the Cowboys, that's 4. Add Rams, Seattle, Niners. That's 7 teams that are in this mix for 5 spots. Now, if you take the division winner, let's say you believe the Bears are going to win the North. I don't. The point is there's not enough room at the inn. So I think when Rico brings this up, guys, it's not a forecast that they won't. It is more a question of, and I'm guilty, I'll be the first to raise my hand. It hit me when Rico said it, they're not in the playoffs if the season ended today. And when you look at it, look, we like to take shots at the zombie Niners. They're 8-4. They have a bye week coming up. They get Cleveland this week. They could go to the bye 9-4. Recharged, refreshed. You don't get to say that they're not going to make it. Seattle at 8-3. They play 9-5 this week. They're going to be 9-3. You don't get to say they're not going to make. You start to look at it and go, well, that's 2 wild card spots. Now, here's what it sets up. It sets up Thursday. And I admit this, guilty, right here. I haven't allowed it to creep into my mind they're going to lose to the Pack. If they lose to the Packers, I cross the street and I go to the side of, okay, now I'm sincerely concerned they're not going to make it. Because at that point, you will have lost to the Pack twice.
Right.
You have lost to the Chiefs. You'll have lost to the Eagles. You will have lost to a horrendous Vikings team. And I'm sorry, it's a win Sunday, but it gave me pause over the 2-10 Giants.
Well, just think about that. Let's just say they do lose Thursday, and then you have the Cowboys coming in for a de facto play-in game the very next week.
Yeah.
Because they want in. They're all of a sudden, they made some trades at the deadline. They got better at the trade deadline.
The problem for the Lions, and I don't think it's a problem necessarily, playoff football starts now. I do think what you're bringing up has value. I do.
And it really hit me when I saw that graphic, and I'm like, wow, there's Goff with Bryce Young and Dak Prescott outside of the house, outside of the playoffs.
Right.
And now, in order to make it, you're going to have to start scoreboard watching in November.
Well, here's the other thing, too. That tie is a real pain in the ass because 2 of these teams have it. You have to have more wins than the team with the tie. Meaning, if the season ends and you're 10-7 and the Pack are 10-6-1, guess who's going to the playoffs? It ain't you.
Right.
So, Cowboys, 5-5-1. It's the same flavor. Have you allowed this to creep into your mind? This cartoon graphic that factually shows that if the season ended today, you are not in the playoffs. I haven't. I admit that. And then Thursday, look, I'm not asking Jared Goff to be anyone other than who he is, but it's getting a little bit annoying. You know, you ask the question about, how big a game it is. And it's like, nope, counts the same as all. Oh, okay, you know what? You're just smarter than everyone. God bless, okay? You have the launch codes. Jared, it's okay to just say it's a huge game.
That's a big game.
NFC North, we already lost to these cats once. They're in our place on Turkey Day. We got to go win the game.
We got embarrassed.
Come on.
Week 1.
Don't tell me it just counts for 1. It doesn't. In fact, if you get swept by a divisional opponent, it counts for like 3. So that irked me. And I'm not trying to be irked. It's a holiday week. It irked me.
No, and
just say it's a big game, man.
It is a big game, and even if you just keep winning, you still need other teams to lose in order for you to get one of those final spots.
So let's do this one more time just for fun. I want to throw the number out. 248-539-9797. So you believe the Eagles will win the East?
Yes.
You believe that the Rams will win the West?
Yes.
We don't care who wins the South.
Somebody.
Can we just make a presumption
Bucks.
only one's getting in?
Yeah.
Bucks get in. Okay. So there's your 4. So we got 3 wild card spots. The North.
Well, we still got to pick the North. Yeah.
Look, here's what I would say. You have 3 teams who I could put Pack/Lions as the winner, and then whoever doesn't win it, they're the wild card. The point I'm making is Bears, Pack, Lions, Cowboys, Seattle, Niners. So that's what? 1, 4, 5, 6 teams for 4 spots. 1 is a division winner. So it's 5 teams for 3 spots. You're not wrong to bring this topic up.
And
You're not. And guess what? People, if you're out there right now, and don't make me defend this guy in his fancy bleeping basement. Don't. The point I'm making is, if you're doing this whole Rico's being a hater thing, you don't get it because your fellow man is calling these phone lines now, and they are being vulnerable. They are admitting it has crept into your mind.
Because here's the other thing that most people won't allow to creep into their minds, Mike. We talked that 10-7 is that you need to get at least to 10 wins.
Might not be enough.
The Bears are 2 games away from 10 wins. Let that sink in.
I know that, but the way I'm looking at it as well is
so while we're just looking at
Seattle's going to get to 9 this weekend,
correct.
And so are presumably Rat Purdy.
Right.
It puts it into a different light because then you look at it and go, wait a minute, are we really playing for 1 spot? that between Packers, Cowboys, Lions, Bears, that there's really the division winner. There's 3 teams, one spot, and you play them all. You play the Bears, you play the Pack, you play the Cowboys. I don't like that Rico's right about this. I don't. And I don't like admitting that I've been one of these people who just hasn't allowed myself to think this way.
No.
But it's appropriate, especially.
Let me help you out with this.
After that bull jive they put out there on Sunday.
I was right there with you last night. You're like, okay, in the end, they're going to make it. And I'm just like, whoa. That was very sobering. Yeah, there's only a few spots left. And right now, you're running out of runway. Right now, you're running out of time. We keep acting as if, well, there's still 10 games left. No, there's not. And that's the problem. And you're going to be playing, as you said, you're going to be playing Green Bay, playing Chicago, in Chicago.
Cowboys.
And the Cowboys at home. A Cowboys team that did some things at the trade deadline and actually got better.
He's right. And my God, the only thing I keep thinking of, David, imagine if they would have lost Sunday. This topic would hit like crack. You'd have people running around shirtless. They wouldn't know what to do.
Oh, because
Thank God they won.
That means that Campbell lost 2 in a row. And,
but there is a big difference in this playoff picture between 7-4 and 6-5, especially with what we just talked about. Where look, Seattle and the Niners presumably are going to get to 9 wins this weekend. The Bears are already sitting at 8. You have the Packers where, yes, if you win Thursday, it goes a long way in getting you where you need to be. If you lose Thursday and the Packers sitting at 8-3-1 and you're at 7-5, remember what I said. You are 2 full games behind them.
So at that point, I would just go ahead and say, you can now say Packers/Bears, but just give it to the Packers.
Yeah.
And now you're fighting the Bears, which means that the final week of the season, maybe for that last spot.
I haven't got to this point yet, but Rico is giving us a dose of reality. I admit that. So I need to think about it differently. Because here's the other thing I could be wrong about. I've just always believed they'd hold serve at Ford Field and beat the Packers. I don't like the way the Packers are playing. For all the issues we have, I think they have an equal issue. You're at home, you hold serve. But if anything, maybe Sunday should be that reality check. Maybe losing to J.J. McCarthy at Ford Field should be the reality check.
And almost losing to Jameis Winston should be an even bigger reality check. No, losing to J.J., that's the reality check. There's
I needed worse. You to back off of that spicy take.
Right. I was like, you know what?
My God. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next. 97.1.
Mike talked about it, the basement. Guys, right now I would be in my Matrix basement if I wasn't doing the show watching this Michigan State game right now. But I have to do the show with Michael. But guess what? Come Thanksgiving Day, I'm going to be watching Lions football. I'm going to be watching MSU, North Carolina, all thanks to my Matrix basements. Well, here's the good news. If you heard me talk about the basement and you want to get one, now is the perfect time. Build now and pay later. That's the program that Matrix Basements is offering. No interest, no payments for 24 months. I didn't stutter. For 2 years, you can enjoy your new basement built by Matrix Basement and not pay a darn thing for 2 years. No interest, no payment. Go to matrixbasements.com, set up your free consultation. They'll come out, they'll give you a design, let them start building right now, and you too can be enjoying March Madness in your new basement designed and built by Matrix Basements. It's 24 months of absolute zero payment, zero interest. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner.
You've heard the ads, lawyers bragging about, this verdict and this experience. The bottom line is they just view you as a number. With David Femininio, it's personal. You call, he answers, not some underling. You call, he reps you, not his third cousin who just got their law degree.
Can I sue to get my fandom back?
Yes. David Femininio, we're filing a lawsuit against MSU. 855-65-CRASH. Technically, it has been a car crash, MSU football. David, get on it. 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavid.getpaid.com. All right. I think this is a hell of a good start. I think it's a really interesting topic, and I admit I was surprised by it. But Rico's right. That Monday night graphic on the game last night, yeah, you're not at the dinner table. You are outside the playoffs. And Thursday, your quarterback can say it just counts all the same. Thursday's a must win. And if you don't win, yeah, I think you're in real danger of not making the playoffs. Now, the problem for me is, much like I haven't really considered their playoff chances anything other than they're making the playoffs, I have a hard time believing Green Bay's coming in here and winning. But then again, spread opened up at 3, and it went down to 2.5.
Well, think of this. We all thought that this was going to be a runaway game last Sunday.
Guilty.
It's the Giants. It's Jameis. It's a bunch of backups. Yeah, it's going to be easy pickings until it wasn't. Until it went to overtime.
Well, and the problem now is, look at the body of work since the Chiefs game. Yeah. Just call it what it is. So let's get to the people. And again, a 10-win team missed the playoffs last year. That was Seattle. So if we use 10 as a barometer, that a minimum it will take is 10. Well, 2 teams in the West who aren't the Rams are about to get to 9 this weekend, as they are both prohibitive favorites. The Bears are sitting at 8. And remember, Packers and Cowboys tied, which means if you finish with the same amount of wins, you're staying home. So if they get to 10, at 10, what is it? 10, 6, and 1, and you're 10 and 7, you're staying home. So I hate that Rico's right, but he is. And we do need to start talking about Thursday. Like, I don't think it's radio hyperbole. It is a must-win. A loss to the Packers, come on, man. I mean, at that point, you're sitting at 7-5. Cowboys on tap. You got really no realistic way to get past the Pack. And now you're going to rely upon the Bears to come cratering down to earth and do what? Not win a single game? Like, it starts to add up a little bit, divisionally speaking. Yeah. Remember what I'm saying about the wild card, guys. The wild card, you could see a wild card team with 11 wins. It's a weird year. God, I hate that you're right.
It's not right, Mike. It's just an observation. It's just no. Because if they win, you feel better.
Yes.
You lose. And now you're scoreboard watching. Now you gotta hate watch the Bears and hate watch the Packers and hate watch the Seahawks, hate watch the Niners, hate watch the Eagles, and hate watch the Packers, because you need one of those spots. Let's just assume the Rams are just going to run away with this thing. You don't need to hate watch them.
No, they don't. No, but you got to play them.
You have to play them.
Let's go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Honestly, man, it's Brad's fault. He did nothing at the deadline. They did nothing in the preseason after they knew Ragnow was gone. It's their fault.
Okay, all right, noted. But are you worried? Like, does it?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a lifelong Lions fan, and you know, I went through the 0-16 season with this team, and they're just dumb choices again.
Okay, well, Jack, he's very direct about it. I mean, guys, I got to be honest. We know about the Brett Holmes thing. I know. And if they miss the playoffs, guess what? It's his ass in the jackpot. That'll take care of itself. Mm-hmm. In the here and now, it's about, are they getting in? I still believe they are. But when you start to zoom out and get out of your bubble, and I'm guilty of it, it doesn't look nearly as surefire as I guess I believed it was. We'll go to David, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, pal?
Good afternoon, fellas. Happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you.
Yeah, I am concerned that we won't make the playoffs because, we lost to one of the bottom three quarterbacks in the league, J.J. McCarthy. That should have been a gimme game. New York should have been a gimme. It wasn't. And now we're playing the Packers, who have one of the best defenses in the league. And then our schedule isn't great. I mean, we got to play the Rams. We got to play the Bears, who are pretty hot right now. We got to play the Vikings again.
Cowboys,
which I'm honestly not too worried about the Cowboys because they suck. But
well, hold on now.
It's not going to be an easy game against the Cowboys for sure.
But hold on,
we got like one of the harder schedules in the division.
David, that defensive line got a little better when they went to trade deadline.
Absolutely,
they made
improvements.
improvements.
Yeah.
Look, all I'll say is this: I got to respect them. They're down 21-0 at home. They rally up and beat the Eagles. They've clawed back to 5-5. They have a physical running game. They have elite. That might be the best duo in football out wide. Hey, man, David, you'll be favored in the game, but at this point, I'm guilty as anybody. I got to step back and go, you know what? This is a week-by-week thing with this team. This is not last year's team. It's not 2 years ago. It's scary. It's dicey.
Right, and I'm not going to blame Brad Holmes for this call. I mean, we could have done more in the before the trade deadline, but that's not his style. I mean, he prefers the draft, which is fine, but our O-line sucks, and we got to protect Jared Goff because he's not a very good quarterback when he gets.
Yeah. Well, and the good part, David, the reality is, right, we talked the schedule. You can flip the entire narrative by winning one of these big games, two of these big games. Then it's in the rearview mirror, and you're getting in. But, yeah, on the heels of what they put on tape on Sunday, and then on the heels of the previous week at Philly, no, I mean, yes, I'm a little nervous now that Rico has laid it out this way for us.
248-539-9797.
Am I wrong that I haven't considered them losing to the Packers?
No, Mike, you're not wrong. I didn't.
Do you believe they're beating the Packers?
No.
Oh, dear God.
I think you can. The problem is I've watched, as you stated, you go back to the Chiefs game, you go back to the Vikings
If
game.
they lose to the Packers, just call it. It's over.
I'm looking at it's not the offense. It's not Love and the offense. It's the defense. If that defense gives Love short fields, if JJ can beat you with a short field, imagine what Jordan Love can do with a short field. And the Packers will kick field goals because they don't score touchdowns. So they know we're probably going to have to kick about 4, 5, or 6 field goals to win this game, maybe score a touchdown. But our defense is good enough. We can keep this team under 20 points. So that's what bothers me.
David?
Woo, happy Thanksgiving, Detroit. You really think they're going to lose to the Packers?
I do, David.
Yeah. No.
I'm not there yet.
Micah Parsons is going to just find the weakest link. He's going to be blitzing from all angles. You were struggling last week. What are you going to do this week? What are you going to do this Thursday? What's the major improvement in this offensive line?
I think the improvement is Green Bay's offense has gotten substantially worse since you faced them week 1.
Mm-hmm.
No Kraft, no Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Jacobs, I think, is going to play. That's why they held him out Sunday, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I love the patronizing. No. You know what? Spin around and get the hell out of here. You're like one of those ESPN hosts.
No. So ask yourself this, Mike. If you life on the line, would you rather the Packers score a touchdown for you, the JJ-led Vikings, or the Jameis Winston Giants? Because you had problems with these previous 2 offenses. With the Vikings.
You're saying trust-wise.
Yeah. Like, I know the Packers aren't good. Neither are the Giants. Neither are the Vikings.
And they already did that.
Yes. Recently. We can't even use the whole, well, it was the beginning of the year, and that this just happened. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Son of a bitch. We'll get to the calls next. 97.1. It's football season. Don't just show up on game day. Score big. Moran Buick GMC. Right now, you lease a 26 GMC Sierra Crew Cab, $199 a month. Or you can drive home in a 25 Buick Envista. Lease is starting at $279 a month. Both deals, $999 down. Guys, inventory rolls in every day. MoranExpress.com. You also get your certified service. So whether you're loading up for the game, heading up north for deer season, whatever it is, Moran Buick GMC has you covered. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we check in with David, Ticket Text, get back to the phones. We got a couple of football todays. We got a lot of stuff to cover, but this is it's illuminating. That graphic on Monday Night Football, it is. The fact that the Lions, if the season ended today, not in the playoffs. The fact that Sunday left a real bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. The fact that when you look at 10-7, wasn't good enough last year to make the playoffs if you were Seattle. And now this year, you have a couple of teams that are about to get their 9th win before we even get to the month of December. Like, you look at it, you go, all right, I needed that reality check. And Rico's playing Nona. Have you allowed any space in your mind that they could be in some trouble making the playoffs? I think if they had lost Sunday, the answer is a resounding yes. Right. But they didn't.
And it's not to say that they can't. It's saying, have you even contemplated the fact that it could happen? Because
I had said no, but now that you're doing this, it's like, okay, the math has to speak. Like the Niners aren't going to be viewed as a joke. They're going to go to 9-4 if they beat Cleveland this week. Seattle is like a 10-point favorite over JJ.
Right.
Like
So-
they're both going to be sitting at 9 wins.
Right. And then the Niners still have the Titans to play.
Yeah, I want to hear from the people. And look, people are responding. So if you're sitting in your vehicle or your cubicle rolling your eyes, oh, there goes 2-6. No, because I still think they're making it. But I also think it's okay to say, you know what? I don't appreciate the aloof nature of your quarterback coming on our airwaves and just being like, no, you know, they all count the same. Jared, it's okay to just be human and say, yeah, it's a big game. Yeah. They dusted us week 1. It's Thanksgiving. It's a divisional opponent. This is a big game. You can just say it. Mm-hmm. David, what do you got, buddy?
From Marlon, he says, gentlemen, this is easily the biggest game of the year and top 5 biggest games in Lions history.
Okay,
if we lose this game, there is no chance of making the playoffs.
Well, here's why maybe it's not hyperbole. Because of it's a big game only because there's so much at stake. If you lose, how far you have to now work to get there, I can't say that he's wrong. Because it is one of those games, Mike, you lose this thing and good luck to you. Now you're scoreboard watching. Now you're going to be at the Lions game with your phone in your hand watching other teams play to see what happens. This is big.
Rico, Mr. Deflator, he says, no, I haven't considered that we might not make the playoffs. We are just fine. That is from Tom.
Hold on, Tom. Before you call him a deflator, so is ESPN a deflator for having Jared Goff sitting at the kids' table, not in the playoffs?
No, outside the house. Not even at the kids' table.
So, like, it is okay to have the conversation, and no offense, were you saying we're fine when you were down 3 to the Giants and needed a 60-yard field goal to go to OT? I mean, I don't think it's fair. Listen, I love making fun of Rico. Hell, I'd make it my pastime if I could. The whole point is, I don't think this is the hill to die on.
And it's, Tom, it's not that you can't make it. It's, have you even considered the alternative? You may go from the best record in the NFC to outside the playoffs in 1 year.
Missing the playoffs is a real possibility. The next 3 games, I feel, it's like a 1-2 record. Wow. I keep telling you that they're not going to the playoffs if they don't beat Green Bay or Dallas. Lions are going to go 5-1 and win the division. That is guaranteed, Richard.
I mean, that sounds amazing.
You go 5-1, yeah. You will win the division, and you know what? You'll get a home playoff game. You'll probably be either the 2 or the 3 seed.
I still think they're making it. I still think they win Thursday. I don't know about 5-1, but I just, if you lose to this Packer team, your problems are way deeper and way more serious than I think any of us have given credit. Like, it's one thing, okay, Minnesota was off brand, or hey, we just don't stack against really good teams. The Packers are not a really good team. I've watched more Packer football than I care to because of all the stupid things I agree to do.
No, they're not a good team, Mike, but their defense travels every game. The offense lets them down, but the defense shows up, man. And that to me is going to be the problematic thing on Thursday is, man, you know, Parsons and that defense coming in here and holding you to doing either dumb things and going for it and stuffing you, or just, you know, picks or just short fields. I don't know if you, with the interior of the offensive line the way that it is, I have a problem thinking that, dismissing this, they could score 17 points and still win the game.
Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, boy. Let's go to the people. Go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on?
Yeah, hi, Mike. How you doing?
Good, brother. What's up?
You know what? Really, first off, great topic. You know what? I just got a couple of takes. They started the year 4-1. They lost to Green Bay. They won 4 in a row. Since that time, the last 6 games, they're a pedestrian 3-3. Should have been 2-4. They got fortunate to beat the Giants. And you know what? I think they're still going to make the playoffs too. but I'm about 51-49 that they're going to. It's a coin flip. When I see Jared Goff go back in the pocket, and I think he's an excellent quarterback. You signed him for $40 million. You knew what you had. I don't think he's got a lot of confidence in the offensive line. I think he's got happy feet, and I think that time clock sped up a little bit on him, and he's having difficulties. Now he's an excellent quarterback. I think they made a really good move there. However, you knew when you signed him, you got to protect him because he's not mobile, and you had to know that. So I'm a little bit disappointed with Brad Holmes in regards to that. But your next 6 games, you got to win. You got to win Thursday. You're not going down to L.A. You're not going down to the Rams. You're not beating them. Not the way they're playing right now. You're not going down to L.A. and win that game. So let's count that a loss. Let's say that's 5. I think you got to go 11-6 to make the playoffs. So that gives you 2 more losses. That means you got to beat the rest of the teams that you're on your schedule, and you got to play Minnesota and Green Bay on the road. I'm sorry, Chicago. Yeah, Chicago, last game of the season. I'm concerned. I'm like you, though, Mike. I think they're going to make the playoffs, but I'm not. They better win on Thursday. Thursday's a huge game.
I think what Rico brought up, and Jay, I'm with you on the Goff thing, by the way, on all points. I think anyone who watches it reasonably, right, and doesn't watch it 10 beers deep, and they've painted their whole body blue. Yes, like Jay, he's back there. He's hurried. He's a little frantic, and it's just a little off, and that results in what we're watching.
And I wonder if that's because that the offensive line is not the same offensive line he had last year.
I think it's all of it. I think now you're dealing with no Sam Laporta, which is a security blanket. Look, Sam Laporta, it helps paint the picture. Teams have to stay accountable. Like we always talk about J-Mo and how important he is and how good he can be. You have to be accountable to where he is on the field. Well, it's the same damn thing with Laporta. Mm-hmm. What do you think you're going to do? Put some bum-ass linebacker on Sam Laporta? Yeah, you'll be on the rotisserie at Costco. Correct. You got no shot.
Correct.
But now, Sam Laporta's dead. You can put your slowest player on Brock Wright. What's he doing? He's going to get 6 yards, not 60.
Right. And now it looks like your entire offense is just when's Gibb going to hit that 50-yard run?
Yeah. Well, if you're going to depend on that, that's problematic. It was awesome on Sunday, and those things can happen. That can't be the bedrock of an offense. Right. Especially because you're not going to face Shane Bowen every week.
Oh, he's fired.
Oh, my God.
Big G, come on home. He's fired. Come on back. We love you.
Just no. And again, there's no panic, but it's eye-opening. Let's continue. We'll get with the people. Get a little football today as well. I do have a question for you. I need you to explain something to me that is inexplicable. Okay. No, it's not how angry Kenny got about the Wings. Something else in sports. I'm going to need your counsel. What are you sipping over? Oh, look at you. Okay. No, okay. Now I know what's going on.
I just tried this for the first
time. No,
you're
good. I just wondered. You had a little extra pep in your step, and you weren't being as big of an ass as you normally are in the 2 p.m. Mm-hmm. He's got a little caffeine. He's feeling good about himself. Mm-hmm. Aha. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll get to the people next. 97.1. That's good. Sorry, I had to take a break from Rico patronizing me to tell you all about FanDuel. Hey, Thanksgiving. It's feast week. You got a ton of college hoops. Unfortunately, that means Kenny's betting on every game today, which is wholly irresponsible. They have the new pass the leg parlay deal. You can do these group parlays. Look, whatever it is, go to FanDuel. They got more betting markets than anybody. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel. You can play your game, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, touch table on some football. Get back to business. David, music, please.
So let's go through maybe a few overreactions for the NFL so far heading into the Thanksgiving.
Oh, it's like the morning show. Overreact
schedule.
gyms.
So let's get to this one here. Daniel Jones, who has thrown for 62% against the Steelers a couple weeks ago and 61% completion percentage against the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday. Is the bloom off the rose with Daniel Jones?
Yes and no. It's off the rose because a lot like Jared Goff, they're not protecting him as much. The running game isn't quite as dominant. And you're seeing that Daniel Jones, who is not as good as Jared Goff, can't perform at the level he was. He obviously doesn't look as sweet. Mm-hmm. So, yes, but there's a root cause to it.
See, I would say more of water finding its level. I think that you finally see he's Daniel Jones. He's good. He's not great. He's not outstanding. And, yeah, he still makes the same types of mistakes. And, yeah, if he's not playing the way that he is, then all of a sudden Jonathan Taylor's not looking as great. And I think that the Colts just kind of came back to the pack, David.
Next on the list will be the team they faced on Sunday and lost to, which would be the Kansas City Chiefs. Went to overtime. Kansas City won that game. Did they save their season?
Absolutely. Yes, they did. Now, the thing is, every game for Kansas City is we got to save our season because now they get to play the Cowboys in a game that you probably thought, okay, at the beginning of the season, Kansas City is going to go into Dallas and roll them. Now this is going to be a good game. So Kansas City has to beat the Cowboys as well because they're on the outside looking in. They're not in the playoffs as well, even though they got great Vegas odds. They have to win.
I think the good thing for Kansas City, the AFC is so packed together, 10 guarantees you a spot versus the NFC where it may take a little more. It's everything Rico said. Cowboys plus 3.5.
I love this next one here because it fits right in line with what you have already said, Rico. Since you have the belief that the Packers are going to beat the Lions on Thanksgiving. Well, is it an overreaction? And I'll say the Chicago Bears will win the NFC North.
Am I allowed to? No, you asked him. Sorry.
No,
it's for both of you.
No, I'll be quiet.
I still think it is, David. But if Chicago wants to win the NFC North, they're going to have to at least split one of the games with Green Bay. You do that, you have my attention. Until then, I think you're a good team. I'm not going to dismiss you and say you're a cute team, but you got to beat the Packers in order for me to consider you a team that can beat and win and get the North.
It's a complete overreaction. If the Bears win this division, Kenny will shave his beard and drink it in a milkshake.
Kenny?
All right, next one here.
Okay, Gussie.
Let's head over to...
Kenny's playing J-Bat right now.
Ooh. Let's head over to the NFC South here because, well, the reports say that Baker is okay. His MRI came out okay, but they are 6-5. And now with Baker banged up, Carolina Panthers are going to win the NFC South.
Overreaction. Bucky Irving's back this week. Question mark? No, he's supposed to be back this week. Adam Schefter even reported that. They got Godwin back. It's his non-throwing shoulder. They will stabilize. I think what Rico's 49ers did to Carolina, look, Carolina's a fun story, and I'm happy. I like Dave Canales. I'm rooting for him because he works for a maniac, but they're not real. They're not ready. I think the Bucs will hold them off.
Yeah, I think they said it best. If the Carolina Panthers could play the Atlanta Falcons 16 games, they would look like world beaters. Because against the Falcons, Bryce Young, 4 touchdowns, he just lights it up. But when they play everybody else, I don't know, man. No, I'm going to say no.
And here, I mean, obviously, too, look, you don't want to get carried away with it. Here's the rest. You want the schedule for Carolina just for fun? Mm-hmm. I just pulled this up. All right, here's what they got left. Rams, dead. At New Orleans. Win. Okay, but look at this last 3. Ready? Mm-hmm. Tampa, Seattle, at Tampa. Wave goodbye. No way. Absolutely no way.
That's the only reason why I asked it, though, because they have Tampa, 2 out of the last 3.
no.
And if they were able to split, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Next one here. Steelers will continue their collapse. Overreaction or not, it is time to mutually part ways with Mike Tomlin.
Agree completely on both fronts. And it's not that Mike Tomlin is a bad coach or is a bum or is Shane Bowen. But you just can't keep doing this.
No.
Every year, 8 or 9 wins, go nowhere, don't win playoff games. You need to rebuild, and you can't do that with a guy who's been there for 30 years.
David, it is time. Will it happen? No. I think Pittsburgh would give him a farewell tour and say, okay, this is his last year.
So another bad year.
Is that what State's doing with Jonathan Smith?
I don't know what they're doing with
Okay.
Jonathan Smith doesn't know what they're doing.
Hey, by the way, here's their schedule. Buffalo, at the Ravens. Miami, at the Lions. At Cleveland. Baltimore. Wave goodbye. Steelers are done.
Next one, overreaction or not. The Giants, yes, those New York Giants should hire Mike Kafka as head coach.
I'm going to leave that to you.
It's possible. I mean, listen. Dayball took the play call and gave it back. I'm okay with it if you bring in a stud defensive coordinator. If you go out and make Lou Anarumo the highest paid DC in football or something like that, I could work my way to it. Do I think the Giants can do better? Yes. As long as you have Jackson Dart, you should have offensive minds willing to interview for your job.
Would you go and steal the defensive coordinator from the Ohio State Buckeyes?
Patricia?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. He
Curious.
could stay in college. I'm all
Curious.
set.
Just curious.
Nope.
Overreaction or not, Shedeur Sanders should remain the Browns QB1.
Not an overreaction.
What else you got?
Yeah, team going nowhere. Gabriel's been dinged up. It's not an overreaction. I think the overreaction is what Shedeur did after the game.
What, nobody, I'm not going to give the haters anything. Like, dude, we actually want to feel good for
Like
you.
you kind of just did by saying that.
Right. Just, you know what? Just be humble. And you know what? We went out there. Look, David, it's to the point he's going to keep people in the seats. It's just that whole wow factor of him. If you're Cleveland, you got nothing else to lose. And if you're Cleveland, you're asking him, can you score 2 touchdowns and let Myles Garrett and this defense shut the opponents out? And maybe we'll stand a chance. Can you just score 2?
Last 2 here, the Bengals should have played Joe Burrow.
No. The Bengals should just – well, you know what? They're not going to do things smart. So let me just stop myself right there. But if I'm the Bengals, sit them down, and either you can trade them in the offseason or get a better draft pick and just build for next year because this year's over for you.
What he said.
And then final overreaction or not, that Jonathan Taylor is no longer the runaway offensive player of the year. Jahmyr Gibbs is neck and neck with him.
No, you're missing one.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
There it is. Guy might go for 2,000 yards this year.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Nobody watches the Seahawks. And that's why.
Well, that's fine. I do.
No. Well, Mike, yes, because you watch all the games, but most people don't watch West Coast football in general. After the Lions game, you turn off the 4:00 game. You're not watching it. Even when the Seahawks was on Monday night, it was at like 11 o'clock Monday night after the Lions.
But I think Offensive Player of the Year, which is for the non-quarterbacks primarily.
Yes.
Gibbs, Taylor, JSN. Those are your 3 answers. I have no problem if one of the 3 wins.
Could George Pickens enter the race?
Better hope he doesn't. We play him in 2 weeks. You better hope he doesn't.
That would mean he has an amazing Thanksgiving and the week after. You're right, Mike.
Thanksgiving.
I'm watching this. I'm just like, George, is that you? Like, when did you get that good?
When he isn't the primary receiver.
Hey, when he got quarterback play. Not trying to bleep in the punch bowl there for David, but
so you mean to tell me that when Justin Fields and Russell Wilson aren't throwing you the ball?
Yeah, kind of. Like, Dak might be an upgrade. And to David's point, you got CD drawn cover on the other side as well. And a power running game.
See, I don't
Javonte
know.
Williams might be one of the best free agent signings of the offseason.
Yes.
And I don't know if CD was ready to have a wide receiver there that's just as good as him, because I think it put pressure on him, and he's dropping passes.
He's dropping passes every week.
Like, he's used to being the man, and it's like, well, everybody's now screaming George's name, not mine. Like, you're dropping passes, and he's not. He's scoring touchdowns, and you're almost causing us to lose games.
That is in football today.
3 o'clock, we're going to get right to the people just really quick. Here's where we started. Here's where we are. Monday Night Football. They put a cartoony graphic up there. Here, the teams that are division leaders, they're at the dinner table. Teams that are the wild card teams, they're at the kids' table. And then there was like Bryce Young on Jared Goff's shoulders outside going, let me in, let me in. The Lions, if the season ended today, are not a playoff team. I know I haven't thought in terms of that. I have just said, no, of course we're a playoff team. Of course they're going to make it. But Sunday, look, obviously, if they had lost Sunday, we wouldn't be talking about hypotheticals. It would be full-blown panic. But Rico brought this up, and I think when you look at the numbers and not emotion, it's worth a conversation. Have you allowed the possibility of this team missing the playoffs to enter your mind? That's not panic. No one's used the P word. I think they're making the playoffs. But it does set up, when you look at this, last year, a team with 10 wins got left out. Seattle. You have the Niners and you have Seattle that this weekend are prohibitive favorites to get to 9 wins with 5 games to go, okay? You look at Green Bay and Dallas, both have that tie, meaning you have to finish a full game ahead of them in the win column. Guys, it's actually a very good conversation. And yes, winning the division is your cleanest pathway. And if you want to do that, you have to win Thursday. And I know Campbell won't say it, and Jared Goff sure wouldn't. But we wanted to ask you, where's your mentality now with this team? Dust is settled. Emotion has subsided. Sunday, hey, they won. It's relief, not ecstasy. But this team hasn't put a lot of good tape out there in a long time. So have you allowed the possibility of, hey, you know what? It's not a sure thing to enter your mind. I don't think that's Rico being a deflator. No. I don't think it's inappropriate. And when you look at it, guys, 10 wins might not be enough. You best win Thursday. Mm-hmm. And I do. I believe they will win Thursday because maybe I'm letting what I've watched from the Packers somehow like deform reality. But Rico, I just have a hard time believing. But then you said it best. The Giants with Jameis Winston and backups put up 500 yards. Mm-hmm. Maybe the Packers can too. So
JJ.
Well, that was 3 short fields, but I hear you.
No, but still, like defense, pressure, Goff, off his mark, rushing passes,
okay, you
drop
win.
passes.
You win. You need to slow down on that energy drink. You win. You win. He's turning into the micro machines, man. All right, 248-539-9797. We go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on?
Gentlemen, it's that week again. I hope you guys have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you.
Yes. So, I got to say, the longer I was on hold, the more I was starting to rack my brain, and I almost changed my mind, and then something hit me. I look at the schedule in the beginning of the year, and I look at it now. I actually have us at one more win before the season started than I thought we were going to have. And here's what I'm saying and thinking. Washington, we got lucky. There was no Jaden Daniels. We didn't have the playoff game hangover. You can swap the Vikings loss with the Ravens win. I didn't have that happening. I don't think anyone did. We caught a little bit of a break when Baker lost his Cinderella shoe and we beat the Bucs as much as we did. And we caught a bit of a break when we had to play the influencer's boyfriend because Joe Burrow was hurt. So, that being said, I got us where we're supposed to be on the record with an extra win. The Giants game, yes, it was scary, but at the end of the day, maybe they were looking ahead to this game right here on Thanksgiving. The Cowboys, I still don't trust. I just can't. The Rams, better than I expected to be. And obviously the Bears and the Vikings and the Steelers, anything could happen, but I have them winning those games, all 3 actually. Here's the issue.
Okay.
I'm not fearing the Seahawks, mostly because it's not December yet, and we know what happens in December, Mike. You feel the same way. The ginger becomes the ginger. I'm not going to – I don't care that he has Kelvin Johnson 2.0 on his team. He's going to ginger. Gingers are going to ginger. I like where the Lions are. I like where the team is. I hope that those players come back, whether it's Davenport, whether, name the list. The problem is once you get to the playoffs, you're going to be playing those teams that are significantly better than you.
But that's also a separate topic. This was just, hey, have you for the first time gone, wait a minute, we're not in the playoffs. There's a possibility we don't get there. Look, the playoff concerns are valid, Chris, and I have them too, man. I mean, hell, I made a comment yesterday, and day later, I don't really want to change my opinion. I have more faith in the Pistons getting to the ECF than I do the Lions making the NFC title game. Doesn't mean both can't do it, but I'm just saying, no, the Lions have to regain some of our faith. And the problem, and appreciate it, Chris, happy Thanksgiving, the Lions have to renew our confidence. You don't get to keep drawing on last year or 2 years ago. In the here and now, newsflash, if I ask you the question, week 13, what is this team's identity?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
That's not an identity, it's a player. You see what I'm saying? There are concerns. You've got me scared now. I'm shocked.
Because, Mike,
I'm shocked you picked the Packers. I am shocked.
Because they're almost the Spider-Man meme because both teams are winning games, but they're not dominating. Both teams end up losing close games to the Eagles. It's like they're kind of very similar. We look at all the players for the Lions, you just assume, well, this is going to figure it out. And they're going to start scoring 40 points a game, but they're not.
Let me ask you this, Mike, because would it change your mind on the game Thursday if Jacobs and Reed returned for the Packers?
No, look, David, part of my bias is this is where Kenny will make fun of me as an old man. I just have a hard time unless your team is god-awful. I just don't think you're going to sweep a division team, and I don't think you're going to –
That's fair.
If you're on the flip side of it, you lost in Green Bay, you'll hold serve here. I know that's not the most nuanced thing, but it's just the old school approach. I mean, Packers already got you once. David, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But make no mistake, if they lose to the Packers, the conversation in this town has to change. You got to, at a certain point, draw a line in the sand and go, look, I told you to have the car back by midnight. You didn't. You're grounded. There has to be a different conversation.
And
what, David?
No, because you're so right. Oh, just use the car tomorrow. It'll be okay. No.
That's what I'm saying. That's all these people do. It's we did win. And it's yes, but that's a 2-10 football team. You did lose to JJ. Mm-hmm. You did get de-pantsed by Philly. You did get de-pantsed by Kansas City.
And here's the other thing, Mike. And look, I know you can't base this past years on what's going to happen, but the Lions up until last year's just Chicago giving up the ball and not calling a timeout, they hadn't won on Thanksgiving in a long time. And then the Bears pretty much fired their coach the second the game was over and said, okay, you're a brain dead.
It is interesting when you do look back at it. That was a gimme game that they turned into a not gimme game. Mm-hmm. And Eberflus, I don't know, he stared at a lunar eclipse or whatever he was doing.
And before that, I think they had lost, 7 or 8 in a row?
Something like that.
So, yeah.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Rico's got me scared. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Great viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Right in the heart of Las Vegas. So book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, we'll check on the ticket text. I do have a question Rico has to explain. We can get to it at 3:30. It's just, look, the Lions thing is interesting. I'm unjustifiably confident they'll beat Green Bay and they're going to make the playoffs. But that graphic on Monday Night Football is factual. They're not a playoff team today. And what happened Sunday is real. What happened against J.J. McCarthy is real. What happened against the Eagles and the Chiefs, it's real. Look, I think if this topic really, you don't want it to gain steam, go ahead and lose Thursday and watch what happens. Then it's a different thing. But, yeah, I think it's a good message is, look, playoff football starts now. Mm-hmm. And while it's not one and done, you don't have a lot of margin. And you need to start I don't know that you need to start scoreboard watching. But this is a year in the NFC where last year a 10-win team got left home. I think it's more yes than no. Somebody who wins 10 games is going to get left home again this year.
But I do think that you are going to be scoreboard watching because you're going to need certain teams to trip up just so you can take their space. And now you could be at least the little kids' table, but you're in the playoffs. So you're going to be watching the Seahawks, and you're going to be hoping that, you know what, maybe Mike is right and Darnold will turn into a pumpkin in December.
Well, hey, hold on. That only happens in huge games. He ain't going to turn into a pumpkin against the Vikings, is he? Because that puts him at 9 wins. Right. Like, if the Niners and Seattle get to 11, you're not outdoing them, and they're not missing it. That means there's only one spot left between the Cowboys, who you play,
right,
and the Bears and the Pack.
But the hypothetical situation could be in the final week, you're needing to beat the Bears, and you need either Seattle or the 49ers to lose in their final game of the year.
Right. Let's go to the people. Go to Nate, 97.1. Nate, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good.
Hey,
What's
Nate.
on your mind?
So the biggest thing that's actually disappointed me this much is Brad Holmes making no moves at the deadline. You have a left tackle aging, you have a center aging, and you have 2 inexperienced guards with Mahogany and Ratledge. I think you should have made a move for either an edge rusher for the opposite side of Hutch or made a move for our O-lineman at the deadline. That was very disappointing.
Okay. And no one on this show is going to argue with you. You know that. So what is your fear?
Yep.
Have you allowed it to enter your mind they have a chance to miss the playoffs?
Yes. I think if Jameer does not keep playing at this level and then this secondary does not keep up playing more consistently, I think that is a real possibility that a lot of people don't realize yet.
Yeah, Nate, I'll say this. I want to give the listener credit, brother. They've called up and they've been very realistic about it. I mean, we haven't had a lot of people yelling and screaming because I don't think it's panic, but I think it is an acknowledgement of the situation is not as comfortable as we had hoped. Thank God they won Sunday. Mm-hmm. Now, if you didn't win Sunday, you could actually do the topic a different way, Nathan. You could just be like straight up, they're not making it.
Yes. I think another one of the worries that you guys haven't brought up yet is how many good edge rushers are in the NFC that Goff will have to play against. The North is loaded with them. You'll see Parsons on Thursday, Lucas Van Ness on Thursday, and then you make the playoffs, and you have a shot at seeing Dallas, the Rams with Byron Young and Jared Verse.
Yep.
The NFC is loaded with.
Well, hell, Seattle. Doesn't Seattle have the number 1 DVOA defense in football?
Yeah.
You know, Philadelphia, we know what they bring to the table. No,
and you get Dallas the week after Thanksgiving.
And look, Nate's point is we have callers now doing this multiply. They're conflating things. And I appreciate the call. No one is trying to convince you they're going to have a cakewalk in the playoffs. That's not the topic. It's about getting there. Mm-hmm. I agree with the callers. This NFC looks salty. It looks like you're going to run into multiples of the type of defense that has ruined you on your way to a Super Bowl. Like, yes, that's a concern, but that's for later. This is just like right now, if you said, okay, what's my confidence level? They're going to make it 80-20. 80%, because I want to be a realist. I want to respect the numbers you've brought up and what you're saying. 80-20, yes, they make the playoffs. Lose to Green Bay, 50-50.
I'm at about 55-45 right now.
Jeez. So if they lose to Green Bay, what are they for you?
We flop it, and you're
God.
on the outside looking in.
Jeez. Okay. All right.
Because now the Dallas game becomes a must-win game unless you're Jared Goff, and then it's just one other game.
Rico, what's even crazier about that is 65-45 adds up to more than 100%.
He said 55-45.
That's what happens when you go to a fake high school, Kenny.
Right, that's it.
He said
55-45. That's my bad.
Whatever
My
you
bad.
say, Bishop Sycamore.
Stop. I am not allowing this slander because I heard it right.
Well, David,
I didn't.
always trying to keep a brother down.
Wow.
And a happy Thanksgiving to you too, Rico.
All right, let's go to Ed.
I won't tell people what you said about Creighton in the break.
Whoa.
What you're talking about.
All right, we'll go to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Good, Edward.
Well, first of all, let me say there's three kind of people in the world, those who can do math and those who can't. No, I'm probably 75, 25 Lions making the playoffs this year. But one thing that you said today, Mike, you're a little upset with Goff for kind of saying this is not a huge game. I mean, he did say it was a big game, but I think if my starting quarterback came out and said, oh, this is a huge game, I'm not sure we're up for it, I would be more worried about that.
Yeah, no, it's always, like, listen, it's not a Goff thing. Let me just be open. This is all athletes do this. Everyone is so PC and so PR'd to the hill. Just, please, you know what it is? We just want our athletes to be human beings. It's a big game. They beat our ass week one. We got to win this game. You know, I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I know. It reminds me, though, of Super Bowl that the 49ers were in when Montana was the quarterback, and he let them down to a late score to win. And they asked him what he said in the huddle. He said he leaned in. He goes, hey, do you see John Candy up there in the third row?
Oh, yeah.
Before they started that drive. Got everybody relaxed, focused on their jobs, and they marched down the field and won the game.
And fun fact, Ed, I hate Joe Montana.
Really?
Well,
I
like Montana.
Giants and Niners was a real thing in the 80s and early 90s. And Joe Montana, oh, Joe Cool. Oh, please. So overrated.
It was at the moment, and they went down and won the Super Bowl.
I know. I can't stand them.
I got to invite you over to the basement, Mike.
Go to hell. All right. So, Ed, 75-25, they're in. That's kind of where you're at. Now, if they lose to Green Bay Thursday, where are you at?
Probably 50-50 because they do mathematically have a chance.
I got a good chance.
But Sunday, mid-fourth quarter, I'm like, their season's over. It's done.
If they add that, and look, I know ifs and buts, candy and nuts, what a Merry Christmas we would have. If they had lost, that would have been a reality check for a lot of people who are still in the clouds. But they didn't. But the quality of play matters when you're chasing a Super Bowl. If you're the Carolina Panthers and you're trying to get up off the mat and just make the playoffs, a win is a win, by hook or by crook, just get in. It's different when you get to this level. When the Lions were on their playoff chase, none of us cared about style points. Just win the damn game. And I don't care about style points, but when you're playing awful teams and you play down, that's an issue. Like I talked about it with TJ. I can't blame the crowd, but it did feel a little dead in there. But I think a lot of people thought, hey, we're going to a ha-ha game.
No,
but for the Lions, I didn't think that team had a good energy. No, I didn't think the Lions looked particularly focused or excited to be there.
No, here's what happened with the crowd. I think a lot of season ticket holders sold those seats for that game. Make a little money. You figure, okay, if I'm going to miss one game this year, it could be the Giants. So you had a new crowd in there. Wasn't necessarily the ones that you always hear. And look, we've talked about it. I think slowly but surely, thank God they're not going to raise the ticket prices next year, but they've kind of been pushing the real fans out of the building, the ones who really established the home crowd and the roar of the Lions at Ford Field. They can't afford it right now.
More overrated, Troy Aikman or Joe Montana?
Aikman.
Okay. I hate them both. I just had to ask. Let me go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Johnny. What's up?
Thanks for taking my call. Two things. I think it's become pretty clear, black and white, that we're going to have to get to 11 wins to make the playoffs. I think there's going to be two teams, and hopefully they're both 10-6-1, and they're the Packers and the Cowboys. But my other comment was about what Rico said earlier, and that if we lose to the Packers, we're going to have to hate watch the rest of the year, the Bears, the Vikings, the Packers. And my thing on that is I'm a 52-year-old Lions fan, and I hate watch every NFL game I watch. I don't know any other way to watch an NFL game other than to hate watch it.
Oh, no, John. You'll hate. See, right now you hate watch because it just feels good if they lose. Now you're going to need them to lose. Now you're going to be so heavily invested that if the Lions win, but somehow the Bears squeak one out, it still ruins your day.
Yeah. You're right. But I hate watch every game. Just
See, John, I have a
so.
unique ability. I hate watch my own team. It's a real mind bleep.
No. He really does. You sit there and say, Mike, tell me again how you like this team, right?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't.
I spent last weekend basically rooting against Michigan State. I was wearing a corn cob on my head.
I've watched you.
Yeah, but do you ever get to the point where I'm at, where I'm almost happier when other teams lose than when my team wins.
Only
now
because
you enter Jeff Rieger category.
Yeah, but I'm gonna agree with John in this regard. When your teams plural are as bad as mine, oh yeah, no, I'm Team John.
See, I don't know.
I just want the whole world to burn. Why do you think I hate you? I mean, that's reality. Like, hold on. That came out wrong.
Wow, Rico. Wow.
Rico, bleep you.
I meant with the Niners. I don't hate you.
That's not what I heard.
65-45 is 110.
It was 55-45. Well,
I just mean that's why we call
we
you.
had an HR in this building. Just gonna go to the broom closet and complain.
I just meant that's why I hate you, because your team, they always win. I didn't get the last part out. I realized what I said in the first half.
We know what that is.
Oh, will you please?
We're here for you, Rico. We're here for you, man.
I guess I need to start hanging out with J-Mo. Hey, you know what? If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Patrick and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road, and the Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle, but more importantly, your budget as well, including the November Rico deal. Get this, lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $199 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details, and you'll find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, Dave, a couple of ticket texts. Then I do have a question oh, man, it's so good. And I have a question for Rico because I simply put can't make sense of something. And
do I still want to do the show with you? No, I'm going to be the bigger man.
I just need your teams to stop winning. Based on the Niners.
Did you see the game last night? Are you really worried about that team?
Yes. David, what did the texters have?
All I kept hearing is you laughing every time Purdy threw an interception.
Well,
that rat.
The Chiefs are not in the playoffs right now. I'm not worried about some stupid graphic that says on TV about the bubble in or out. Not worried.
You do realize the Chiefs are in major danger of not making the playoffs.
No, because here's the thing. The Chiefs they're behind you, but they almost have to run the table in order to get in.
Well, how is using the Chiefs a confidence builder when a majority of people, if asked today, would say they're not making it? Okay, weird flex, that is.
The Lions will not make the playoffs. They will lose 2 or 3 more of the last 6.
I mean, if they do that, if they lose 3 more games, you're not making the playoffs. You'll probably be home at 10-7.
That means that, you probably lost to the Packers, you've lost to the Rams, and then you split with either the Bears or the Cowboys?
I'm just not ready to go there. I still believe they're beating the pack. But, yeah, I mean, if you're texting in going, well, they're going to lose 3 games, what do you want me to say? Okay, you win.
I mean, I wish you would tell us the 3 games, but I'm assuming it's those 3.
NFL setting up the script perfectly for a Week 18 showdown for the North. Ben Johnson versus his old team. Can't make this up.
Okay, I've been saying that I really feel the same way that it is. And
my God,
you could flex that game. You could move it to Sunday night.
That would be the Sunday night game if that's for the division. Don't sleep.
No, I don't need Sunday night, January 4th in Chicago outside and Jared Goff in his California Raisins gloves. No, I don't need that.
Right. 12 inches of snow falling.
Yeah, no.
Wind.
No.
So that nullifies Bates.
Nope. Somebody hit the Cat Williams drop. No. No, we don't want that. I know.
And Ben hits him with some type of trick play in the final seconds.
No. Do not put that into the universe. David, go ahead.
From Tom, he says, don't sleep on that Dallas game. Pickens, Lamb, Ferguson with no front 4 Lions pass rush. They're going to eat us up.
Maybe Kirby Joseph would be back.
Well, David, did you put that on the show sheet or was that you?
I did put that on the show sheet.
David, honestly, say what you're going to say, but be responsible saying it.
Oh, yeah, I'll be responsible saying it because every week they ask the question of, is Kirby, his availability, but they don't seem to follow up with, why did he play in the Kansas City game? Because you haven't played him since.
Why did he go to that blue tent in a wheelchair? He was basically Paul Pierce in the 2008 finals. He comes out of the tent, and he's the running man. Mm-hmm. And we haven't seen him since.
Haven't seen him since. Like, what? They mismanaged it seems like.
It seems like, sounds like, feels like. It just makes you wonder what happened in that KC game.
Correct.
That he was able to go back in there, and then he vaporizes now. What week was Kansas City? Is it week 5?
5 or 6,
It's week 13. So, yeah, and guess what? Listen, injury questions when they get asked enough. You're seeing it like even with this Bucky Irving thing in Tampa. Adam Schefter got involved and tried to shed some light. There were rumors that were starting to come out about Bucky, about off-field stuff potentially.
Yes.
Look, I just, it strikes you. We all saw what Kirby looked like going to that tent. Then he comes back in, never to be seen again.
Yeah, because originally I saw it as, okay, he really wanted to play, of course. And then you sit him a Tampa game with the bye week coming up, and people thought, that makes sense. Get him healthy to come back after that bye week for the Vikings game. And he hasn't been back.
Right, but then you think, okay, well, do you really need him for the Vikings? Okay,
right.
That you could squeeze an extra game. Oh, okay, it's the Commanders. You really don't need him. We need him for Philly. Nowhere to be seen.
You know the other thing? He's not on IR. He never got put on IR.
Correct.
So if they expected him to be gone for a month, or even if it was 3 weeks, and you go, look, we're just going to take our time with this, you'd put him on IR, you'd clear the roster spot, you'd add somebody else. They didn't put him on IR.
You know how they do with injuries, Mike. It's like, well, he could be back, and his arm's off. Well, it's going to grow back.
Well, if you decide to do IR now, he's not back until after Christmas. If you did it now,
No, I know. I'm saying that if you had done it,
you would have
off
had the time.
top,
Yes,
or a week or two in. See, the last comment where I felt like Campbell shed a little bit of light on it. He had said, let me be careful. I want to heavily paraphrase this. I don't have the quote in front of me, but it was something to the extent of, we thought his knee, it isn't responding the way we had hoped or something. There was something in that realm.
Yeah, I remember him saying that.
And that kind of alarm bells went off. But even that is now 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. I'd have to go back and look. So no, it's a question that it's okay to ask, David. I mean, it's different than somebody like Marcus Davenport, who's always hurt. I mean, even when he's healthy, he's hurt. I mean, it just doesn't matter. This is something different. I mean, like if Davenport comes back, is anyone going to be shocked when he's in the blue tent?
No.
Exactly. He might be the only player in the league you can bet on FanDuel. Snaps, not games. Over under before next injury, 18.5 snaps. Yes, David.
And Ticket Text here says, yes, I have contemplated the Lions not making the playoffs, but I think the Bears will lose at least 4 of their last 6, probably all 6.
Okay, I don't know about the all 6, but yes, they have 2 games against Green Bay. They go at Philly on Black Friday, this Friday. They face you the last game of the season. So there's 4 right there. Those are big-time matchups. If the Bears want to win this division, they got to split those 4. You want to make the playoffs, you got to win at least one of those 4.
Well, the Bears at Philly, at Green Bay, Cleveland at home, Green Bay at home, at San Fran, and then the Lions at home.
Yeah. It's not an easy road. That's why, along with if you look who they beat, they are not what their record says they are. They have something they need to prove.
But that texter kind of said what I'm saying is you're paying attention to the Bears a little closer now because you need them to lose, because it helps your case out for one of those final spots.
You imagine if they go to Philly and win? I don't think it's going to happen. But like you start to think about these scenarios based on what you're saying and how people are going to get wrapped up in it. Like what happens? Like, I love how we never afford the possibility of other teams winning games. Like, what happens if the Bears do win a couple of these?
If the Bears, that's doomsday material right
Okay,
there.
I'll leave it alone.
No, but I still say, and maybe the script writers have the final week of the season.
No.
January 4th.
No.
Primetime game.
Stop it right now.
Collinsworth, Tirico.
I love Mikey T, but you can keep Collinsworth.
This
guy.
It all comes down to this game. The student versus the teacher.
Okay. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel's got a brand new way to build a parlay. The Pass the Leg Parlay Builder. It's simple. You put your pick in, send it to a friend. They put theirs in. You keep on rolling down the line. Everybody bets the parlay. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it's any different than putting it on a piece of paper, but whatever. Maybe it's a convenience thing. Technology. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Play your game. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so I want to just take a segment, and if it gets response, we can carry it for maybe one more. But Rico, I'm asking you, and I'm asking you, the people, because I'm being open with you. I have no idea what's going on. I don't think anyone really does, and I'm not in the breaking news business, but I've never had a hard time getting information. Now, whether I choose to go on the air with it or not, that's a different thing, different burden of proof, etc. But as it pertains to Michigan State and the handling of Jonathan Smith, we have seen Wisconsin come out and say Luke Fickell's our coach, and we're going to do a lot of blobbity blue and cheese curds. You've seen
and they've actually started winning.
Florida State comes out. Mike Norvell's back. You saw Baylor. Hey, Dave Aranda's coming back. The flip side of the coin, the zillion schools that fired their coach. The absolute silence, not a whisper of what the hell is going on at Michigan State as it pertains to Jonathan Smith. It reached almost a zenith yesterday as he had the absurdity of a press conference. And all he's being asked about is his job. He was asked, have you been told your status? No. Then he's asked another question, and he talks about how college football coaching is a week-to-week thing these days.
Yeah.
So here's my question to you. Monday, we're all back from, look, I'm doing Black Friday, you're not, but we're here the next couple of days. Monday after the Maryland game. If they were keeping him, why would you not have the announcement so that whatever fallout there is from the fans, you get it over with? But the coaches who are recruiting, all jokes aside, I know Michigan fans, we stink. The point is, you bring him back because that benefits moving forward. Right. If you don't want the coach, you would have fired him. Unless there's this weird thing where you want to be able to say, hey, we gave him 2 full years versus 1.85 years. Look, I'm asking you. I can't figure it out. I don't pretend to understand any of it. What do you think happens?
I don't know anything either, because it's funny when you call me on Sunday, like, what's going on? Like,
dude, I got nothing.
I don't know.
I got nothing from nobody.
The fact
because none of the people I talk to, and it ranges from donors to former players, etc., ain't nobody got a clue. J-Bat works in complete silence.
When I got the email from Ben, and I was like, okay, this is it. And then I opened it, and it's just like, well, here's his schedule for the week. He's going to be doing a press conference on Monday, and then later on I see that like some transfer portal kid canceled his visit somewhere else, and he's coming to Michigan State this week, and I'm like, whoa.
Transfer portal? What'd they do? Go to O'Reilly Auto Parts? Who the hell's transferring in the middle of a year?
Grand Valley. He's leaving Grand Valley. So,
oh, great. Division III kids. Phenomenal.
But it's like, wait, what's okay? You're hosting recruits this weekend, and
so if he's back, if you're going to tell me he's back, why have they not said it?
I don't know. Maybe Bat's figuring he's under contract and I don't need to say anything, or maybe Bat is just saying I don't need to say anything. I don't know, Mike. None of this makes sense. But if you look at it, taking a step back, yeah, everything looks like it's going to happen. Why? You got signing day coming up right after the final game of the season. So if you're going to fire him, you at least need to let the kids know so you can not sign at State and go somewhere else.
Well, I was talking to somebody too, and I'm like, he's like, well, what's the rush? I go, well, signing day's been moved up. And I go, if you were firing him, you would have been back channeling. You got to be careful too.
Right.
If you back channel and you start negotiating and you haven't, remember, a lot of these agents represent both sides of this too. None of it adds up. If you were bringing him back, you release the statement, you tell people the plan, you say, even if you're half lying, we're going to give him more resources.
I do believe that they probably were going to bring him back and announce it, but they lost the Iowa game.
They've lost every game.
Right, but I think, you know what, it's one of those, let's let people feel good and then say, and he's coming back.
But how stupid does Michigan State's leadership think that people are?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Wow. Okay, that kind of says it all, doesn't it?
I mean, seriously? Mike, how long have you been following Michigan State?
Too long.
Have they ever done anything right?
Largely no.
What makes you think they're going to start right now?
That they brought in an outsider.
And that outsider is either saying you guys are so incompetent, I'm not saying anything to anybody because you'll just screw this up.
Well, that's the hope. That would be because you knew if it ever leaked
At that
to the
point, he's Batman.
If it ever leaked to the board of trustees, those charlatans would be
Right.
out doing every interview possible.
Right.
So I've got a great story to tell you.
So that's just it. It's like, I don't know. And really, he doesn't seem that concerned. He's in Florida right now with the hoop team.
Well, that's a donor thing. You know that.
Still.
He's kissing ass down there for millions. That's all
I mean,
that is.
Still, I mean, like, dude, you're going to leave. I mean, write a note, handwritten note in your office. Hey, go ahead and just let the people know he's back.
The
or
question
he's leaving.
is simple. If he's back, why not announce it? But if he's back, how the hell does that even work? Because, first of all, forget about handing out free tickets for the Maryland game. I understand that season tickets don't mean what they used to based on the TV revenue, but you will see a substantial reduction in season tickets.
You're going to hear
any donor I've spoken to, and I mean donor, not people donating thousands, like people who donate hundreds of thousands. They're out. They're out.
Yeah.
So you're going to lose money there. You're going to lose money at the gate. No assistants or coordinators with professional options are going to hitch their wagon to a jar of mayonnaise who's on the hot seat.
No, and next year you're going to hear the crowd booing you.
So how does that work?
Fire Smith chants coming from the student section.
So again, how does it work?
It means you bring them back, you cross your fingers and hope it happens, that they get good, because you'll probably get the whole, like you did with Maryland and like you did with Wisconsin, we're going to put resources in him. At this point, I'm like, you know what, just be UConn. Put the resources in the basketball team. Heck, you can put it in the hockey team because at least those are two winning programs.
Yeah, but who cares about that?
No, Mike, because you're throwing away good money putting it into the football team. So at least, Izzo, here's $20 million. Go build a dynasty. Because right now, if you bring him back, chances are I would set the over-under at 5.5 games. He's going to be fired next year. And if you're going to fire him, then why go through the facade?
But that's what you just described. If you know you're likely firing him then, you fire him now.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it's called the Florida Gator plan.
The Napier.
Yes.
Never do the Napier.
Never go full Napier?
You can't. I just would love to know. Because to me, if you were bringing him back, you announce it. I don't agree with it, but you announce it.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I have to hold out a level of hope.
Think about this. Ole Miss even came out and said, we'll let you know after the Egg Bowl.
Well, that's ridiculous.
We know what's going to happen, but we'll tell you officially after the Egg Bowl.
Right.
So fans know that there's a destination, there's a finish line.
But again, it's not like the Maryland result would change anything. I mean, Michigan State is having their worst season collectively in the Big Ten since 1958. If they have one Power 5 win. It's over a one-win Boston College team.
Brother,
this is inarguably the worst Michigan State team of my lifetime. And the thought is the AD doesn't come out and support and or fire the head coach. It is silence, and you're left going, okay, either you've got a rabbit in your hat, and he's going to pop up and go, surprise, and he's already got his coach lined up. Who it would be, I have no idea.
It better be a good coach. Mike,
no idea.
Bobby Williams won a Big Ten game. John L. Smith won Big Ten game.
I know.
Technically,
muddy waters.
Technically, this guy hasn't won a Big Ten game because they took away his victories from last year.
Oh, dear.
So you go winless in the Big Ten. Like, it's the reason why Purdue fired their coach 2 years in. You just can't go winless. That's not acceptable.
I don't think any of it's acceptable. I'm just telling you, I don't think it's acceptable in a leadership position
now
to not communicate.
Because now all of a sudden you're hearing his supporters, well, look how close the Minnesota game was and the Iowa game was.
Who are his
There are
support-
people who...
Who?
Mike.
Who?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
If you're supporting this man, you are a functioning idiot.
Give him another year. You know, we need more time. And I'm
More
like, no,
time?
you don't. I'm like, if you bring him back, the opportunity, like, well, think of the money. Like, it ain't my money, and the money ain't real. It's like the salary cap. This money is not real, so it ain't mine. Spend it wherever you want to spend it. You bring this man back, and it fails, like we all think it's going to do. You're setting a program back at least 4 years before you can finally see good results, because this year's wasted. Next year's wasted. Brand new coach comes in. He's going to have to get his feet underneath him. That year's wasted. And maybe in the second year of new coach, 4 years from now,
even if he came back and went 6-6, what the hell's that?
That means right. And then it's bad when Kurt Ferentz comes out and says, no, give this guy a chance.
Oh, Kurt Ferentz is saying that because he wants to score easy.
And that's
all that is.
Nobody ever says to the coach that basically takes them to the woodshed, now keep this guy around.
Right, Kurt Ferentz is just trying to find a way to get laid.
Right.
Oh, State's on the schedule?
Right.
I love Jonathan Smith. He's just super.
Right, it's like Izzo and Ellerby. No, keep this guy.
Yeah, right. Michigan hired a wax figurine, and Tom was because Brian Ellerby didn't sweat.
Right.
I don't know if his sweat glands didn't work or what the deal was. He looked like he should have been Madame Toussaint's.
Yeah.
And Izzo's like, well, Brian Ellerby is one of the finest men I've ever known.
Right.
It's because you beat him by 60.
Right, 2 automatic W's. So, when Ferentz like, Kurt, this isn't 2000 where you get to develop players. You can flip your roster every year, okay? Different time. Well, they would have fired me if that was the case. And
okay, that's the other thing, too, and then I know we got to go. No offense, Kirk Ferentz, it isn't the year 2000. Mm-hmm. You're comping it to a different day and age. I would just love to know what exactly.
Well, I got into an argument, too, because, we would have fired Dan Campbell. I'm like, it's the pros.
Oh, my
and
God.
It's different.
What kind of idiots do you talk to?
Man, I talk to the people.
I'll leave it alone. Okay.
It doesn't matter. You hate me, so.
I hate the success your teams have. All right. We'll get ticket text. I know we got to do football today. We'll get some of the phone calls. Hey, if you've got a read on it or thoughts on it, I'd love to hear it. Because it's one of the rare times I can tell you, it doesn't matter who you talk to, nobody knows. MSU's a mystery wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in a garbage bag. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. All right, touch table on some football and then get back to the people. David, go right ahead. The hell is this?
Happy.
Oh, no.
Yes, guys. I want
This
I want
is
to go
always
through some dishes.
This is a disaster.
Yay or nay on some of these dishes here, okay?
All right.
Okay.
I know this one's going to be a nay. A pumpkin mac and cheese.
What?
I'm leaving.
Pumpkin puree in with the Gouda. Pumpkin mac and cheese.
No. My answer is no.
Yeah, how about no?
And in fact, that the smell that dish could emit has to be absolutely horrifying. If you're gonna if you want to do something creative with the pumpkin filling and you don't want to make a pumpkin pie, do you know what it's great in? Chocolate chip cookies.
I believe that, yes.
You take a cup of the pumpkin filling. My wife makes these for the holidays, and they're fantastic, but they're banned from the house.
Pumpkin puree, yeah.
They're that good?
They're phenomenal. But they make the cookie take on a more fluffy texture. It's almost like a muffin at that point. So I brought them in a couple of years ago, but you didn't get to have any because Kenny ate all of them.
Okay, so it's kind of like when people.
I'll bring you guys some tomorrow.
Yes.
Maybe she made them for this week to.
No, that makes sense. Like I know people sometimes do it, like applesauce and brownies, and it
Correct.
gives it a different texture.
Yeah, the pumpkin chocolate chip, it works. Like you don't need pumpkin pie if you have these.
I can live with that.
I don't need pumpkin pie at all.
Yeah, that is.
I'll bring
an
a few.
abomination to God and all that is good and holy.
I agree.
Wow.
No, I mean.
All right, let David get to the rest.
If you're going to do pumpkin, do it separately. You don't need to have it with mac and
The
cheese.
second you see that on the table, you look at your watch. Oh,
Also,
I forgot.
Also, he
somewhere
mentioned
else.
Gouda cheese. I mean, you may as well burn your own house down at that point. Go ahead. That's disgusting.
Let's get to the next one here, which is crock pot scallop potatoes.
Yes. I this wouldn't be my first go-to, but there's nothing wrong with anything that's in the scallop potato and you throw it in a crock pot. I can understand it. I'll tell you, that beats the cheesy potatoes this area is addicted to.
I would take no slander against cheesy potatoes.
Kenny, the
Love
problem is, it's like, you know what it is? It's almost like if you're born out here, that's the only recipe you know.
Cheesy potato.
The cheesy potato. It doesn't exist anywhere else in America except Metro Detroit.
It's also very difficult to screw up.
Well, you know what?
Correct.
It is, but still, hats off to you. Was it mascarpone?
Mascarpone mashed potatoes?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of requests for that on the pod, so I got to give that recipe out again.
Buddy, yeah.
They're really good. They're delicious. I'm sorry they're not Kenny's possum cheesy potatoes.
Right, I guess I'll never get it again since you hate me, but
wow.
Thanks for being my friend at one point.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm so happy you won another football game last night.
Thank you for being a friend.
Bastard.
I'm just going to be honest.
Travel the road and back again.
Anything crock pot is not allowed in our house for Thanksgiving.
I'm with
It's
you,
just
but
not.
I'm not going to knock somebody who decides they want to elevate with their cooking instead of doing the cheesy potatoes routine.
Why do you need to use a crock pot to cook those?
Because people don't know what the hell they're doing.
That really says.
Isn't it like Ron Popeil, set it and forget it? Remember the hairspray guy?
Yeah, or it's like these new frozen pre-prepared meals where we'll even cook it for you.
Time out. They always show these ads during like basketball games, and I'm like, is this targeted at dudes who can't cook? So basically, you're like, here, buy an adult version of an Easy Bake Oven.
No.
Here's your TV dinner. Yes. Put it in there, and then act like you cooked.
It's an It's an Easy Bake Oven combined with a Swanson dinner. Yeah. It's a frozen TV dinner.
The only thing missing is like the apple crisp in the corner.
That's it. That's
okay,
way
I'm
too
not
hot
crazy.
and way too cold at the same time.
I was stunned. But guess what? The person who invented it, they're on a beach, and we're sitting here.
Marcus Freeman is doing a commercial for one of these. I was just like, when did Notre Dame get black uniforms?
Okay.
And it's like, oh, this is a commercial. No.
We're talking about two separate products. You're talking about a meal service. I'm talking about a literal toaster oven they sell you.
Yes. I think it's for a generation of people, not just for
the
men who
younger
can't
generation.
cook, just for people who just never learned how to cook.
David.
Caramelized Brussels sprouts.
Yes.
Honey, vinegar dressing,
Yes.
roasted until glazed.
Throw some walnuts in there too. Delicious.
Yeah, they have that choice here.
Stop me at Brussels
No. You got to do them this way. If you do them regular,
It makes them, palatable?
You don't like Brussels sprouts?
it makes them delicious.
They're amazing.
Listen,
They are not.
Okay, first of all, if you ate a single vegetable, you'd have diarrhea for 4 days. You are disqualified. Whatever unholy demons reside around your colon, you do not get to comment on vegetables. Kenny, I haven't seen you drink water or eat a vegetable in the damn near 10 years we've worked together. You do not comment. You had a salad one time, and you were in the bathroom the rest of the day.
Guys, this was he was like Ron Burgundy with milk. Salad was a bad idea.
All right, you got to stop.
Oh, man.
Next.
All right, so this one is a dish we've tried before. It's not popular in the Midwest here, popular out east, but it's the crab cakes for Thanksgiving.
As long as you know how to make them, can't go wrong. I've never heard of that for Thanksgiving, but sure. But again, the problem is most people, or especially, if you get you ever go through the frozen food aisle and you'll see like crab cakes there. They may as well call those things bread discs. Like crab cakes don't have a lot of breading. It's crab, and you use just enough stuff to get it to all stick together.
You're exactly right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
They should sell them as bread pucks.
Mm-hmm. No, actually, I was laughing because I was thinking about you because I was at a certain store that you've become a big fan of and saw the brisket in the meat section. I was just like,
Oh, Costco?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But again, we got a polar vortex. I'm not doing that this week. What are you, nuts?
Yeah, it's supposed to snow.
You'd have to dress as Nanook of the North to be smoking a brisket this weekend.
It's like
we're running the Iditarod.
I wonder if Mike's been here.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Go
so
ahead.
I have a choice here. I don't know what you like in your house. Pumpkin pie versus the apple pie for Thanksgiving.
If you're forcing between these two wholly overrated Thanksgiving
just these
desserts,
two, yes.
Apple. Pumpkin pie is disgusting.
Yeah,
I do neither, but
right. I'm a neither, but if given the choice, I will take apple pie.
over pumpkin.
Now,
yes.
let me ask you this. Get rid of the pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving. You ever have the pumpkin roll?
Yes.
Yes.
Now that
I like.
How did pumpkin pie get more popular than pumpkin roll? Pumpkin roll is wholly superior.
Because I think pumpkin pie is kind of like turkey. It's one of those things that is just on the table and you have to learn to love it.
Well, ask
and
yourself,
appreciate
okay,
it.
much like turkey. If it was so effing good, you'd have it more than once a year.
Yeah.
What random Tuesday does Kenny come home and go, Beatrice, I could sure go for some pumpkin pie?
Trying to figure out who you're portraying me as here.
Okay, what about the pecan pie?
It's one bite. It's too sweet. It's instant diabetes. Like you should just put a picture of Wilford Brimley on the pie.
Diabetes.
Get your diabetes supplies. And dude, it's that filling. It's whatever you put on the pecans. It's that liquid glycerin. It's just diabetes. Maybe that's what it is in the store. It's canned diabetes, and you pour it all over the pecans.
No, I feel the same about peach cobbler. Like, okay, just way too sweet.
It's amazing.
Watch your mouth.
It has gotten too sweet for me, but it is amazing.
You know what? If the pecan pie didn't take off one foot, that will take off the other.
Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs.
Titanium alloy.
Lay off. Oh, dude, please.
All right, finally. There are different versions. You can do anything with this, but I'll just give you the couple that they have here. It is the stuffing. They have the classic sage and sausage stuffing.
Yeah.
Or you can do the oyster stuffing with bacon, scallion.
I've never.
Sauce.
We've never had that in our family. I can't speak on it. I don't know why you would put those little bombs in your stuffing, but I can't speak on it. I've never had it.
Yeah, I'm not having it. You know it.
Oh, I know.
Right.
No. You'd walk out. I know that.
Oh, yes.
Yes. But I will tell you, the best stuffing.
You can do it any kind of way, right?
No, the best are generally the southern variety. Either using cornbread or you're using some form of like andouille sausage. It's different. Traditional stuffing's great, but I'm telling you, they do it better down south.
So you're talking more of graduating from stuffing to dressing.
Yes.
Correct.
Sorry. Yes.
Correct.
It's the difference between what is it? A picnic and a cookout.
Right.
It's just a different verbiage.
That's exactly right, because it does change.
But it's delicious.
Yes.
But again,
Right. Stuffing, my expectations are here. Dressing, they're a little
it raises
higher.
the bar. Right. It's like Michigan State football versus Michigan.
Yeah.
Expectations is
Or
way different.
regular mac and cheese versus that sin against humanity.
Oh, the pumpkin mac and cheese.
That just says you
David.
don't hate you hate all your friends and you want everybody out your house as soon as possible.
He ain't wrong. David, I got to tell you, this is one of the better lists you've offered for Thanksgiving of years past.
Everyone enjoy that pumpkin mac and cheese.
Also,
on
shout
Thanksgiving.
out the official dessert of people over the age of 80, the green Jell-O with floating pears.
No.
Oh, yeah. That's an Italian
My
classic.
grandfather brought that up to me yesterday in a conversation.
Every time.
How old's your grandpa? 106?
He's 86 this year.
See? Make it for him. Make it for him.
Every time I see that, it reminds me of the scene from Christmas Vacation where the grandmother made it and put the cat food in it.
Yes. Terrible movie, but I do know the reference.
What are you talking about? Greatest Christmas movie ever.
It's awful.
That is your
Chevy
Thanksgiving
Chase
blitz.
is so annoying. All right, just
It's not
about
him.
Okay, all right.
It's the uncle, cousin.
97.1.
All right, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We got a polar vortex coming, people. So if your furnace isn't working right, you got a real treat on your hands. Right now, furnace checkup only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quickly. It's Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, and at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
This message brought to you by Mike Valenti.
Yeah, and anger. So hold on. And we're going to get to the people in the ticket text. Rico and I spent 7 minutes on, man, what the hell is going on up in East Lansing? The whole idea of if you're going to fire your coach, fire him. If you're bringing him back, announce it. And we made a joke. They're still recruiting. So in the commercial break, they get a commitment. Huh?
Rayshawn Elmore.
I don't care. Okay. He was offered by Nowhere State. It doesn't matter. The point I'm making is if Jonathan Smith was back, he'd be telling recruits he's back, and then it would leak. But clearly, he's not telling people he's back.
I'm thinking he's like, guys, business as usual. Go ahead and sign with Michigan State.
Because you're the coach until you're not the coach.
But, Mike, if you thought he was leaving, people would be decommitting from Michigan State.
Well, that's already happening. I mean, come on.
No, I'm just saying, like, they have a few guys that other teams still want. They would be
we got
decommitted.
a few, David. We got a few, buddy.
Hey, man, look.
It's non-zero. Listen, all we left it as was this. We've never seen a situation like it. The idea, look, we can't even debate what's right and wrong about bringing him back or firing him because you'd have to talk about a decision being made. The idea that the athletic director at one of the top 20 revenue programs in America has been a ghost, and Jonathan Smith is careening towards a winless Big Ten season, something MSU has never done. And it'll be a 10-game losing streak for the first time since 1917 against, D1 conference opponents. The point is, they're recruiting with no runway because he hasn't gotten the support. He hasn't gotten a vote of confidence. He can't go out there and tell people he's back. You know what I know. Mm-hmm. If he told anybody on the recruiting trail, I'm back, it would leak.
See, Mike, I'm looking at the other side of the coin. I think he's told people he is back because no one has left. No one has said, yeah, you know what? It's too much uncertainty. I'm going to go ahead and go to my plan B school or this other school.
I need your worthless piece of crap head coach, Mike Locksley, one time, nut up and drop a bomb on this team.
You know what? If he does, I want one of those jackets.
Fine. Done. I'll buy you a custom turtle shell, and you can wear it around the neighborhood. You can keep your things in it.
I can show up to Thanksgiving dinner at your house.
Yes. I need Maryland by 60.
Will it be a turtle shell hoodie?
You know what's really going to upset me? And I know it's going to upset people when I say this, and then we'll move on because we'll get back to the Lions and stuff. I'll have that game on Saturday just because I'm a masochist. It's going to upset me to see people there. I'm begging you, go do something with your time. Well, but I paid for the ticket. Give them to a homeless person. Let them be warm for 4 hours.
They've already tried, and I guess the homeless people said no, so they're just offering,
any Spartan who
open
goes,
door policy.
I'll tell you this.
Do you like football?
You can go. I wouldn't wear the school colors. And I'm not asking you to dress up in red. But if it were up to me, there'd be a million-man march like it was Lions-Bengals about 15 years ago.
Or, just wear your Lions gear.
Walk in, use the bathroom, leave.
No.
What? So use the bathroom.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't care if people did that either. The point I'm making is it's going to anger me.
Where do you want them to use it?
It's going to anger me to see people there supporting this crap. That's what it is. It's crap.
I'll put my feet up at the 50-yard line for you.
You're going to be there?
Well, I want to see what happens
You're
afterwards.
part of the
No.
You're a problem.
No, I'm there for the potential
Are you going to wear a
firing.
Maryland shirt?
Yes, I'll wear a Maryland shirt.
Yes.
For you. The one, you know what? The one that I won a few years ago.
Can I? Hold on. I will have a turtle shell for you to wear. Can you imagine Rico walking around like a giant Koopa Troopa from Super Mario Brothers? Yes. I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like it. And by the way, they're recruiting kids who have offers from Appalachian State. Things are going awesome. I'm sure that kid's going to help us beat OSU.
East Carolina. He didn't want to be a pirate, Mike.
Neither do I.
He didn't want to be a pirate.
We'll see. Hopefully by Monday we figure out.
I thought that was weird. Like, as we're like, wait, they just got a commitment, which tells me kids are probably, guys, it's business as usual. Go ahead and sign. I'll be here. Because if he wasn't, it would be a mass exodus.
But then here's the other side of it. If you're not going to allow the kids who have committed to play for your school to make the business decisions that are necessary to make, and you slow roll them about the coach's future to within days. What is signing day? The 4th?
Something like that.
And what's Sunday? What's Sunday's date?
Yes.
Who cares? The
Yeah, I
point
thought it was
is
the 30th, but we'll see.
Yeah, 30th.
So you'd be giving people less than a week. That's bad business. Now, you could say if you're the parent of a player, you can call and demand answers, but I'll say it again. If Jonathan Smith is saying, I've been told I'm back, it would leak. None of it adds up.
No, none
Some
of it
kid
adds up.
from Hillbilly USA with offers from ECU and Liberty, he's trying to lock up a spot at a school that he thinks is better than those. Sadly, we'd probably lose those teams.
You know what else is on the 4th? Founders Day.
It's Founders Day?
On the 4th.
Wow. And MSU's going to finish with the 89th rated class.
32nd.
No.
No, actually, it's the 32nd.
It won't be.
It won't?
No. Okay. Definitely not. Trust me.
How was it 32nd?
It ain't.
That's where they are right now.
David, with the amount of big dogs that have to commit and go elsewhere, plus MSU's going to lose some kids.
But I don't think it even happens that way anymore because I think you really save half your scholarships for the portal and not just high school kids.
Yeah, maybe we can bring in some more of those sweet D linemen. David? Actually, I'll just go to the people. We'll go to Wally, 97.1. Wally, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Hey. Good, Wally.
So I totally agree with you. The Michigan State football program was a total disarray. It's a total piece of crap. But the problem is, from my viewpoint, is that how many prime coaching positions are out there right now? Like a dozen? And where would Michigan State be in that ranking?
Well, I'll leave this to you,
13.
Mike.
Yeah, all right, hold on. Wally, Rico and I have spent a good amount of time talking about this. Let me simplify it. Just give me a minute. I want to explain this. The biggest mistake fans make is the idea that every school is interested in the same coaches. They're not. Right away, we can start with, for instance, okay, you're going to tell me Florida and LSU are out there. How could we compete? We're not after the same coaches. Not geographically, probably not resume-wise, not cultural fit. We're just not. So then you start to stack it and go, all right, well, what other jobs are out there? Go ahead. I mean, pick. We're not after the same coach as Auburn is. We're not after the same coach UCLA is. And VTech already filled their spot. So what I would argue is reverse engineer this. Take away places like Penn State, Florida, LSU. Put them to the side. How many jobs out there are better than the MSU job? And reminder, there's only two conferences that aren't poverty, the SEC and the Big Ten. Last I checked, until they vote us out like Temple in the Big East, we're still in the Big Ten. Wally didn't get a good coach. You can't have the approach, nobody's going to want that job. You got a 75,000 seat stadium. You got top 12 living alumni, top 20 in revenue. Come on. Wally, if you don't think they can get a coach, do us all a solid, shut the program down. Just shut it down. If you're that little bro about it, shut it down. Oh, who will we hire? I mean, what a loser. Not you, Wally. I'm saying the school.
He's very mean to people.
I'm not. Wally's a lovely man. I didn't call him a loser. I said the school.
He's a loser. You hate me.
I'm tired of you winning.
I don't win.
Whatever. Your team's 8-4. 248-539-9797. We will get
Smoke
back.
and mirrors.
Okay, then we'll get back to business next. We talked a bunch of Lions. We'll get back into that at 5 o'clock. Kenny has a word on the Red Wings. It's several words, actually. We'll talk about that next. Thanksgiving, or as we like to say, caller Ed, Thanksgiving. FanDuel has got you covered. More deals, more boosts, more stuff than any other sports book. Right now, you get a 50% profit boost on their new, invite your friends parlay feature, this pass the leg thing they're doing. Grab your crew, start a build, and Feast Week is upon you. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, real quick before we get back to the Lions. Kenny, I'd like to welcome you in, and all I've told Kenny is, guys, he needs to calm down. But Kenny's upset on a multitude of fronts. So this is risky. But I just want to hand Kenny, it's carte blanche. But Wings lose last night in Jersey. No Jack Hughes. Got bombed by the Islanders. You got a point against Columbus and won a game in OT. Okay, see, Kenny just did his hand gesture again. But you're upset about something else. So please, just no cuss words.
Well, it starts with the losing, right? It starts with the fact that everybody was telling me, oh, this team's top in the Atlantic. I feel like they pulled the okie doke on you where they had you believing maybe they could be a good, top of the division contender type team when from the very beginning, what did I tell you, Mike? I told you to pump the brakes a little bit. Let's wait until at least the deadline or till they get close, see what this team actually is. My issue is, up until now, we haven't seen anybody, like you saw Lucas Raymond get cheap shotted, if you want to call it that. Nobody stood up for him, whether you believe it was intentional or not. Nobody's standing up for the stars, and I know you don't think Lucas Raymond is a star. That's not what I want to debate here. But like if Dylan Larkin goes down last year, it happened. Or the year before that, it happened. Nobody seemed to rush to his defense. So if you want to play low-event hockey, and that's your strategy to win, I guess cool. But at least be tough enough to stand up for your teammates. And it seems like this team is lacking specifically that.
All right, but okay, now there's a lot to unpack there. Yes, I don't think anyone's going to mistake the Wings for being bullies or being they're not a Florida Panthers style team. But Kenny, here's the two things I have to juxtapose. They're 13-9. I understand they're in second place, but they're also like 2 points for being out of the playoffs. The East is jumbled. It's early. They're at the quarter poles. Is that fair? A little over the quarter pole.
If you told me that they were out of the playoffs by New Year's, I wouldn't look at you sideways because of how packed and compact this division is. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair.
I think the thing that would bother me more is just they had the hot start. They mostly soiled it. Then they bounced back again. Now are they look, is it fair to say the Wings are just going to be a streaky team and the youth is a part of that?
I think that's I think that's the core reason behind why they're streaky is because when the young guys look good, they're going to look very good. And when they look bad, they're going to look like, rookie players bad. And that's fine, by the way. There's room for them to develop and turn into these superstar players that we're hoping they do. But right now, they are not that. And you take the good with the bad. I guess my question becomes, are the Red Wings good or bad? And I don't think we have an answer. I think we're about where we were last year.
Here's what I think. I don't think they're as good as they started. I don't think they're as bad as they've looked. They're just mid. And mid is basically what they've been for the last few years. Mid kind of gets you in that playoff chase and a couple of coin flips the right way. You get in. And a couple the other way.
March.
But that's the problem is, so to Kenny, look, I want to defend Kenny in this regard. Kenny's been consistent. Wanted to see a big move forward this year. I don't know that that's in the cards. And again, before people freak out, this is like what people do with the Lions. But we're sixth in the league in sacks. Right, but every metric is telling you don't get pressure. When you do, it takes forever, and you can't produce it with a four-man rush. Dig deeper. Yes, you're in second place right now. It's also the entire Eastern Conference has 28 points. So it's this idea of what you're watching on a night in, night out basis. Have they gotten significantly better in any department? That's kind of, Kenny, I don't want to speak for you. I'm trying to
No, I can answer you as a question. No, I don't think they've gotten significantly better. This is all relying on hope. We hope these young players take another step forward. We hope that it works out long term. But we can't say that right now without adding and insulating. And that's what I'm advocating for them to do at the deadline. If they don't, then it's just another year of spinning the wheels. How many years have we been having the same conversation? It feels like last year and the year before that and the year before that and the year before that.
Yeah, well, here's the other thing. And it's not a shot. It's just I've watched 7 of their games. And I don't walk away feeling like I spent my time wisely. They win, they lose. The product is just not interesting to me. They don't have play. Like the last time they had a player you'd pay to go to the rink, it was probably Datsuk.
Yeah.
Like I'm not. I don't think anyone is running to watch Dylan Larkin or Lucas Raymond. And even with some of the kids, how long have we heard about Danielson, Casper, Pelika, all these, none of them jump off the screen on a night in, night out basis. Now, that doesn't mean that they aren't decent or won't eventually be good, but in the here and now, listen, all jokes aside about the Islander game, on a night in, night out basis, toss that one over here, toss out a big win to the left. What do you get in the aggregate? They just feel very mid. I don't know.
You have to be a hockey or a Red Wings fan to want to go to one of these games. That's absolutely true. They don't have a player that jumps off of the screen like you have Schaefer. You want to every night go see that guy play.
That kid at 18
electric.
years old he jumps off the screen.
100%. And I would argue for me it's Mo Seider, but that's because I'm a hockey nerd and I like what he does.
How come he didn't stand up for Lucas? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just warming you up.
Somebody
Just
do it.
kick that
damn it.
hornet's nest.
Sorry. Hey, David. Just reel him in.
I got you $1.
No, Kenny, I get it. I don't know where. I think the thing we have to be careful of is this. We had this conversation with the Lions in hour one. When you get to a certain point, you get to complain about style points. The Wings aren't at that point. So if they're winning, I want to be careful about. I think the fan base is so desperate to just win, to make the playoffs, that even if they're not interesting, and I know last night you got all bent out of shape because they didn't defend Lucas Raymond. I understand it. There's hockey law that was not abided by. Fine. But Kenny, my concern will be as the year goes along, and let's say injuries mount, or players who haven't played this amount of hockey or this type of hockey. The young players late in the year can wear down. I do wonder, like, what Kenny's saying has merit. Because the average fan is going to go, oh, geez, what do you want? They're in second. And it's like, no, you're not seeing it clearly. Like, there's merit to this where we need to see players begin to develop faster than may be possible. Otherwise, you wonder if this is going to be a replay of the last couple of years. It wasn't. Look, how many years previously have we sat here in December and gone, hey, this is good? Now, last year, you waited too long to get rid of the loan, but 2 years prior, team was hot as a firecracker. So I get where Kenny's coming from. And I wish they were a little more interesting to watch. I do.
And for context's sake, they have a -5 goal differential. That's not good for second place. That's not sustainable for a second place.
You better be
team.
careful now, because hockeynistas are going to tell you that's as valuable as plus minus, and you're an idiot.
It's fine.
I'm kidding.
I value plus minus very little. But no, I understand what you're saying.
What about Fenwick?
Not to get too much in the weeds, but it's important. It's a stat that matters.
It does. Look, 23 games in, Kenny, I tell you this, at least they're 13-9. At least they had the hot start. I know they've been middling over the last 10. I think they're 4-6. Bottom line, you wanted to see more in the toughness department, and I think long-term your concerns have some merit, even if people aren't willing to see it right away.
And I know we're going to have this, the way we had it with Scott Harris, this discussion at the deadline of can they insulate this young talent that we have? Difference is Scott Harris has actually won playoff games. Steve Yzerman hasn't even sniffed the playoffs.
The other difference is
wins.
You also have to look, how good is your young talent?
All to be seen. I mean, book's still out. I don't know.
David Ticket text. Thank you for not cussing.
Tried.
For Kenny, he says they had Perron, who was the only guy who resembled a veteran leader and the only one who did anything when Larkin got mugged, and then Stevie got rid of him. That is Nate in Royal Oak. They are not a playoff team. They're too small. Half the team is 5'10" and under. Not a playoff team.
I don't care about size. I don't care about height. It doesn't matter.
Thank you for that.
Thank
Kenny.
you. All right. Great. Awesome. Perfect. Now I'm
Regarding-
going to start swearing.
Regarding Raymond, that is why the Wings need an enforcer, and Yzerman should know, considering the protection that he had when playing.
And by the way, nobody's advocating for getting a goon. Those don't exist in the league
We don't need
anymore.
Stu Grimson, okay?
Right.
Like, we're going to be okay. Just be careful on that. Up next, we're going to do the old bits from 2005. You know, we got to roll 4 lines.
You know what? Maybe you could just borrow a beef stew.
It'd be more interesting to watch.
They are the better team in LCA, so.
That's truth. That's
absolute
not even close.
truth.
That's not
it's
even
not close. Yeah.
Now, to the Wings' credit, they play in a serious sport. The NBA is a clown league. The NBA, 2/3 of the teams aren't even trying. The NHL, you may lose a lot of games. There's no team in the league that doesn't try. It's just a different league. It's a different sport. I think there's a different mindset. Hockey players don't mail it in. They just don't.
Fair.
That's why they're a poverty league. They have to earn their money. The NBA, you get the worst player in the league making more than Connor McDavid.
And he walks in street clothes and stays in street clothes because he never dresses to play.
Doesn't have to. See you in March. See you in April.
David?
The Red Wings are good. That doesn't mean great or first place, but they're not bad.
They're not. No. No one said they're bad. But how good are they? They're this middling team. They're also middling from an entertainment quotient.
Well, that's what they say. They said the senior players like Harmonic, Comfort, Rasmussen, and Gibson is what the problem is with this team.
But again, those are all Stevie additions. He decided to bring you John Gibson. He decided to give Comfort a deal and Kopp a deal and the Rasmussens a deal. He did that. And I was told by someone who knows hockey what those players are called. They are low event players on the Corsi scale.
Yes.
Things.
Also, the John Gibson thing might not be working. So that's maybe a bad swing and a miss.
Well, let me show you my surprise face when you put an average goalie behind a below average defense. It's not all his fault, Kenny.
You're not wrong.
But he ain't going to save you. And that's before he gets hurt, because you know that's coming. He's basically Marcus Davenport. Oh, boy. John Gibson's always hurt.
What happens first? We fall out of the playoff race or John Gibson gets injured?
Same night.
No, don't do that.
All right. Oh, boy. Hey, order some pizza. You've got Sportsapalooza this weekend, and let's face it, Thanksgiving leftovers are largely gross. Order some pizza this weekend. Settle in as Michigan beats Ohio State for the zillionth time in a row. Hungry Howie's, 51% off. Doesn't matter how many toppings, doesn't matter the flavored crust. Go to hungryhowies.com, online, carry out only, and you get 51% off. It's Hungry Howie's. Take advantage of it. Don't trick yourself into thinking that cold, leftover, smelly turkey's any good. It's hungryhowies.com.
So let's go through maybe a few overreactions for the NFL so far heading into the Thanksgiving.
Oh, it's like the morning show. Overreact gyms.
So let's get to this one here. Daniel Jones, who has thrown for 62% against the Steelers a couple weeks ago and 61% completion percentage against the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday. Is the bloom off the rose with Daniel Jones?
Yes and no. It's off the rose because a lot like Jared Goff, they're not protecting him as much. The running game isn't quite as dominant. And you're seeing that Daniel Jones, who is not as good as Jared Goff, can't perform at the level he was. He obviously it doesn't look as sweet. Mm-hmm. So, yes, but there's a root cause to it.
See, I would say more of water finding its level. I think that you finally see he's Daniel Jones. He's good. He's not great. He's not outstanding. And, yeah, he still makes the same types of mistakes. And, yeah, if he's not playing the way that he is, then all of a sudden Jonathan Taylor's not looking as great. And I think that the Colts just kind of came back to the pack, David.
Next on the list will be the team they faced on Sunday and lost to, which would be the Kansas City Chiefs. Went to overtime. Kansas City won that game. Did they save their season?
Absolutely. Yes, they did. Now, the thing is, every game for Kansas City is we got to save our season because now they get to play the Cowboys in a game that you probably thought, okay, at the beginning of the season, Kansas City is going to go into Dallas and roll them. Now this is going to be a good game. So Kansas City has to beat the Cowboys as well because they're on the outside looking in. They're not in the playoffs as well, even though they got great Vegas odds. They have to win.
I think the good thing for Kansas City, the AFC is so packed together, 10 guarantees you a spot. Versus the NFC where it may take a little more. It's everything Rico said. Cowboys plus 3.5.
I love this next one here because it fits right in line with what you have already said, Rico. Since you have the belief that the Packers are going to beat the Lions on Thanksgiving. Well, is it an overreaction? And I'll say the Chicago Bears will win the NFC North.
Am I allowed to? Or no, you asked him. Sorry.
No, for both of you.
No,
but
I'll be quiet.
I still think it is, David. But if Chicago wants to win the NFC North, they're going to have to at least split one of the games with Green Bay. You do that, you have my attention. Until then, I think you're a good team. I'm not going to dismiss you and say you're a cute team, but you got to beat the Packers in order for me to consider you a team that can beat and win and get the North.
It's a complete overreaction. If the Bears win this division, Kenny will shave his beard and drink it in a milkshake.
Kenny?
All right, next one here.
Okay, Gussie.
Let's head over to
Kenny's playing J-Bat right now.
Ooh. Let's head over to the NFC South here because, well, the reports say that Baker is okay. His MRI came out okay, but they are 6-5. And now with Baker banged up, Carolina Panthers are going to win the NFC South.
Overreaction. Bucky Irving's back this week. Question mark. No, he's supposed to be back this week. Adam Schefter even reported that. They got Godwin back. It's his non-throwing shoulder. They will stabilize. I think what Rico's 49ers did to Carolina, look, Carolina's a fun story, and I'm happy. I like Dave Canales. I'm rooting for him because he works for a maniac, but they're not real. They're not ready. I think the Bucs will hold them off.
Yeah, I think they said it best. If the Carolina Panthers could play the Atlanta Falcons 16 games, they would look like world beaters. Because against the Falcons, Bryce Young, 4 touchdowns, he just lights it up. But when they play everybody else, I don't know, man. No, I'm going to say no.
And here, I mean, obviously, too, look, you don't want to get carried away with it. Here's the rest. You want the schedule for Carolina just for fun? Mm-hmm. I just pulled this up. All right, here's what they got left. Rams, dead. At New Orleans. Win. Okay, but look at this last 3. Ready? Mm-hmm. Tampa, Seattle, at Tampa. Wave goodbye. No way. Absolutely no way.
That's the only reason why I asked it, though, because they have Tampa, 2 out of the last 3. No. And if they were to split, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Next one here. Steelers will continue their collapse. Overreaction or not, it is time to mutually part ways with Mike Tomlin.
agree completely on both fronts. And it's not that Mike Tomlin is a bad coach or is a bum or is Shane Bowen, but you just can't keep doing this.
No.
Every year, 8 or 9 wins, go nowhere, don't win playoff games. You need to rebuild, and you can't do that with a guy who's been there for 30 years.
David, it is time. Will it happen? No. I think Pittsburgh would give him a farewell tour and say, okay, this is his last year.
So another bad year.
Is that what
Yes.
State's doing with Jonathan Smith?
I don't know what they're doing. With
Okay.
Jonathan Smith doesn't know what they're doing.
Hey, by the way, here's their schedule. Buffalo, at the Ravens. Miami, at the Lions. At Cleveland. Baltimore. Wave goodbye. Steelers are done.
Next one, overreaction or not. The Giants, yes, those New York Giants should hire Mike Kafka as head coach.
I'm going to leave that to you.
It's possible. I mean, listen. Dayball took the play call and gave it back. Took the play call and gave it back. I'm okay with it if you bring in a stud defensive coordinator. If you go out and make Lou Anarumo the highest paid DC in football or something like that, I could work my way to it. Do I think the Giants can do better? Yes. As long as you have Jackson Dart, you should have offensive minds willing to interview for your job.
Would you go and steal the defensive coordinator from the Ohio State Buckeyes?
Patricia?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. He
Curious.
could stay in college. I'm
Curious.
all set.
Just curious.
Nope.
Overreaction or not, Shedeur Sanders should remain the Browns QB1.
Not an overreaction.
What else you got?
Yeah, team going nowhere. Gabriel's been dinged up. It's not an overreaction. I
You
think
know
the
what?
overreaction is what Shedeur did after the game.
What, nobody, I'm not going to give the haters anything. Like, dude, we actually want to feel good for you.
You kind of just did by saying that.
Right. Just, you know what? Just be humble. And you know what? We went out there. Look, David, it's to the point he's going to keep people in the seats. It's just that whole wow factor of him. If you're Cleveland, you got nothing else to lose. And if you're Cleveland, you're asking him, can you score 2 touchdowns and let Myles Garrett and this defense shut the opponents out? And maybe we'll stand a chance. Can you just score 2?
Last 2 here, the Bengals should have played Joe Burrow.
No. The Bengals should just – well, you know what? They're not going to do things smart. So let me just stop myself right there. But if I'm the Bengals, sit them down, and either you can trade them in the offseason or get a better draft pick and just build for next year because this year's over for you.
What he said.
And then final overreaction or not, that Jonathan Taylor is no longer the runaway offensive player of the year. Jahmyr Gibbs is neck and neck with him.
No, you're missing one.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
There it is. Guy might go for 2,000 yards this year.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Nobody watches the Seahawks, and that's why.
Well, that's fine. I do.
No. Well, Mike, yes, because you watch all the games, but most people don't watch West Coast football in general. After the Lions game, you turn off the 4 o'clock game. You're not watching it. Even when the Seahawks was on Monday night, it was at like 11 o'clock Monday night after the Lions.
But I think Offensive Player of the Year, which
Yeah.
is for the non-quarterbacks primarily.
Yes.
Gibbs, Taylor, JSN. Those are your 3 answers. I have no problem if one of the 3 wins.
Could George Pickens enter the race?
Better hope he doesn't. We play him in 2 weeks. You better hope he doesn't.
That would mean he has an amazing Thanksgiving and the week after. You're right, Mike.
Thanksgiving.
I'm watching this. I'm just like, George, is that you? Like, when did you get that good?
When he isn't the primary receiver.
Hey, when he got quarterback play. Not trying to bleep in the punch bowl there for David, but
So you mean to tell me that when Justin Fields and Russell Wilson aren't throwing you the ball?
Yeah, kind of. Like, Dak might be an upgrade. and to David's point, you got CD drawn cover on the other side as well. And a power running game.
See, I don't know.
Javonte Williams might be one of the best free agent signings of the offseason.
Yes.
And I don't know if CD was ready to have a wide receiver there that's just as good as him, because I think it put pressure on him. He's dropping passes.
He's dropping passes every week.
Like, he's used to being the man. It's like, well, everybody's now screaming George's name, not mine. Like, you're dropping passes, and he's not. He's scoring touchdowns, and you're almost causing us to lose games.
That is in football today.
Fantastic. Want to get back into the Lions. Rico delighted the masses to start the day. And again, there is no panic. It is a question. But it was eye-opening.
Yeah.
So please, to the main stage.
So if you watched last night's football game, they had a little graphic during the game where they did the NFC playoff teams. They did it in a very unique way, Thanksgiving style. They had the 4 teams who are going to win their divisions at the main table. They had the wild card teams at the kids' table, and then they go outside of the house, and there's Bryce knocking on the door from the Panthers. There's Dak Prescott looking through the window, and there's Jared Goff sitting on a bench outside the house, all trying to get in the house, at least to get to the table. Lions not in playoffs, and it really hit home. You're not in the playoffs as of right now, but you're running out of games. It's just 6 games left. So it makes the Thursday game so important because I think if you lose that one, you're out. And here's the thing, Lions
Repeat that
fan,
for me. If they lose Thursday,
I think
you're making a call. They're not making the playoffs.
Right. I think that at that point.
Okay, I'd like to stay for the record. The Italian guy is not there. I think they're winning, and B, even if they lost, I'm not making the call. I would say
no.
You would be in the danger zone of 50-50.
You would be in the danger zone, Mike, but now you're no longer in control of your own destiny. Now, if you lose that game, you need other teams to lose in order for you to get in. I don't think that you could just win out and do whatever you need to do because now you're fighting for a wild card spot. You really have no shot at the division. And here's the thing, Lions fans, what you have to remember is this. You can go 10-7 and you can miss out on the playoffs.
Seattle last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's my question is, I'm not declaring they're not going to make the playoffs.
Say that for the people in the back, please.
I'm not declaring they're not going to make the playoffs. Lions fans, 248-539-9797. I'm asking, have you even entertained the thought that this team may not make the playoffs? That this team could go from 15-2, top seed in the NFC, to on the outside looking in. Whereas you're watching everybody else in the playoffs except from a team from Detroit.
I wasn't thinking that way until you did this today. And then because I don't want to be obtuse, the numbers, it's formidable in that the NFC this year, when you look at the standings and you go, okay, Philly's going to win the East. Done. Rams are going to win the West. Done. Who cares who wins the South? They won't get
Somebody
to.
will.
Right, but they won't get to. You have the 2 teams in the West, your privileged Niners and the Seahawks, both of whom, by the way, are huge favorites this weekend. They could be getting to 9 wins before December. Mm-hmm. So you could be talking about 11, 12. All right. So then you go to the North. And again, the Cowboys at 5-5-1 can't be disregarded. The tie hurts the Lions and helps those teams. Why? You have to have a full win more than those teams. Example, if the Pack and the Cowboys finish the year 10-6-1, you have to win 11. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So this Thursday, yeah, to me, it's a must win. The difference is Rico has doubts, and maybe I'm an idiot. It's totally possible. I have an old school mentality when it comes to divisional games. You lose the first one, you're coming home, you're gonna hold serve.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go deep dive into the game until tomorrow because, well,
right,
we have a show to do. But the point is, I think they're winning, but I'm not mad at this topic because, look, to your point, what you put on tape has to matter. Mm-hmm. We just got done talking wings. We can't complain about style points. They're trying to get up off the floor. When you're chasing a Super Bowl, wings aren't chasing a Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. What you do matters.
Right.
Sunday, thank God they won, but that's relief. That's not joy.
Right.
So I'm okay saying, all right, you wanted to know the answer. I'm 80-20. I'm 80% sure they make the playoffs. But if they lose Thursday, I have to, based on the math, and you're forcing me to change.
Right. I'm looking at Thursday, and historically speaking, in like the last, 8-9 years, This team hasn't done well at home on Thanksgiving. It took Matt Eberflus to have a brain cramp at the end of the game in a gimme layup game in Caleb Williams' first year as a Chicago Bear in order to pull out a victory. Like, that game easily could have went to overtime. It didn't because he just went home with 2 timeouts and got fired. But before that, you haven't won games. And I look at the defense. Look, you could say, well, the Packers' offense, something's wrong. And yesterday,
it's a full.
But I could say the same about you and this team.
Your offense looks like the 1989 Houston Cougars with Andre Ware compared to the Packers. The Packers' offense is so busted.
Right. But for the Packers, the defense is so much better. Like, remember we said, hey, maybe the Lions should just lean on the defense until you let Jameis go for 366 yards.
All right, so people, where are you at with it? Have you allowed even the thought? I'm not saying did you watch Niners in Carolina and see the graphic. I admit it's jarring to see we're not in the playoffs if the season ended today. Thank God it doesn't end today. I'm still 80% sure they get in, but they've done enough to alarm me where there's a 1 in 5 shot that they don't get in. But Thursday is a must win. Question mark?
Because
like you have to have Thursday, right?
Because here's the thing, even if you start winning, there's 6 games left. So after Thursday, it'll be 5. Now you may not be able to get in on your own merit. You may be having to win, plus you need Bears, Eagles, Niners, Seahawks. You need somebody else to start losing in order for you to get a spot at the table. Because if everybody just holds the court. Now, the good news is everybody's going to play each other. It's like the script writers saw what was going to happen. And, Packers have to play the Bears twice. And everybody's playing everybody.
The result that really will hurt you, and I don't think this is going to happen, but we have to at least offer the possibility. This isn't college football. This isn't Texas Tech laying 25 this weekend at West Virginia. Philly's laying 6.5, 7 as they welcome the Bears in. The result you cannot afford is a loss by you and a win by the Bears. Because remember, Philly's going to win the East. Mm-hmm. They are. So the Bears are the one we know they're going to falter. But if the Bears get to 10, it raises the floor. So the easiest pathway is win your division. Well, if you want to do that, you have to win Thursday. Is it possible they could win the division by not winning Thursday? Right. Okay, fine.
But if the Bears happen to win, Mike, now they're sitting at 9 wins before you get to December.
They're I tell you, you just need to start doing one of those energy drinks every day. You are sharp as a tack. 248-539-9797. David, please, in your fashion flannel.
Well,
yes.
The injury report is out for today, and I have a something or nothing. I'm going to do that with you guys coming up.
Oh. Wait, that's what you're doing to us?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We just got walked to the break. All right.
He normally reserves that type of teasing for his wife on Saturdays. My God. 248-539-9797. David.
It was a good Saturday. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, Ice Cube.
Okay, time is running out to change your health insurance for 26. What are you waiting for? Call Mike Papura now. The only time you can make changes, open enrollment, and Mike will take the stress away. Mike will shop on and off the marketplace. He will get you a multitude of plans, including the lowest price guaranteed. Let him be your free consultant. It's Mike Papura, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, straight to the people. And again, I'm 80-20, but I think Rico brings up a credible point that maybe be proactive, not reactive. Let's leave open the window of possibility. This team is not going to have, 3 meaningless games at the end of the year. And they got it's going to be a dogfight because the NFC feels like there's going to be a 10-win team that gets left out.
Yeah. And
That's
especially, look, you don't want to get ahead of yourself because you got Green Bay on Thanksgiving, but your next 3 games, Green Bay, Dallas, and the Rams. 3 playoff teams, potentially playoff teams.
Just win Thursday, it takes the pressure off the next 2. They lose Thursday, enjoy the show. I'm taking a week off.
Full panic mode if they lose on Thursday.
I don't want to deal with that. These fans can't handle strife. They don't even like criticism.
Well, this may not help. They released the injury report. And they did, let me just say this, they did conduct a walkthrough Monday and Tuesday. But usually with the walkthroughs, they still have to designate if this player would have practiced or not. And is this something or nothing? Graham Glasgow, not practice Monday, not practice Tuesday.
I'm going to say nothing because your O-line is so thin. You got to give these guys some rest, especially because of the short week and it's Green Bay. I'd rather see you out there on the field Thursday than to see you practice today.
Juxtapose that with Taylor Decker, who has been dealing with things all year, who is limited Monday and Tuesday.
Look, the whole line is beat up except for, Coyote. I mean, Decker, Sewell, Ratledge, and Glasgow.
I just wondered if it was something or nothing with the rest of them being limited and him
because
the
it's
one not
being
practicing.
out. Yeah, but because it's Thursday night, not Thursday night, it's Thursday midday football. I'm going to go with Rico on this. I don't think you're wrong for bringing it up.
And no, and David, I'm hoping that it's just we're just going to give you some extra rest because you're all we got. That's
basically
center.
Don't be on your feet. We
right.
know you're here. Be in the room.
We'll get you a lazy boy, some lemonade. Just whatever you need, be ready come 1 o'clock on Thursday. That's what I'm hoping for. And nothing more than that. Because if he's not there, I don't know what you're going to do. Because if he's not there and you got somebody else at center and there's Parsons. Hi.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Gobble, gobble.
There's a couple ticket texts here before we get to the call. Someone says, we lose to the Packers. We could be 500 before Christmas and out of the playoffs. While I'm not confident at all, Goff is too exposed. That is from Eric.
I'll tell you, again, thank God you won Sunday. If you didn't win Sunday, the tenor of these conversations would be totally different. That Harry Houdini routine you pulled, thank God you pulled it. Thank God Shane Bowen in his final act was to grant the city of Detroit a reprieve.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Your last 2 home games just haven't been that great against 2 subpar quarterbacks. Jameis is better than JJ, but Jameis shouldn't be throwing.
Kenny's better than JJ.
Jameis shouldn't be throwing for 366 yards. He shouldn't be the top fantasy
in the last
quarterback.
25 years of the National Football League with quarterbacks who have thrown enough passes to qualify. There are 852 quarterbacks who you can calculate an EPA per pass attempt. JJ ranks out of 852, 851. And 852 was a drug addict. It was Jamarcus Russell. Purple drank and 350 pounds. Congrats. JJ is woeful. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon. So I agree with you, Mike. I think it is a must-win game because if you don't win, you're not going to win the division. And then you might be on the outside of the playoffs. And then the pass rush is a joke. Like you said, the O-line is injured. You barely beat the Giants, which is disappointing because, I'm sorry, Mike, but they suck.
No, Matt. You don't have to be sorry. If it walks like a duck and it sounds like a duck, it's a duck. The Giants blow. It's okay, buddy.
Okay. And then, so, Dallas, people are like, oh, we're not worried about Dallas. Dallas beat the Eagles, who you lost to.
They're not paying attention. The people who are downplaying the Cowboys are not paying attention, Matt. They have turned their season around. At a minimum, they're a pain in the ass to play against, and it's a road game. Full stop. Like, you got to take that game serious now.
There's just so many issues. So, yeah, I agree. It is a must-win. And then lastly, earlier you said MSU is a car fire, and I disagree. It's more like a landfill that's covered in gasoline, and somebody threw the match.
I can't argue. I've never seen a coaching situation handled this way, brother. The silence is bizarre. I don't think it's professional. I think if you were going to bring him back, you face the wrath, but you bring him back, you allow him to recruit, you move forward. If you're not going to bring him back, he should have been fired weeks ago. I don't know what they're doing.
Nothing about this year makes any sense.
No.
So I have no idea.
But again, if J-Bat has some super secret Batman plan, which, by the way, that Batman with Michael Keaton was on last night, and your game was terrible, so I flipped channels a little bit. How do you enjoy movies like that? That movie was awful with Danny DeVito as the Penguin.
Okay, but you got to remember, Mike, at the time, but at the time it was great, but you didn't know that all of a sudden the Marvel movies or even the Christian Bale movies were going to be so much better. Like, you didn't have anything. So you were happy with that. And then you learn, it's like, oh, okay, technology got better over the years.
Well, the whole idea the Penguin was going to be the mayor of Gotham City, and he was named Chester Copperpot or whatever the hell he was named. Like, it's just
Cobblepot.
It didn't make any sense.
Well, Cobblepot.
Then he's driving the Batmobile from an ice cream truck. Again, you lose me. Just put Shawshank Redemption on 24/7 for any bad NFL games, and I'll flip over to that.
Right, because that's realistic, that you're going to just create a hole in there, and nobody's going to notice that you just broke out of jail because you were chiseling away. And ask yourself this.
Yes.
How did the poster get back in perfect condition if he went through the hole in the wall?
That's a great point. I don't have an answer. I also don't know how Red ever ended up in Mexico. But here we are.
I cannot watch movies with you.
Why?
Because you have to suspend.
Yeah, but hold on. This is the same jackass who watches the Marvel universe and acts like Francis Ford Coppola directed him.
No, because at least for them, they follow the comic books. So here's the thing. No, but David, since he wants to go ahead and ruin my movies,
what?
Like, how did you know that they didn't build a strip mall when he goes to look for the Rock, and the Rock's gone?
Well, I don't think.
And there's a Sears.
I don't think strip malls were a thing in the 50s. Whoops. But okay, fair. Okay, fair. It's all fair.
There's no vacation homes everywhere.
Okay, you know what? Back to Lions and whether you think they're missing a play. Go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, sorry about that. We got sidetracked. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, brother. What's going on?
Hey, Mike, I'm an East Coaster, too. I'm from Fort Lee, New Jersey.
My man.
And cheesy potatoes make me puke in my own sneakers.
Okay. Got it. Got it.
And this NFC North, I think we got to look from the bottom and go up. Who are the frauds in this? In you guys' opinion, you guys know what you're talking about. Who are the frauds that are not going to make this? That look like they are, but they're probably not.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're saying fraud, I think the Panthers are frauds. In the NFC North, Vikings won't win a game as long as JJ's starting. Now, the fraud, to me, is the team that's in first. I just don't think the Bears, based on the resume, based on the quarterbacks they've faced, and then based on the schedule they have where they are going to play, the San Francisco 49ers, who should be at 9 wins on Sunday, they're going to face the Lions. They're going to face the Packers twice. They go to Philly on Friday. Mark, they're in prove-it mode. Now, if they win a couple of those games, they will lose the label, and they'll become the team that wins the division. I just don't think they're going to do that.
No, hold on. But, Mark, here's the thing about the Bears is that over the season, like, I know nobody gets better but the Lions, but the fact that Ben Johnson now has this team playing together and they're winning games, confidence.
It's possible.
You know what? Guys, we could be behind and we know how to come back and win. There's no panic in that team. That becomes dangerous as you get into the final weeks of the season because now they actually start believing. And if you don't think that belief works, I give you last year's Detroit Tigers team that just won off of belief and hope from a city.
Can we say that the Lions are in the fraudulent category?
I think they're approaching it. I mean, Mark,
Yeah, I
had
think so, too.
they lost on Sunday, my answer would be 100% yes. But I have to give them credit.
boy.
I
And
got to
that's-
give them credit for winning.
and
But,
Mark,
if they lose to the Pack and they're 7-5, and we see the tape over the course of 12 weeks, yeah, Mark, I think it's fine to say. Go ahead, Rico.
No, and that's why I did the topic yesterday. Like, can you just admit something's wrong here? Like, something's not right with this team. And I know we break down and say how bad every other team is, and look at the Bears and look at the Packers and look at the Eagles. I was like, or let's take a look in the mirror. Let's look at this team. Something's not right here. And if you just think that, well, Dan Campbell will get this team right when it comes to the playoffs, well, I'm sure every other city is thinking the same about their team as well. So that's why very concerning looking at your next 3 games because, yeah, the Cowboy game I thought was a gimme at the beginning of the season. They made improvements at the trade deadline, and now they look potentially dangerous, especially if you got a secondary with no Kirby Joseph back there. Okay.
Oh, wow. I know nobody cares, but I care. You see who Oklahoma State just hired in football?
No.
Eric Morris, North Texas. Meston maker. So basically, go look at Eric Morris. He's been the guy.
So you think he's going to follow him there?
100%. And he'll take a lot of this North Texas team.
I was kind of really hoping that was going to be the dark horse for us.
No, but the other thing is Eric Morris has worked with Baker Mayfield. He's worked with Patrick Mahomes. He's worked with Cam Ward. He's from that Incarnate Word coaching tree, Wazoo for a year. You get Southwest region. He's going to recruit Texas. That's a really good hire for Okie State.
It really is.
Good thing Michigan State is just sitting on their ass playing with their Oscar Mayer. I got nothing, man. I don't know what the hell my school's doing.
But we could do better than getting a North Texas coach.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know. No. I don't think Eric Morris would have come up here. I'm just making a point.
Look, I was actually hoping that they would have made a pitch.
I never knew that.
Yeah,
that's because North Texas is the official team of Cash the Ticket because we love Meston Maker and betting the overs.
Well, they
basically hit the over by themselves.
No, right. I was hoping he would bring his quarterback with him.
Yeah.
And you know what? Now,
Kid's got a great story. 0-star recruit.
Mm-hmm.
He never started a high school game. Oh. As a quarterback, he never started. Now he's ripping it up.
That's right. I think that he could be one of those guys where you're looking like, oh, where'd he come from?
Yep.
I thought he was going to end up at Indiana.
Hey, for Okie State, a program that's bottomed out, that's a good hire. Sorry, I didn't mean to waste 60 seconds on Oklahoma State football.
No, that's fine.
Sorry, I'm sure MSU's got a great plan.
They do. Yeah.
Keep chopping. David?
They're bringing Tucker back.
At this point, honestly, I'm in the interesting business. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm kidding for those of you who take that serious.
I'm not. The NBA season is back. Fanatic Sportsbook is already running plays straight out of the championship playbook. Here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about the fan cash. Remember, every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook, you are earning up to 10% fan cash, whether you win or whether you lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still getting fan cash. And fan cash unlocks real value. You can flip on authentic NBA gear, game tickets, access to exclusive Fanatic events with the NBA legends. But that's not their only play because, as listeners know, with other sports books, let injuries box you out. Fanatics Fair Play protects all bets from first half injuries across pro football and pro basketball. So if your player goes out with an injury, don't worry about it. Fanatics Sportsbook keeps your bet in play. Make the switch and get more ways to win with Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The hell is this?
Happy.
Oh, no.
Yes, guys. I want
This
I want
is
to go through
always
some dishes.
This is a disaster.
Yay or nay on some of these dishes here, okay?
All right.
Okay.
I know this one's going to be a nay. A pumpkin mac and cheese.
What?
I'm leaving.
Pumpkin puree in with the Gouda. Pumpkin mac and cheese.
No. My answer is no.
Yeah, how about no?
And in fact, that the smell that dish could emit
yes,
has to be absolutely horrifying. If you're gonna if you want to do something creative with the pumpkin filling and you don't want to make a pumpkin pie, do you know what it's great in? Chocolate chip cookies.
I believe that, yes.
You take a cup of the pumpkin filling. My wife makes these for the holidays, and they're fantastic, but they're banned from the house.
Pumpkin puree, yeah.
They're that good?
They're phenomenal. But they make the cookie take on a more fluffy texture. It's almost like a muffin at that point. So I brought them in a couple of years ago, but you didn't get to have any because Kenny ate all of them.
Okay, so it's kind of like when people.
I'll bring you guys some tomorrow.
Yes.
Maybe she made them for this week to.
No, that makes sense. Like I know people sometimes do it, like applesauce and brownies, and it
Correct.
gives it a
Yeah.
different texture.
Yeah, the pumpkin chocolate chip, it works. Like you don't need pumpkin pie if you have these.
I can live with that.
I don't need pumpkin pie at all.
Yeah, that is.
I'll bring
an
a few.
abomination to God and all that is good and holy.
I agree.
Wow.
No, I mean.
All right, let David get to the rest.
If you're going to do pumpkin, do it separately. You don't need to have it with mac and
The
cheese.
second you see that on the table, you look at your watch. Oh,
Also,
I forgot.
Also, he mentioned
somewhere
Gouda cheese. I mean, you may as well burn your own house down at that point. Go ahead. That's disgusting.
Let's get to the next one here, which is crock pot scallop potatoes.
Yes. I this wouldn't be my first go-to, but there's nothing wrong with anything that's in the scallop potato and you throw it in a crock pot. I can understand it. I tell you, that beats the cheesy potatoes this area is addicted to.
I would take no slander against cheesy potatoes.
Kenny, the
Love
problem is, it's like, you know what it is? It's almost like if you're born out here, that's the only recipe you know.
Cheesy potato.
The cheesy potato. It doesn't exist anywhere else in America except Metro Detroit.
It's also very difficult to screw up.
Well,
correct.
It is, but still, hats off to you. Was the mascarpone?
Mascarpone mashed potatoes?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a
Yeah.
lot of requests for that on the pod, so I got to give that recipe out again.
Buddy, yeah.
They're really good. They're delicious. I'm sorry, they're not Kenny's possum cheesy potatoes.
I mean, I guess I'll never get it again since you hate me, but.
Wow.
Thanks for being my friend at one point.
Yeah.
I'm so happy you won another football game last night.
Thank you for being a friend.
Bastard.
I'm just going to be honest.
Travel the road and back again.
Anything crock pot is not allowed in our house for Thanksgiving.
I'm with
It's
you,
just
but I'm
not.
not going to knock somebody who decides they want to elevate with their cooking instead of doing the cheesy potatoes routine.
Why do you need to use a crock pot to cook those?
Because people don't know what the hell they're doing.
That really says.
Isn't it like Ron Popeil, set it and forget it? Remember the hairspray guy?
Yeah, or it's like these new frozen pre-prepared meals where we'll even cook it for you.
Time out. They always show these ads during like basketball games, and I'm like, is this targeted at dudes who can't cook? So basically, you're like, here, buy an adult version of an Easy Bake Oven.
No.
Here's your TV dinner.
Yes.
Put it in there, and then act like you cooked.
It's an easy
what?
It's an Easy Bake Oven combined with a Swanson dinner.
Yeah.
It's a frozen TV dinner.
The only
That's
thing
it.
missing is like the apple crisp in the corner.
That's it. That's
Okay,
way
I'm
too
not
hot and
crazy.
way too cold at the same time.
I was stunned. But guess what? The person who invented it, they're on a beach,
No.
and
You know-
we're sitting here.
Marcus
Very true.
Freeman is doing a commercial for one of these. I was just like, when did Notre
Well, no,
Dame get
that's-
black uniforms?
Okay.
And it's like, oh, this is a commercial. No.
We're
Here's
talking
the
about
thing.
two separate products. You're
Well-
talking about a meal service. I'm talking about a literal toaster oven they sell you.
Yes. I think it's for a generation of people, not just for
the
men who
younger
can't
generation.
cook, just for people who just never learned how to cook.
David.
Caramelized Brussels sprouts.
Yes.
Honey, vinegar dressing,
Yes.
roasted until glazed.
Throw some walnuts in there too. Delicious.
Yeah, they have that choice here.
Stop me at Brussels.
No. You got to do them this way. If you do them
It
regular,
makes them, palatable?
You don't like Brussels sprouts?
it makes them delicious.
They're amazing.
Listen.
They are not.
Okay, first of all, if you ate a single vegetable, you'd have diarrhea for 4 days. You are disqualified. Whatever unholy demons reside around your colon, you do not get to comment on vegetables. Kenny, I haven't seen you drink water or eat a vegetable in the damn near 10 years we've worked together. You do not comment. You had a salad one time, and you were in the bathroom the rest of the day.
Guys, this was he was like Ron Burgundy with milk. Salad was a bad idea.
All right, you got to stop.
Oh, man.
Next.
All right, so this one is a dish we've tried before. It's not popular in the Midwest here, popular out east, but it's the crab cakes for Thanksgiving.
As long as you know how to make them, can't go wrong. I've never heard of that for Thanksgiving, but sure. But again, the problem is most people, or especially, if you get you ever go through the frozen food aisle and you'll see like crab cakes there. They may as well call those things bread discs. Like crab cakes don't have a lot of breading. It's crab, and you use just enough stuff to get it to all stick together.
You're exactly right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
They should sell them as bread pucks.
Mm-hmm. No, actually, I was laughing because I was thinking about you because I was at a certain store that you've become a big fan of and saw the brisket in the meat section. I was just like,
Oh, Costco?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But again, we got a polar vortex. I'm not doing that this week. What are you, nuts?
Yeah, it's supposed to snow.
You'd have to dress as Nanook of the North to be smoking a brisket this weekend.
It was like
we're running the Iditarod.
Like, I wonder if Mike's been here.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Go
so
ahead.
I have a choice here. I don't know what you like in your house. Pumpkin pie versus the apple pie for Thanksgiving.
If you're forcing between these two wholly overrated Thanksgiving
just these
desserts,
two, yes.
Apple. Pumpkin pie's disgusting.
Yeah,
I do neither, but
right. I'm a neither, but if given the choice, I will take apple pie.
over pumpkin.
Now,
yes.
let me ask you this. Get rid of the pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving. You ever have the pumpkin roll?
Yes.
Yes.
Now that
I like.
How did pumpkin pie get more popular than pumpkin roll? Pumpkin roll is wholly superior.
Because I think pumpkin pie is kind of like turkey. It's one of those things that is just on the table and you have to learn to love it.
Well, ask
and
yourself,
appreciate
okay,
it.
much like turkey. If it was so effing good, you'd have it more than once a year.
Yeah.
What random Tuesday does Kenny come home and go, Beatrice, I could sure go for some pumpkin pie?
Trying to figure out who you're portraying me as here.
Okay, what about the pecan pie?
It's one bite. It's too sweet. It's instant diabetes. Like you should just put a picture of Wilford Brimley on the pie.
Diabetes.
Get your diabetes supplies. And like, dude, it's that filling. It's whatever you put on the pecans. It's that liquid glycerin. It's just diabetes. Maybe that's what it is in the store. It's canned diabetes, and you pour it all over the pecans.
No, I feel the same about peach cobbler. Like, okay, just way too sweet.
It's amazing.
Watch your mouth.
It has gotten too sweet for me, but it is amazing.
You know what? If the pecan pie didn't take off one foot, that will take off the other.
Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs.
Titanium alloy.
Lay off. Oh, dude, please.
All right, finally. There are different versions. You can do anything with this, but I'll just give you the couple that they have here. It is the stuffing. They have the classic sage and sausage stuffing.
Yeah.
Or you can do the oyster stuffing with bacon scallion.
I've never.
Sauce.
We've never had that in our family. I can't speak on it. I don't know why you would put those little bombs in your stuffing, but I can't speak on it. I've never had it.
Yeah, I'm not having it. You know it.
Oh, I know.
Right.
No. You'd walk out. I know that.
Oh, yes.
Yes. But I will tell you, the best stuffing.
You can do it any kind of way, right?
No, the best are generally the southern variety. Either using cornbread or you're using some form of like andouille sausage. It's different. Traditional stuffing's great, but I'm telling you, they do it better down south.
So you're talking more of graduating from stuffing to dressing.
Yes.
Correct.
Sorry. Yes.
Correct.
It's the difference between what is it? A picnic and a cookout.
Right.
It's just a different verbiage.
That's exactly right, because it does change.
But it's delicious.
Yes.
But again,
Right. Stuffing, my expectations are here. Dressing, They're a little
it raises the bar. Right. It's like Michigan State football versus Michigan.
Yeah.
Expectations is
Or
way different.
regular mac and cheese versus that sin against humanity.
Oh, the pumpkin mac and cheese.
That just says you
David.
don't hate you hate all your friends and you want everybody out your house as soon as possible.
He ain't wrong. David, I got to tell you, this is one of the better lists you've offered for Thanksgiving of years past.
Everyone enjoy that pumpkin mac and cheese.
Also,
on
shout
Thanksgiving.
out the official dessert of people over the age of 80, the green Jell-O with floating pears.
No.
Oh, yeah. That's an Italian
My
classic.
grandfather brought that up to me yesterday in a conversation.
Every time.
How old's your grandpa? 106?
He's 86 this year.
See? And make it for him. Make it for him.
Every time I see that, it reminds me of the scene from Christmas Vacation where the grandmother made it and put the cat food in it.
Yes. Terrible movie, but I do know the reference.
What are you talking about? Greatest Christmas movie ever.
It's awful.
That is your
All right,
Chase
November
so annoying.
is the
All right,
wind
just
down of
not
football
him.
season, and Moran Chevrolet, the deals have never been better. Michigan's
uncle.
number one selling
Cousin.
Chevy dealer. You can level up your
97.1.
tailgate. Well, if you have those left, if you're a State fan, you left that behind. But a 26 Silverado crew cab, perfect for hauling gear, $189 a month, $0 down for GM employees and immediate family members. You need something a little more compact, no problem. 26 Equinox LT, $279 a month, $999 down for GM employees and immediate family members. At Moran, they make it simple, easy, stress-free. So go to MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Aussie.com Rewind, you missed anything. David on the ticket text, and we will get into more Lions-Packers tomorrow, amongst other things. David, go ahead, buddy.
They got the Packers, Dallas, then the Rams. I think they are screwed personally, 7-7 before Christmas. That is from Eric in Bloomfield.
I'm not going there.
I think your script writers wrote the script for the final week of the season.
Lions-Bears.
Lions-Bears, teacher versus student in Chicago. Oh, that would be must-watch TV.
And they'll flex the game to Sunday night.
You know.
Oh, for sure. Someone says, yes, corn syrup is the magical glaze on the pecan pie. Diabetes waiting to happen.
Diabetes. Get your diabetes supplies.
The bitters.
Someone actually says apple pie has more sugar than pecan pie.
Maybe.
Really?
Probably.
Well, listen, I don't like either, but that's fascinating.
You know,
I'm generally, that's incredible. Well, let's ask a guy who loves sugar.
I was about to
Bob,
say,
get over here. Come
Love
here.
the sugar.
You know a
worst
bunch
cakes-
about the bitters. Sit down for a second.
You know, one of the worst cakes is actually carrot cake.
It's disgusting.
What?
It's like one of the worst cakes you can have, nutritionally wise.
Fascinating. Bob, David asked a question. You know, we screw around Thanksgiving, and he does his little Thanksgiving blitz. If you got a choice between pecan pie and apple pie, what do you pick?
Pecan.
Okay.
I'm
well,
anti-apple pie. I am anti-American. I am not an apple
You're
pie
anti-American.
fan.
You are a
Well,
communist.
no, an
Got
apple
it.
is such a mundane fruit.
No,
Yeah,
they're both
yeah.
terrible. My question was
Crunch it.
what David just said.
What?
Apple pie is worse for you than pecan pie?
It is?
I thought they poured the Wilford Brimley sauce all over the pecans, and that was liquid bitters.
Since when do you guys care about calories and health stuff and
Okay,
pies?
since when do you care about Thanksgiving? Because yours is bought.
Exactly. No. This Thanksgiving is different.
His is bought and paid for.
I am not catering this year.
Yeah.
I'm not. Not.
By the way,
you guys have finally got to me. I'm not
Yeah,
catering.
No.
I'm not catering.
He knows what he said. He's not cooking. He's just not catering.
Yeah, we're actually going over to a friend's house.
He's freeloading.
He's getting White Castle.
He's freeloading.
No. If I don't have,
Can you imagine your Thanksgiving and you're not related to Rieger, and he shows up to your Thanksgiving?
Why are you here?
Yeah, they're kind of related to us. They're like family friends. Unbelievable.
It was a pity invitation.
You're telling me that?
Don't you think?
I think people would want to hang out with me.
Was that one of those ones?
What people don't realize is you're a lot better off the air than on. You're actually a really good human being.
Are you calling me bad at my job?
No.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
People take
Is that a
your
compliment?
approach to sports radio and they make it out that you're some kind of horse's ass. You're actually a really nice human being.
Oh, thank you.
But I would invite you over.
That wasn't a compliment.
No.
Wait a second. Can I come to your basement?
No.
That wasn't either.
Not on
You
Thanksgiving.
know what that is? You know what that is, Wojo? Well, that's when you gossip about people here at the station.
Yeah,
And you're
yeah.
like,
Oh, I don't.
Rico, really nice guy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's what Mike just did to us.
He
That's
sure did.
not it at all.
Sort of.
I said people get it wrong about you on the air. You're actually a really good person. You need therapy.
He does.
You are so whacked in the head. That was a
And
straightforward
Rieger,
compliment.
I could not invite you over to the basement on Thursday because as I'm watching the Cowboy game, I'm also going to be watching MSU North Carolina. I will never watch an MSU game.
Whoa. Wait,
I'll never watch a state game with you.
Why?
You'll make me angry. I'll punch you in the
You
face.
took me to a state game.
Yeah, I
was a
wouldn't do it
mistake.
either.
2 years ago, Rico and I rolled down to
No.
Michigan State
That was-
Northwestern.
Rieger, do you
He
realize-
got me a really good seat.
Rieger, you realize that was like 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Help me out on this because I love the diabetes talk. If I don't have the diabetes by now, am I safe or do you get it later?
I'm not a doctor and don't. No, I'm not answering. I have no idea.
that advice on me.
You don't. Can you still? I mean,
I have no
you
idea.
Get it at any time.
It's still wide open, right?
Bob, the
Yes.
fact that your liver still works,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
The fact
You
that
might
you're
be a
playing-
medical marvel.
Right. You're playing
No, I
Russian.
am a medical marvel.
You're playing Russian roulette with the bitters. Okay?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that, but hey.
Yeah, but odds are
He's the Cal Ripken of booze hounds. Your streak is never to be challenged. He's the opposite of Marcus Davenport.
every time he shows up to the Knights, they're like, "Really? You're still
yeah.
doing this?"
Not
Whoa.
this again.
Really?
What's
And
question?
you're not bringing a machine in
Before
with you?
we go,
Oh.
Rico's topic today.
Yeah.
I loved it, and it was
Well, we're actually going to do it too.
okay. Then
Yeah.
I'll save it. It just have you left open even the most minute possibility the Lions don't make the
Gotta
playoffs?
leave minute open for sure.
Because last year a 10-win team got left home. We were
Seattle?
in the clouds
Yeah.
with 15. This year, I think it's absolutely going to happen again. A 10-7 team is getting left home. That tie between Green Bay and the Cowboys could be a real pain in the ass.
Oh, no, it definitely could.
Because if you're sitting there at 10 and they're at 10, they're going and you're going home.
Right. By the way, if you slander pumpkin pie,
I don't like it.
One more time. Do you not like spices and cinnamon? And,
don't you mean herbs and spice?
Herbs and spice.
Daisy dip.
Delicious.
I didn't
delicious.
Because like Costco sells this gigantic pumpkin pie.
Oh, I love it. It's delicious.
$5.
Yeah. It's a hell of a deal.
Buy one for
All of
me.
this.
What did Costa do?
No, Costco, not Costa.
Sorry.
Cookies
Costa,
and selling pumpkin
right? He's
pies.
making his bolognese.
Oh.
He loves his bolognese. As he
For
likes
Thanksgiving?
He doesn't know how to make that. He's a liar.
He swears
Wait,
up and
you're
down.
making
He's a chef.
You're making bolognese on Thanksgiving?
He's a chef.
Bolognese? What's that?
He's like Chef Boyardee.
Oh. Now there's a chef. Now that's Italian food right there, pal.
Italian flavors. All right. I can't wait for you to start doing an ad for SpaghettiOs. It's going to be amazing.
Love the spaghetti.
All right, they're going to talk like herbs and spice.
Oh, the spaghetti with meatballs from the Chef Boyardee.
Okay, we're done here.
That's great.
Those little meatballs are
How about
disgusting.
Dump it out.
How about the beefaroni?
Oh, I like beefaroni.
Or the extra thick ravioli.
It gets all over your shirt.
Yes. No. You don't know Italian food, Mike, until you've eaten that. It's like buy one, get one can free.
That is the ultimate Mike loses a bet. Now you have to eat this beefaroni.
For a whole week.
I actually think if you give him a taste test, give him a Chef Boyardee ravioli and his
You know
own
what
ravioli.
you do?
Could
You
he
dump
tell?
out the beefaroni and you put Parmesan cheese on it.
Oh my goodness.